Year 594 of the Holy Calendar. A panoramic view presents the prestigious Arcanist Academy of Candria. Among the crowd of applicants, a white-haired young boy stares in awe at the imposing structure of the academy, exclaiming how incredible it is. This boy is Luis Carell, 13 years old. He notices the enormous number of applicants who, like him, have come to the greatest Arcanist school, each one displaying unwavering determination. Suddenly, someone calls his name, Luis. He turns around to see who it is. A man wearing glasses rushes toward him. It is his adoptive father, Julian, who finally catches up, complaining breathlessly about how fast the boy is. Close behind him follows his adoptive mother, the Sierra. Looking worried, the Sierra asks Luis if he brought his identification and the hair dye, reminding him that he must make sure no one notices his unusual hair color. Luis assures her that everything is under control. Despite his confidence, her concern does not fade. She begs him not to do it, fearful of what might happen if someone attacks him because of his hair and eye color, especially since she has heard rumors that some examinees die during the test. Julian steps in, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, and reminds her that magic is the only way to solve the boy's problem. He explains that in the Northern Empire, this is the only academy where commoners are allowed to take the exam, making this their only chance. The narration returns to the Arcanist Academy of Candria, emphasizing its prestige as the foremost institution founded by the royal family of Candria and one of the 10 great academies. It is a training ground for Arcanists, where the most powerful Grand Masters of the Empire teach. In the past 10 years, several guardians of non-noble origin have emerged, and most of them graduated from this very academy. Smiling with confidence, Julian concludes that this is the perfect environment for the boy to learn magic. Moved by Julian's reasoning, the Sierra finally agrees. Inspired, Luis declares his firm intention to become a great master, with a gaze full of pure determination. He reveals his ultimate goal, to grow stronger and reclaim ownership of the orphanage from the hands of the church. Luis's bold declaration leaves the Sierra completely stunned and speechless. With tears in her eyes, she confesses that she has become too dependent on him, that she cannot even calm his reckless behavior, and that she worries constantly about the orphanage, feeling like a terrible mother. Julian consoles her, telling her that she is doing more than enough by taking care of so many children. Luis looks at his adoptive mother with a sincere smile and tells her that he is only alive thanks to her. In his heart, he feels truly grateful. The scene then shifts into a flashback of his previous life. In that past existence, the world of dreams meant everything to him. However, his severe asthma confined him to a life dependent on a respirator, which eventually led even his parents to resent him for being a financial burden. Despite his fragile body, his passion for martial arts never faded, and he immersed himself in research from his wheelchair. That passion eventually bore fruit, culminating in his doctoral thesis on the martial arts industry, modern martial arts, and the possibility of their resurgence. He became an acclaimed scholar, a martial arts theorist whose work promised a brilliant future. In fact, his research was destined to contribute greatly to the development of the combat industry and the revival of martial arts themselves. But fate had other plans, and tragedy struck. A fellow scholar stole his thesis and, with ruthless cruelty, accused him of being the thief, stripping him of both his life's work and his honor. The traitor acted as though a sick man who could barely move did not deserve glory, stealing the recognition for the work of an entire lifetime. In the end, crushed by betrayal and illness, even his own parents abandoned him, removing the life support that kept him alive. As his life faded away, his final wish was painfully simple. He wanted to live longer. If there were a next life, he longed for a healthy body, a family that loved him, and a life of his own. And so his wish was heard. His consciousness awakens in a new time and place. The year 90 of the Holy Calendar, in the village of Mantia, within the Northern Empire of Candria. 500 years before his current life, a young Sierra finds him. Another nun voices her concern over his peculiar hair and eye color. Lois's consciousness flickers in confusion. Where am I? He wonders. I should be dead. The other nun, uneasy, warns the Sierra that the child might bring disaster to the facility, seeing him as an ill omen. But the Sierra, wearing a compassionate smile, declares that the child is innocent. Unable to abandon him, she takes him in and gives him a new name, Luis Carell. The flashback ends. Back in the present, Lois reflects on his incredible fortune. Now he has a beautiful family who loves him and a healthy body, everything he had always dreamed of. But the harsh reality of the world soon shatters his moment of peace. An arrogant noble suddenly shoves the Sierra aside, shouting, "Move out of the way, commoner!" She falls to the ground from the force of the push. Luis and Julian shout her name, rushing to her side in panic and fury. The noble mocks their ambitions, sneering at the idea of a commoner becoming a great master. Why dream of something so impossible? Louis's eyes ignite with icy rage, the noble's contempt fueling a deep resentment within him. The noble wipes his hand disdainfully, as if he had touched something filthy, and says sarcastically, "Oops, I touched a filthy commoner. Hope my luck doesn't run out." Trembling with anger, Luis clenches his teeth and whispers a curse under his breath. "Damn bastards. just as Louis is about to explode. Julian grips his arm tightly, stopping him in his tracks. Julian shoots him a stern look, reminding him that he must focus on the exam right now, not on fighting. The Sierra also intervenes, sternly reminding him of his promise not to cause trouble at the academy. She begs him to endure it for now. Caught between his rage and his family's pleas, Lou is left speechless, forced to suppress his fury. With great effort, he calms himself. The Sierra places a comforting hand on his shoulder, and he quietly apologizes to his mother. The noble and his entourage walk away, laughing mockingly as they leave. Cowards. Tch, what a party pooper, one of them says. You're lucky, trash, adds the other as they walk off to get their numbers. Suddenly, a commotion breaks out. The crowd parts as people shout, "Make way!" Lord Ken is arriving. A young man with blonde hair and a refined presence steps forward. He radiates an aura of nobility, and the people murmur that he truly looks like a noble, almost as if he were shining. He is introduced as Kane Aranka, heir of the Aranka family. As Louis watches the nobles strut about, his anger hardens into cold determination. Damn arrogant bastards, he thinks, his contempt deepening with every passing second. His gaze sharpens with a silent promise. This is no longer just anger. It is resolve forged from steel. You'll see, he swears inwardly. I'll prove to all of you that you underestimated a commoner. The Sierra looks at him with worry, but Louis takes her hands and offers a reassuring smile. I'll be fine. I will definitely pass and become a great master. Meanwhile, the noble Kane Aranka silently overhears Louis's bold declaration. The noble bullies laugh at him, but Louis, filled with determination, adds, I'll learn magic and prove it to all of you. With renewed purpose, Lise bids farewell to his parents and runs toward the examination grounds, thinking in this life I'll become the strongest and protect what is precious to me. He finishes that thought by looking at an image of his beloved adoptive family in his mind, smiling with determination. The Sierra watches him go, her concern clearly visible. Will he be all right? She wonders. Only 20 or 30 people pass each year, and this year there are 20,000 applicants. We just want that child to be safe. Julian, however, reassures her. He's more stubborn than anyone, he says calmly, confident in Louis's resolve. Once he decides to do something, he charges straight ahead without caring what others think. Supporting him is our job as his family. Moved by his words, the Sierra nods. You're right. Louis arrives at the examination hall and looks around at the massive crowd. Is this really the exam hall? He thinks, realizing something unsettling. Everyone is older than me. Suddenly, an imposing figure descends from the sky. His voice booms across the entire courtyard. The entrance examination for the Arcanist Academy of Candria will now begin. The man introduces himself with undeniable authority. I am the director of this academy and the supervisor of this examination. He is Aronian Smith, director of the Arcanist Academy of Candria. A wave of astonished murmurs ripples through the crowd. The great master director Oronean, people exclaim. Louis reflects on the power system of this world, where martial arcanists, and arcane practitioners exist, divided into 6 ranks. A pyramid of power forms in his mind, illustrating the hierarchy. At the base stands the apprentice, followed by fighter, master, grandmaster, sage, and at the very top, Saint Director Oronian, a grandmaster, stands at the 3rd highest level. Louis realizes just how immense that title truly is. Represents the privileged class of this world. Oronian announces the first trial, pointing toward a long staircase. The first test is to climb these steps, which are guarded by senior students. He explains that the passes for the first exam are placed behind those upperclassmen who block the path. There are a total of 1,000 passes, and only those who manage to obtain one will be allowed to participate in the next test. The director warns that once all the passes are taken, the examination will immediately end. He raises a finger, preparing to give the signal to begin. With a voice that resounds with overwhelming power, Aronian shouts, "Begin!" Instantly, the mass of applicants surges toward the staircase. Brimming with confidence, the first wave charges forward, convinced the exam will be easy. "I'll be the first," one of them shouts. At the top of the stairs, one of the senior students waits with a sinister smile. "Examinees," he says mockingly, "welcome to hell." With a roar, the student releases an overwhelming wave of red and black energy and intense killing intent that crashes down upon the aspirants. Their vision distorts and blurs, as if the world itself is collapsing around them under the crushing pressure. Terror seizes their hearts. Many scream in fear, their faces twisted in panic, as the killing intent assaults their minds. Unable to withstand the pressure, numerous applicants collapse to the ground unconscious. One by one, they are disqualified by number. Panic spreads among the remaining candidates. Was that an attack? Someone cries out. Another recognizes the senior student. That's Lord Sheed, the son of the Minister of Finance, last year's top scorer. How terrifying. While chaos reigns all around him, Lois remains completely calm, chillingly so. He immediately identifies the pressure. That was killing intent just now, wasn't it? The remaining applicants who are barely standing turn in shock, staring at him. Someone who is not only still standing, but looks entirely unaffected. Lois begins to walk forward, utterly unperturbed. That wasn't an attack, he explains to himself. He simply released his aura to intimidate us. Drawing on the knowledge of his past life, he analyzes the situation with cold clarity. Anyone with a weak will would naturally faint from fear, he concludes, glancing at the many unconscious bodies scattered across the ground. To him, this mental trial is child's play. The noble who had harassed Duz earlier notices him. Exactly, the noble says with a smug smile. Looks like you've got some guts. His smile turns malicious. But there are plenty of talented people here, he adds, his voice dripping with disdain. And besides, there's no place for commoners. Lewis's eyes narrow. Icy rage filling them at the blatant discrimination and arrogance of the noble. The noble's gaze grows predatory. But since you're already here, he says, his intent sharpening dangerously. With a shout, the noble unleashes his own killing intent. A crushing wave of hostility surging straight toward Louis. A concentrated column of red energy aimed directly at Luz. I'll make you kneel, the noble roars. The attack is so powerful that even the few remaining aspirants, who were still standing, are knocked to the ground, screaming in agony and begging for their lives as they are crushed by the pressure. Yet in the midst of the chaos, Lois remains standing, completely motionless and utterly indifferent to the noble's overwhelming killing intent. A smile slowly forms on Les's face. Is that all your killing intent can do? He mocks. It's enough to scare ordinary people, but for me, memories from his past life flood his mind. Bloody battlefields, the ferocity of warriors, and the brutal reality of combat he had studied obsessively. In his thoughts, he stands surrounded by the silhouettes of countless warriors. Through relentless mental training, he had endured their murderous auras again and again, facing the killing intent of legendary warriors and monsters in his mind day after day. Compared to that, the noble's pressure is insignificant. Enraged by Luz's defiance, the noble throws a punch imbued with his red aura, attempting to overpower him by force. Louis smiles confidently. It won't work, he thinks, preparing to release his own power. Luis erupts with energy. A powerful blue aura surges from within him, his eyes shining with an intense light. His blue aura crashes violently against the noble's red killing intent, completely nullifying it through sheer force of will. Clenching his fist, Nue prepares to counterattack. I'll show you nobles, he growls, his voice heavy with suppressed fury. What true killing intent really is, he roars, his eyes blazing with the accumulated power of a lifetime of mental training. Lois throws a single punch, but instead of physical contact, he unleashes a massive shockwave of pure killing intent. An invisible yet overwhelming force. The noble is hurled backward by the force of Deuce's counterattack. Utterly overwhelmed by a will forged through death and rebirth, the crowd stands frozen in shock at what they have just witnessed. They cannot believe that the arrogant noble has been defeated. The noble, eyes wide with disbelief, can only scream as he is flung away by a force he cannot comprehend. Lewis's fist stops just short of physical contact, yet the shockwave of his will slams squarely into the noble's face. The noble crashes into the ground, completely defeated by a single blow of pure willpower. Lois stands over him victorious. Lays casts a cold, contemptuous gaze downward, a silent warning to anyone who dares underestimate him. Even Lord Sheed, the highest-scoring senior student, is left speechless. Beads of sweat forming as he witnesses Duz's terrifying display of power. The other aspirants are utterly confused. How did he do that without using magic? They wonder. He not only resisted killing intent, but struck down a senior student. He's only 13 or 14 years old, right? Ignoring the stunned stares of everyone around him, Lois remains standing, unwavering. In amazement, Luis walks past the stunned Lord Sheed and says coldly, I will pass. He calmly approaches the board where the examination passes are displayed, leaving behind a shocked senior student and a crowd of astonished aspirants. With a simple, deliberate motion, Luis takes one of the pass cards, securing his success in the first trial. Enraged and humiliated, the defeated noble suddenly leaps to his feet, shouting, Damn it! As fury clouds his judgment, he charges at Luis from behind. His hand glows with magical energy as he attempts a cowardly attack to reclaim his lost honor. Louis reacts instinctively without even turning around. His senses, honed through his past life, warn him of the approaching danger. With astonishing fluidity, he deflects the noble's magical strike with a single movement of his hand, displaying martial skill far beyond his age. The noble freezes in shock. Impossible, he shouts. A mere commoner. Blocked my attack without magic. Director Aronian appears in an instant, placing a firm hand on the noble's shoulder. He has passed the first exam, he declares. The noble stammers, but he's a commoner. Aronian fixes him with a stern gaze. The Arcanist Academy of Candria treats all examinees equally. Noble or commoner, we are all the same humans when facing monsters. Crushed. The noble bows deeply in apology. You are absolutely right. Thank you. Luis also bows, showing respect for the director's wisdom. The director turns to Luis, his severe expression softening slightly. Congratulations, Luis Carell, he says, acknowledging his success. Then, however, Aronian leans closer, his gaze becoming sharp and penetrating as he studies him. Your hair color, he says quietly. It is quite concerning. The chapter ends on an ominous note of mystery. Suddenly, Luis Caro feels a surge of power. His hair and eyes momentarily change color, a phenomenon that does not go unnoticed. Still processing what is being implied, Luis asks cautiously, "What do you mean?" The Academy Director, Ronan Smith, a powerful Grand Master, steps closer to Luz and gently lifts his chin, examining him with keen interest. Aronian makes a surprising offer. He tells Luis that if he is admitted, he will personally prepare a special magical potion to conceal Luz's unique and striking traits. Luis, however, does not let himself be swayed. He thinks to himself that he does not know what the director is planning, but his priority is to pass the exam. He steels himself for the second trial. As Aronian leads Luz away, a man wearing glasses watches them from afar with an expression of pure contempt. The camera closes in on the man's face, his eyes burning with anger and resentment as he watches Luz walk away. This noble examiner, furious at the director's intervention on behalf of a commoner, clenches his teeth and swears he will not forget the name Luis Caro. The scene shifts to the second training field of the Arcanist Academy of Candria. An announcement echoes that the second examination will begin soon and that all examinees must wait. Out of the original 20,000 aspirants, only 1,000 remain. The majority of them are nobles who have received extensive preparation, elite education. Almost no commoners remain, which makes Luz stand out even more. A group of arrogant nobles approaches him, led by a young man with brown hair and a purple tie, all of them carrying an air of superiority. The leader looks down on Luz with open disdain. "Next time, no one will help you, commoner." Luz meets his gaze calmly, his expression composed, yet with a blade of steel hidden in his eyes. One of the noble's companions joins in, sneering, "Exactly. If the director hadn't helped you, you would have been disqualified a long time ago." With a barely perceptible smile, Lois replies in a voice so calm it is devastating, "Honestly, you're a complete idiot." The noble freezes, stunned by Luz's audacity. "What?" he shouts, completely thrown off. Lois continues, his tone filled with unshakable confidence. "The Grand Master has far better judgment than any of you." Enraged, the noble raises his fist. "Damn you. Do you want me to beat you to a pulp?" he threatens, but Logwaist does not flinch. A smug smile appears on his face, as if he had been waiting for exactly this. The noble's eyes burn with pure fury at Luz's defiance. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he throws a punch straight at Lobus's face. "Then I will," he roars. At the last instant, Luis's eyes shine with icy calm as he observes the incoming attack. With astonishing speed and precision, Luis stops the noble's punch using only 2 fingers. A spark of energy flashes from the point of contact, not magic, but the effect of an ancient martial arts technique that disrupts the opponent's flow of energy. The noble goes rigid in shock, stammering, I can't move my body." Luis's technique has completely neutralized his attack and his ability to move. Lo calmly reveals the name of his martial art, Meridian Rupture, followed by a spiral point strike. With controlled yet overwhelming force, Luis not only halts the attack but sends the noble flying through the air. The noble's companions watch in horror and disbelief, screaming his name as he is defeated. His body slams violently into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and plunging the area into stunned silence. The remaining nobles in the group stand frozen, utterly shocked by the sudden and humiliating defeat of their leader. One of them rushes to his side, kneeling to check on him and asking in panic if he is all right. Writhing in pain, the noble realizes he cannot feel his arm. He tries to move his hand, but it is completely paralyzed. Furious and humiliated, he accuses Luz of using poison. "Damn you!" he screams. "I'm reporting this right now." Liz steps forward calmly and clarifies the situation with quiet superiority. "It wasn't poison," he says. "It was martial arts." With an intense gaze, Luis tells him that he had been holding back because of a promise he made to his mother. But even he has his limits. Then Lois speaks a line filled with martial wisdom. "The only people who have the right to strike others are those who are prepared to be struck themselves." Just as the tension is about to explode once more, a young blonde noble, Lord Ken, steps in. He grabs Luis's wrist and reminds him that they are in the middle of an examination. With a serious look, Kane asks whether Luis is truly willing to be disqualified over a fight. Lace falls silent, lowering his fist as he assesses the unexpected intervention of this new figure. The humiliated noble, however, refuses to back down. He shouts at Kane to stay out of it and once again threatens Luz. "You damn commoner. I'll kill you!" Lord Kane turns toward them with undeniable authority. "You know who I am, don't you?" he warns. "You are the ones who should step back." The group of nobles freezes, intimidated by Kane's presence. Gritting his teeth, the leader tells his group to forget it and retreat. As they walk away in defeat, the leader looks back with open contempt, his resentment plain to see. Filled with hatred, he mutters to himself, "Commoners and nobles alike, all trash. Remember this." His words reveal both deep prejudice and a wounded ego. Lois watches them leave, thinking to himself that nobles are all the same, using their status to do whatever they please. Once they are gone, Lord Ken approaches Luis. "Luis, right?" he says, recognizing his name. "You're strong and brave." With a friendly smile, Kane extends his hand and makes a surprising offer. If you want, let's team up. Kane's offer immediately draws the attention of all nearby examinees. Several girls squeal with excitement, asking if Lord Ken is looking for teammates. In an instant, a crowd surrounds Kane, begging to be chosen. They shout out the names of their noble families in desperation, trying to impress him. Off to the side, Lewis watches the spectacle with unshakable calm. Whispers ripple through the crowd about Kane's identity. He's the young master of the prestigious Aranka family. The common belief is that teaming up with him guarantees passage to the next round, which only fuels the frenzy even further. Luis observes the scene with clear disinterest, letting out a simple humph at the chaos forming around him. From high above the arena, director Aronian Smith decides it is time to proceed. A powerful magical circle activates at the center of the field, floating in midair. The director's voice echoes across the grounds. Congratulations on passing the trial of will. With a faint smile, Aronian announces the next phase. What comes next is the trial of power. Suddenly, a glowing symbol appears on the chest of every examinee, catching them completely off guard. Whoa, what is this? Someone exclaims. Lord Kane, ever perceptive, immediately identifies it. Is this a Earth attribute mark? He wonders aloud. His expression changes as he realizes the implications of the magic about to be unleashed. In the very next moment, all the examinees feel their bodies grow unbelievably heavy. One by one, they collapse to the ground, unable to withstand the crushing pressure. A gigantic and intricate Earth attribute magic circle spreads across the arena, its power descending upon everyone at once, lights up the entire floor of the arena, revealing the source of the immense pressure. The director explains the conditions. For the second examination, while under the influence of Earth attribute magic, the examinees will fight within this arena. The same nobles who had mocked Luz earlier are now struggling on their knees, their bodies trembling. They cannot believe the power of a grand master and wonder how they are supposed to fight under such conditions. Chaos spreads as fear sets in. Amid the turmoil, one examinee suddenly shouts, pointing at someone. Hey, look at that guy over there. He's walking like it's nothing. It is Lord Ken. Despite the crushing pressure weighing down everyone else, he remains standing, barely, among the fallen bodies of his peers. Kane, drenched in sweat and wearing an expression of disbelief, stares ahead, unable to trust his own eyes. He is looking at Luz, who is not only standing, but steadily walking forward. With every step, cracks spread across the stone floor beneath his feet, the pressure concentrated entirely on him. From above, the director watches as Luis ascends onto the stage with no visible effort. The examinees sprawled across the ground cannot believe what they are seeing. That's impossible. Someone made it onto the stage. Director. Aronian smiles with satisfaction, and a hint of intrigue. You're the first again, he thinks to himself. Those still lying on the ground recognize him. It's him, the one who passed the first trial first. They cannot comprehend how he is enduring such pressure. Lord Kane reflects silently, stunned. For me, this is barely manageable. Even I, with 3 years of Grand Master level training, can hardly stay standing. The director's voice echoes once more. Only examinees who remain standing may participate in the next trial. Those collapsed on the ground can only wonder how he is doing it. With a wave of his hand, Director Aronian Smith conjures a sphere of light, preparing to reveal the next challenge. A weapon rack materializes out of thin air before the few who are still standing. Those who wish to use weapons may choose from here, the director announces. The weapons spin slowly in the air, presenting themselves to the fighters. Swords, bows, and spears await their owners. Without hesitation, Lu's bandaged hand firmly grips the hilt of a sword, choosing his weapon for the trial ahead. With confidence and practiced ease, Luis runs through a few sword movements, his actions revealing an instinctive familiarity. His calm stands in sharp contrast to the others as he prepares for whatever the director is about to unleash. The director then adds a crucial rule. Choose whatever you like. But if you leave the stage, you will be disqualified immediately. Meanwhile, other examinees can barely hold onto their swords under the intense gravity. From his elevated position, Aronian Smith asks, "Are you ready?" And without further ceremony, he declares, "Begin the examination." With a snap of his fingers, the director gives the order that signals the true start of the challenge. Release the bound slimes. The examinees look around in confusion. Nothing appears. They're gone? One of them asks, bewildered. A pair of students whisper anxiously to each other. What are bound slimes? One asks. How should I know? The other replies. Uncertainty thick in the air. While Luis listens attentively beside them, suddenly his sharp senses detect movement. His gaze snaps upward at once. Above, he thinks, high atop the domed ceiling of the arena, dozens of glowing blue spheres begin to materialize. One examinee shouts in alarm, "Hey, something's falling!" One of the spheres plummets straight down and crashes into the ground, revealing its true form, a gelatinous blue creature. There it is, a slime, simple in appearance and almost cute. At last the examinees understand. Slimes. So these are the bound slimes. As the slimes begin to move, the director's voice explains the scoring system. Blocking a slime's attack earns 1 point. Dodging an attack earns 2 points. Defeating a slime grants 5 points. Aronian Smith concludes with the most important rule of all. Rankings will be determined by total points earned. Only the top 100 will advance to the third trial. Luis absorbs the information instantly. The competition is brutally intense. Out of the 1,000 remaining candidates, only 10% will move on. Only 100 people, he thinks, his resolve hardening. The slimes appear harmless at first, bouncing around and emitting playful sounds, which causes many examinees to lower their guard. One student laughs with contempt. They look pretty stupid. Slimes are low-level monsters, supposedly easy to defeat. Another examinee, brimming with arrogant confidence, raises his sword. Exactly. They're just slimes, he says, already imagining 5 easy points. He charges at the nearest slime. Take this, he shouts, swinging his blade down. But the slime is far from easy prey. Its expression shifts into one of fury as it evades the strike with shocking agility. The instant it dodges, the slime launches a counterattack, firing itself like a blue cannonball straight at the examinee. The student's face twists into pure shock, completely unprepared for the speed and aggression of the small monster. Bam! The slime slams into his face with devastating force, proving beyond doubt that these creatures are not weak at all. Another student can only stare in disbelief as a slime whizzes past him after incapacitating one of his companions. The examinee who underestimated the slime is sent flying through the air, knocked completely unconscious by the impact. The sudden ferocity of the slimes catches everyone off guard. An archer freezes in place, unsure how to react to the chaos unfolding around him. Another student panics and screams a warning to the others. Watch out! They're still falling! Panic spreads across the arena. Slimes rain down from above, crashing into the ground and immediately attacking the examinees, turning the trial into a chaotic battle for survival. From the balcony, the director and the other examiners watch as disorder overtakes the arena. Students are thrown through the air and knocked out one after another. The examiners announce scores as they are earned, their voices highlighting just how punishing the test truly is. Number 27930, 1 point. Number 17638, 2 points. One of the female examiners turns to the director, her expression serious. Director, this year's examination includes the young masters of the Avius family, the great noble houses, Aranka and Duran. She suggests that a new record might be set this year. Down in the arena, Dorkin and a red-haired girl fight with remarkable skill, dodging and striking with fluid, elegant movements. Another examiner interjects, pointing toward the battlefield. There are several like them. This year, we also have outstanding commoners, he adds thoughtfully. The boy you helped earlier is a commoner too, isn't he? Director Oronian turns his gaze toward Lewis, his expression filled with intrigue. He's an interesting one, he says. He might show us something truly fascinating. However, another examiner brings him back to reality. Perhaps, but for now he hasn't taken a single step. Back in the arena, the focus shifts to Luz, who stands completely motionless amid the chaos. Like the eye of a hurricane, the other competitors begin to notice him. What's that guy doing? One of them wonders aloud. His companion scoffs dismissively. The slimes are way too fast for him to keep up with. Looking at Lewis with open contempt, they mutter, a commoner is still just a commoner in the end. He'll get knocked out soon enough. Luz, however, keeps his head lowered, fully focused, his mind sharp and alert. A slime takes advantage of what appears to be Lewis's inaction and dives straight toward him from above, aiming for an easy target. It plummets downward at full speed. Just as it is about to strike, the scene zooms in on Luis's calm, composed face and the gleaming edge of his sword, ending the moment on a tense cliffhanger. The entrance examination of Candria Academy continues. Lokidil prepares himself, his expression serious and focused as blue energy begins to radiate from his body, ready to display his abilities. In the arena, the battle is in full swing. One examinee attacks a slime with his sword while Luz watches from a distance, analyzing every movement with unshakable calm. Lewis's incredible agility leaves the other competitors speechless. An archer and his partner stare in disbelief. One of them blurts out that he was sure the impact was unavoidable. They have clearly underestimated Luz. Luz doesn't just evade, he counterattacks. He releases a projectile of energy that tears across the arena at blinding speed. Lewis's attack hits its mark, striking another examinee directly and proving that his power is not purely defensive. Despite the ferocity of the battle, Lewis's face remains serene, his sharp gaze seeming to predict every move his enemies make. Still, he is not the only formidable fighter present. Another competitor unleashes a barrage of energy attacks, flooding the arena with blazing projectiles. It is Kane, a noble-looking examinee wearing a confident, arrogant smile. Certain that his overwhelming assault is impossible for Luz to evade, he watches intently. Faced with the storm of attacks, Luz remains unmoved. His concentration reaches its peak. A close-up of his face reveals the intensity of his focus. No fear in his eyes, only cold, precise calculation. The scene suddenly shifts to a snow-covered landscape, a flashback to Luz's brutal training. There, in the middle of a frozen mountain, he faces 3 training partners. They hesitate, knowing they are supposed to throw stones at him, but fear it may be too dangerous if one of them lands a direct hit. Yet Lewis stands firm before them. He reassures them with a confident smile, telling them it's fine, that there is something he needs to test. Convinced at last, his companions agree and shout for him to make sure he dodges, as they prepare to throw the rocks. Here they come! A rain of stones is hurled toward Luz, creating a moment of imminent danger. It is at that instant that Luz activates his special ability. His eyes shine with an inner light as his mind begins to process everything around him. Luz recalls a hypothesis he formulated in his past life as a martial arts theorist, an idea that could revolutionize combat itself. He trained to transmit information at extreme speed from the parietal lobe to the cerebellum, allowing him to calculate attack trajectories and react instantly. His theory was simple. If he could achieve that level of cerebral processing, he would be able to face any attack. Surrounded by falling rocks, Luz prepares to turn his theory into reality. This is the ultimate test of his void combat calculation. The first step, gather. Luz absorbs all incoming information about the projectiles, their trajectories, speeds, and angles. The second step, calculate. His eye glows intensely as he processes the data at superhuman speed, determining the safest possible path. The final step, evade. With astonishing agility, Luz moves through the storm of rocks, dodging every single one without suffering even the slightest scratch. His training companions are left completely stunned, mouths agape at the incredible feat they have just witnessed. Slightly fatigued, Luz wipes the sweat from his brow, his expression one of cold satisfaction. His technique, his lifelong hypothesis, has worked perfectly. Still within the flashback, Lewis explains to his astonished companions the name of his new ability. I call it void combat calculation, he says, though they can only stare at him in confusion. With an enigmatic smile, Luz begins to explain that it determines the outcome of battle itself. When the scene abruptly snaps, back to the present, to the examination arena. There, Luz stands facing the slimes charging straight toward him, ready to demonstrate the true power of his technique. It is a predictive art. His eyes glow with power as he activates his combat calculation, preparing to neutralize the threat. In his mind, complex physical formulas overlay the image of the slimes. Luz no longer sees enemies. He sees trajectories, velocities, and vectors. The slimes launch their attacks, but to Luz's hyper-accelerated brain, their movements are as predictable as mathematical equations. From an overhead view, the strategy of the slimes becomes clear, a coordinated assault from 4 directions. But to Luz, this is merely another variable in his calculation. He analyzes the situation with icy precision. The bound slimes possess speed and power, but they can only charge in straight lines. He has identified their fundamental weakness. His mind calculates the angles and rebound speeds, predicting their attack paths with astonishing accuracy. With elegance and no wasted motion, Lewis takes a single step to the side, effortlessly evading the first charge. With astonishing ease, all of the slimes miss, unable to adjust their straight-line trajectories. For Luz, with his predictive ability, dodging them is effortless. He keeps a mental tally. 4 successful evasions for a total of 8 points. But evasion alone is not enough. Next, Luz tightens his grip around the hilt of his sword, channeling his energy. The defensive phase is over. Now it is his turn to attack. With a sharp battle cry, he unleashes a slash of pure energy. My turn. Using his sword technique, sword-severing cut, he releases a blazing wave of energy that splits apart and annihilates the remaining slimes in a single strike. Lewis's display of skill does not go unnoticed. Kane, the noble swordsman, watches from afar, completely stunned by what he has just witnessed. Even the exam supervisors are impressed. Did he read the slime's movements? One asks in disbelief. That perception, another murmurs, awestruck. Kane now looks at Luz differently. He realizes that Luz is not just another examinee, but a formidable warrior, a true rival. A sly smile spreads across Kane's face, the expression of someone well-versed in specialized combat techniques. I see, he thinks, having made up his mind. I definitely should team up with him. Suddenly, Lewis senses a presence and turns, alerted. He is not alone as he prepares to finish off another slime and earn more points. Slash! Another sword pierces the slime right in front of him, stealing the kill at the last second. The blade belongs to Kane, who has intervened from above, skewering the slime in a clean, decisive strike. Luz turns sharply, anger flashing in his eyes. Hey, he says coldly, his gaze threatening. You're stealing my prey. Kane, utterly calm and arrogantly composed, replies without hesitation. Well, what I stole wasn't yours to begin with. Their clash has finally begun. To prove his point, Kane launches himself back into the fray, moving with the speed and elegance of a master fencer. With a single precise cut, he cleaves a slime in half, stealing points that other examinees were just about to claim. Nearby, a group of rough-looking examinees struggles clumsily to contain a single slime. The gap in skill is overwhelming. Kane turns back to Luz and gestures toward the others as he clarifies his logic. Steal from them, not each other. His targets are the weak. With a smile that is charming yet unmistakably dangerous, Kane formally introduces himself. I'm Kane. Want to steal points together? The offer of an alliance hangs in the air. Lewis studies him cautiously, his expression serious as he weighs the noble swordsman's hidden intentions. Noticing the suspicion, Kane clarifies his motives. To be clear, I only want a high ranking. Then, to make things more interesting, he adds a challenge. And while we're at it, let's compete to see who gets more points. Kane's gaze sharpens, filled with provocation. Show me your maximum power, he demands, revealing that his true interest is testing Luz's strength. Luz returns the smile, a blend of confidence and arrogance. The proposal amuses him. You seem very confident in your abilities, he replies. Fine, if you insist. Tightening his grip on his sword, Luz prepares himself. The competition has just begun. The competition between the two prodigies is about to begin. But Luz adds a condition. I'll show you what I've got, he says, as they position themselves back to back. The loser will have to do whatever the winner says. Kane is genuinely surprised. It is the first time anyone has dared to impose terms on him. Unbeknownst to them, however, they are being watched from a distance. A furious archer curses under his breath when he sees that his two targets, Luis and Kane, are now together. The archer gathers his group. They had received orders from someone called Lord Schiff, and Kane had allied himself with Luis. With all this chaos, they could finish them off right now. It is the perfect chance for an ambush. The leader of the group, a man with a sinister gaze and blood-red eyes, smiles maliciously. Yes, the decision is made. Suddenly, a surge of energy streaks across the arena, marking the start of a surprise attack against the new alliance. Let's do it. The archer and his companions draw their bows, ready to eliminate the competition. A magical arrow flies straight toward Kane, but Luz reacts in a split second, shoving him out of the projectile's path. Luis's eye sharpens with superhuman intensity as he activates his combat calculation, analyzing the incoming threat. In an incredibly bold move, Luz steps forward to intercept the arrow, not with his sword, but with his own body. The archers do not stop. They unleash a rain of arrows, intending to overwhelm them completely. A violent explosion of red energy erupts at the point of impact. The attack appears to have struck true. Kane watches in horror as Luz takes the arrow head-on. The force of the impact is brutal. The archer smiles victoriously, shouting in triumph, convinced that his target has been eliminated. But through the smoke, Luz simply smiles. He is completely unharmed. The archer's smug expression twists into a mask of pure disbelief. What? He cannot comprehend how Luis survived. As the smoke clears, the unbelievable truth is revealed. Luis is not only uninjured, he has caught both arrows with his bare hands, held firmly between his fingers. Panic spreads among the attackers. He caught the arrows with his bare hands, the leader shouts. How could he react to that? Their plan has completely collapsed. Kane rushes to Luz's side, worried. Are you okay? That trash fighting dirty. But Luz, utterly calm, lets the arrows fall from his hands and replies casually, It's nothing. Enraged by the insult, the archer raises his bow again. Who are you calling trash? He roars. This time, Kane becomes the target. The archer unleashes his special technique, twin arrow. Dark purple energy coils around the arrows, and his eyes glow with a sinister red light. Two projectiles, one infused with dark magic, shoot forward at incredible speed toward Kane and Luz. This time Kane moves. With a confident smile, he steps forward and flicks his rapier, shattering the ordinary arrows with ease. This level, he says casually, as if the attack were child's play. But the arrow infused with dark magic is different. It continues its advance, unaffected by Kane's strike. The dark arrow closes in, moments away from piercing Kane. His expression shifts, surprise mixing with tension as the threat bears down on him. A violent burst of blood splashes across the scene. Blood drips from Kane's palm as he warns Luis not to move. Stunned, Luz realizes that he was the true target of the attack all along. From a distance, two exam supervisors observe the situation. One of them, a man wearing glasses, points out the clear malicious intent behind the attack and asks whether they should be disqualified. However, the chief supervisor, a tall blonde man with an imposing presence, responds calmly. He decides not to intervene, trusting that the attackers will lose anyway, and orders healing potions to be prepared for after the exam. Back in the arena, Luis, still processing what just happened, turns to the boy who saved him and speaks up, recognizing him. You're Kane, right? Kane. With a bold smile and gripping his sword like a baseball bat, Kane asks the attackers if they have ever heard of baseball, confusing everyone with a reference from another world. True to his words, Kane uses his sword to strike two incoming energy projectiles, batting them back with the precision of an expert hitter. Complex mathematical formulas appear around Kane as he activates his unique ability, Void Combat Calculation, predicting and analyzing every movement of his enemies. Teeth clenched and eyes glowing with power, Kane focuses intensely, channeling his energy for the next attack. A strange, smiling creature made of blue energy materializes along Kane's sword, ready to be unleashed upon his opponents. Kane swings his blade, releasing the energy projectile, which shoots across the Colosseum arena at terrifying speed. The group of three noble archers watches in horror as Kane's attack rushes toward them. leaving them no time to react. The projectile strikes the leader of the archers square in the face. The impact is so powerful that it distorts his features from the sheer force. The archer is sent flying, utterly helpless before Kane's overwhelming strength. He crashes to the ground unconscious. A circular mark burned into his chest. A voice announces his fate. Number 438, disqualified. Kane lands lightly on his feet and declares with a grin, "One down." Nearby, Luis watches in awe, thinking that this whole game of nobles and commoners is becoming quite interesting. The two remaining archers scream in fury when they see their companion fall. "Brother, how dare you!" they shout, unable to believe the humiliation they have just suffered. One of them looks around in panic. Huh? Where did he go? In the blink of an eye, Kane has vanished from their sight, leaving Luz scanning the arena as well, searching for his next move. His gaze. Suddenly, Kane's voice echoes from above. He has leapt into the air and now descends toward them, shouting, "Here I am!" With a swift swing of his sword, Kane strikes the second archer, neutralizing him instantly before the stunned eyes of the last remaining companion. "Number 2, Kane declares without missing a beat. The same energy projectile that defeated the first archer now slams directly into the second archer's face. He is hurled through the air with a scream of pain, defeated in the same humiliating manner as his leader. The announcement follows immediately. The second attacker, number 0439, is disqualified. The final member of the group stares in pure panic, unable to comprehend what is happening. With a predatory presence, Kane appears right behind him and whispers coldly, "You're the only one left." Terrified and with no options, the noble archer attempts one last tactic, intimidation. He warns Kane that if a mere commoner goes too far, the upperclassmen will not stand by and watch. Kane responds with complete indifference, casually stepping on his foot and saying, "Oops." The last archer collapses to the ground from the stomp. From a distance, Luis watches the scene and sarcastically warns Kane to be more careful next time. Once the confrontation ends, Luis walks over to Kane to thank him for the help and asks with genuine concern whether his hand is all right. Kane smiles and brushes off the injury, telling Luis that he's surprisingly decent for a noble, while Luis gently holds Kane's bandaged hand. Amused by the comment, Luis replies that Kane is quite kind for a noble, and an unexpected sense of camaraderie forms between them. It is then that Luis makes a surprising revelation, asking Kane not to lump him in with ordinary nobles. He asks if Kane has ever heard of the great families and declares that he belongs to one of them, the Aranka family. It is explained that the great families are ancient clans that have produced numerous grandmasters and sages throughout history, represented by silhouettes of powerful regal figures. Their influence is so immense that they are portrayed as forces shaping the fate and wealth of the world itself. The power of these families rivals even that of the royal family, the traditional nobility, and the influential Arcanist Association. As they fight side by side, Kane reflects on Luis's revelation. Great families, huh? He thinks, realizing that nobles come in all kinds after all. However, Kane's overwhelming display of strength enrages other nobles in the arena. They despise him for being an interfering commoner and for allying himself with Luis. A group of arrogant nobles, furious over the defeat of the archers, steps forward and shouts that they will not allow the pair to earn any more points. The tension spikes sharply. Luis and Kane brace themselves, standing back to back as powerful auras surge from their bodies, ready to face the crowd. A full-scale brawl erupts. One noble roars with hatred, shouting that commoners should simply disappear, as he and others charge straight at Kane and Luis. But not everyone is against them. A pair of fighters notice that Lord Luis has become a target and decide to step in. They're aiming for Lord Luis. "Let's help him," they say, rushing forward. These new allies, possibly commoners or low-ranking nobles, join the fray, shouting, "Let's take down those low-class nobles!" The entrance exam instantly turns into a full-blown class war. The arena descends into total chaos. Fighters clash everywhere, weapons ringing and bodies colliding. Luis warns Kane to stay alert and silently vows not to lower his guard again, while combat erupts all around them. Amid the turmoil, two new figures appear. A red-haired young woman in armor watches the scene unfold and smiles. "This is getting interesting," she says. The warrior, named Milana, encourages her companion, a small blue-haired mage. "Milana, let's make those nobles who looked down on you regret it," he shouts, and together they leap into battle with fierce determination. Kane moves swiftly across the battlefield, dodging attacks with effortless grace. He realizes that he has become the focus of many enemies and that, continuing to rack up points, may only invite more trouble. As if to worsen the situation, several slimes suddenly appear in the arena, catching Kane off guard in mid-jump. The blue-haired mage springs into action, using his staff to trip an opponent charging toward him. Taking advantage of the opening, Milana cuts down another enemy with a wide, powerful swing of her sword, sending him flying. Elsewhere in the arena, a new and formidable combatant makes his entrance. It is a Suragan, a massive red-haired man wielding an enormous hammer, crushing his enemies with raw power. He bursts into loud laughter, clearly thrilled by the battle. "Ha ha, amazing, this is just amazing," he exclaims, reveling in the chaos. With a wild shout, Federon declares that hitting people is far more fun than smashing slimes and charges forward. He spins at terrifying speed, turning himself into a living whirlwind of destruction as his hammer tears through the battlefield. Eyes blazing with fury, Federon unleashes all his strength in one devastating motion. His spinning attack strikes several opponents at once, hurling them through the air amid screams of pain and shock. When he finally stops, he surveys the results with deep satisfaction. The ground around him is littered with defeated students, groaning and unable to rise after the crushing blows of his hammer. Meanwhile, the exam supervisors continue to observe from above. One of them asks the director whether they should intervene and stop the chaotic brawl, but the director calmly replies that it is fine. Youthful energy is important. Another supervisor voices concern. If all the nobles are disqualified in this free-for-all, won't that be a problem for the academy? The director, utterly unshaken, responds that the academy has its own rules and that they need not worry about public opinion. His subordinate nods, suddenly understanding. At that moment, a blinding pillar of golden light descends from the sky and explodes at the center of the arena, bringing the raging battle to an abrupt halt. Floating within the brilliant radiance, the director raises his arms and solemnly announces, "With this, the second exam has ended." With a smile, he informs the exhausted participants that the scores and rankings of the successful candidates will be announced shortly. The battle is over. Students lie scattered across the ground, completely drained. One of them notices that the effects of the earth magic have faded, while another complains bitterly about how tired he is. The injured examinees are instructed to drink the healing potions that have been prepared for them, and several students hurry to help their fallen companions. Kane holds one of the potions in his hand, observing with curiosity the magical aura emanating from the flask, marveling at its mysterious power. He comments on how expensive these potions must be, but Luis approaches him with a teasing smile and asks what is wrong. With an air of superiority, Luis tells Kane to relax, joking that he will not bother him even if he wins. Kane can only sigh at his arrogance. The director speaks again and, with a wave of his hand, conjures a gigantic magical scroll in the air to announce the results of the second exam. As the scroll slowly unfurls, Luis confidently asks Kane what place he thinks he got, already assuming that both of them have passed. Meanwhile, the defeated nobles scoff and laugh, mocking that the commoner does not even appear on the list. Luis looks up at the scroll in confusion when he sees that it only displays results up to 6th place and his name is nowhere to be found. The director announces that the top 5 examinees have surpassed previous records. The 5th place is revealed first. Miliano Roy, the small blue-haired mage. To everyone's surprise, 4th place goes to Kane Aranka. However, the image displayed alongside the name shows Luis with a serious expression, creating confusion between the announced name and the person shown. 3rd place is then announced as Fei Yurin, and the image reveals the red-haired warrior wearing a confident smile. Despite the name being masculine, Luis stares in disbelief. Unable to understand why his name has still not been called, he wonders out loud if he was disqualified for attacking those bastards. The announcement of the second test's results echoes throughout the arena. 2nd place is awarded to Luis Carroll, who has obtained 887 points, an astonishing achievement for a commoner. Kane Aranka, a blonde noble, looks confused. He does not recognize the name, despite having interacted with Luis earlier, highlighting once again the invisibility of commoners within noble society. Kane approaches Luis, referring to him as that commoner from before. Luis, wearing an enigmatic smile, simply replies that it is a secret, keeping both his identity and abilities hidden. Accepting the evasive answer, Kane reminds Luis that he has won their bet. Luis postpones his reward, saying he will tell him later after the exam, and Kane agrees. At that moment, everyone's attention turns toward the announcement of 1st place. The 4 remaining, the best candidates, including Luis, Kane, and 2 female warriors, wait as the tension continues to rise. Then the announcement finally comes. 1st place, with an unprecedented record of 888 points, goes to Neilligan. Another commoner, a warrior with an imposing physique, kneels in the arena while holding his massive hammer. Neilgun smiles confidently, his red eyes shining with intensity. He feels that he has finally found worthy opponents and hopes they will not disappoint him. The noble crowd is left in complete shock. They cannot believe that 2 commoners have taken the top 2 positions, surpassing even Phi of the prestigious Duran family. Neil's power is overwhelming. Phi's hand, belonging to a young woman with blue hair, trembles uncontrollably. The result has deeply affected her, as the pressure and surprise of being surpassed sink in. In contrast, a pink-haired warrior clad in armor looks thrilled by Neil's strength. With a provocative smile, she openly expresses her desire to face him in battle. A group of nobles erupts in outrage. Losing to mere commoners is an unbearable humiliation to their status and pride. One noble, consumed by anger, calls them a disgrace to the nobility, his face twisted with hatred and contempt. Meanwhile, the academy director watches the scene alongside an assistant. They remark on how unprecedented it is that two commoners from an orphanage have claimed the top ranks. With a wise gaze, the director poses a rhetorical question about the true purpose of the orphanages run by the Arcanists Association, hinting at a deeper truth. The answer is shown through a powerful image, Neil and Luis, enveloped in red and blue auras of power, proving that true strength has nothing to do with social status. With the results announced, the director instructs those who pass the second exam to proceed to the next testing area. As they walk, Kane comments on how close Luis was to taking first place and wonders which of the two monsters is actually stronger. Luis, casually drinking from his canteen, simply replies, "Who knows?" The candidates arrive at the third training field of the Candria Arcanists Academy, a vast and dense forest. The start of the third and final exam is announced. The director, levitating and surrounded by a golden aura, reveals the nature of the final test. A survival trial. A battle royale of emblems. He explains that each participant will be given a magical emblem and that senior students will teleport them to random locations throughout the forest. The emblems float toward the examinees. The objective is simple. Collect as many as possible, and any method is allowed. Luis, Kane, and Neil receive their emblems. The director then issues a crucial warning. Anyone who loses their emblem will be immediately disqualified. Only the top 10 candidates, based on the final number of emblems collected, will earn admission. Kane tells Luis that they should act separately, since high-ranking participants like them will become prime targets. He advises Luis to be careful as he reunites with his own group of nobles. Luis promises to do his best to survive. Luis holds his emblem with a cunning smile. He understands immediately that announcing the rankings was a deliberate tactic meant to turn the top candidates into targets. Far from being worried, his expression shows that he is ready for the challenge ahead. From afar, the director watches with a satisfied smile. His stage is perfectly set. With a final mental command, he challenges the students to prove their worth and survive. The trial has begun. Deep within the forest, Luis feels resolute. Admission is just one step away, and he is determined to win no matter the cost, fully prepared to face whatever comes his way. Suddenly, a contemptuous voice stops him in his tracks. Someone calls him a commoner, and from the sound of approaching footsteps, he knows they are not alone. The confrontation he expected has finally begun. One of the nobles, still offended by the rankings, steps forward wielding a massive axe. With a malicious grin, he tells Luis that he has finally found him and is ready to avenge the humiliation they suffered. Luis glances at him from the corner of his eye. His expression remains calm and serious, showing no fear, only cold determination in the face of imminent danger. Moments later, Luis finds himself surrounded by a group of nobles. They mock him, pointing out that his protector, Kane, is nowhere to be seen to save him this time. Luis shows a brief flicker of surprise, not at the attack itself, but at how quickly they manage to find and encircle him. The ambush is perfectly coordinated. 3 nobles have him in their sights. One armed with a crossbow, another with the axe, and a third wielding a spear, cutting off every possible escape route. Without hesitation, 2 of them charge forward with their spears. Luis reacts with astonishing agility, flipping into the air and leaping cleanly over the thrusts. While airborne, his face shows both surprise and total focus. He is already analyzing their movements and calculating his next step. As soon as he lands, he is forced to deflect a magical attack with a spinning kick, proving that his reflexes operate on a superhuman level. He drives his sword into the ground to steady himself after the evasive maneuver, wondering what that last attack was, clearly recognizing that it was not a normal physical strike. The noble with the axe, furious at Luis's resistance, shouts at him to surrender. His pride is wounded, and he is determined to finish him off right there. Despite being at an overwhelming numerical disadvantage, Luis moves with remarkable martial fluidity, dodging, deflecting, and blocking the simultaneous attacks of his assailants. Suddenly, a green magic-infused arrow flies straight toward him. The nobles are not relying solely on weapons. They are using magic as well. With an irritated expression, Luis realizes that the magical attacks are becoming more frequent, complicating his defense. With a precise motion, he manages to deflect the enchanted arrow with his sword, metal clashing against energy in a bright flash of light. Another noble, spear in hand, charges forward while shouting, preparing a new assault against the cornered Luis. The attacker closes in. The noble mocks Luis as his spear begins to glow with wind magic. He belittles him for being nothing more than a commoner who cannot even use magic, convinced that his attack is impossible to defend against. But to his growing frustration, Luis continues to evade every strike with astonishing grace and speed. Helplessness starts to creep into the noble's mind. Meanwhile, Luis feels the pressure building. He admits to himself that he cannot calculate the trajectories of magic, an undeniable and critical disadvantage in this world. He exhales slowly, calming his thoughts. His expression sharpens into one of absolute focus. If he cannot predict magic, then he must respond in a different way. He decides to use his trump card, Sen no Sen, a counterattack technique executed just before the opponent strikes. anticipating intent rather than action. With an icy gaze, Luis prepares to unleash the essence of his martial art, reading the flow of battle and turning the enemy's power against them. The leader of the nobles, enraged by their lack of progress, shouts at his companions to stop hesitating and attack all at once. His plan is simple: overwhelm Luis with a relentless, all-out assault. At the command, the nobles launch a coordinated attack from every direction, creating a storm of steel and magic. They believe that against such combined force, Luis will have no escape. Yet, in the face of the total onslaught, Luis shows no fear. Instead, a confident smile spreads across his face as he lets out a quiet, defiant humph. Rather than retreating, he charges forward. To him, their combined assault is not a threat. It is the exact moment he has been waiting for. The noble with the axe believes Luis has fallen into his trap and shouts triumphantly, convinced that his strike will be the finishing blow. As the heavy axe comes crashing down, Luis slips beneath it, moving faster than the eye can follow. The attack misses completely. Applying sen no sen, Luis uses his sword not to block, but to redirect the axe's trajectory, closing in dangerously close to his opponent. The axe-wielding noble is thrown completely off balance, his powerful strike rendered useless. In one seamless motion, Luis fuses offense and defense into a single fluid act. Seizing the opening, Luis uses his opponent's body as a weapon, hurling him into another attacker. At the same time, he kicks up dirt to blind a third noble, neutralizing 3 enemies in an instant. His counterattack does not stop there. He snatches a fallen spear and sweeps the legs of the remaining 2 nobles, keeping them off balance and on the defensive. From the safety of a tree, a noble armed with a crossbow fires a magical energy bolt, a precise and devastating shot aimed straight at Luis. With cold calculation, Luis grabs one of the fallen nobles and positions him as a human shield against the incoming projectile. The magical bolt slams directly into the noble's back, inflicting the full force of the attack meant for Luis. The man collapses to the ground, bleeding and defeated. Luis releases him without hesitation, muttering a curse under his breath at the situation that forced him to take such a measure. Now armed with the stolen spear, Luis lifts his gaze, locking his eyes on his remaining enemies. His gaze locks onto the position of the crossbowman, his posture radiating a silent, lethal intent. Channeling all his strength into the spear, Luis hurls it with devastating force, turning his enemy's own weapon into a projectile. The spear slams into the tree like an explosion, splintering the trunk and forcing the crossbowman to leap away at the last second to save his life. In a breathtaking display of close-quarters combat, Luis follows up with a seamless combination of kicks and strikes, disabling the remaining nobles as he moves among them like a raging whirlwind. One by one they fall. With their owners defeated, the nobles' emblems detach and float into the air, marking their immediate disqualification from the trial. In one swift, confident motion, Luis catches the falling emblems, claiming the spoils of his victory. Standing amid the unconscious bodies of his attackers, he looks down at the emblems in his hand and coldly declares that he will be keeping them. Desperate and cornered, the group's leader screams at the crossbowman to stop hesitating and unleash all his magic on Luis in one final attempt to bring him down, but his shout is cut short by a calm, mocking voice from above. It is Cain, who has appeared silently and now grips the noble's crossbow. "Were you talking to me?" he asks with casual sarcasm. Before anyone can react, Cain strikes the crossbowman, sending him crashing down from the tree and slamming into the ground, completely out of the fight. Sitting comfortably on a tree branch, Cain casually plays with the crossbow and remarks to the fallen noble, "What a shame. You can't use magic anymore." The leader of the nobles stares in horror and confusion, demanding to know why Cain is there, revealing that the plan had been to keep him occupied elsewhere. Cain smiles slyly and explains that he let them believe their plan had worked, all while extracting every bit of information from them. They had gravely underestimated the Aranka family. Consumed by rage and desperation, the noble leader screams that he will defeat them both, a hollow threat that only highlights his complete defeat. Unmoved by the outburst, Cain silences him with a blunt strike from the crossbow's stock, ending the confrontation once and for all. With the battle over, Luis approaches Cain and calmly says that he is fine. Cain, meanwhile, complains about how noisy the noble had been, showing just how little the situation affected him. He dismisses the attackers as low-level nobles, and then hands Luis the emblem he took from the crossbowman, sharing the rewards of his clever intervention. Cain offers to help Luis going forward, acknowledging that he will remain a constant target. Luis, however, firmly refuses, declaring with unwavering resolve that he will handle his own problems. Suddenly, applause echoes through the clearing. It is the pink-haired warrior who had been watching the fight. Clearly impressed by Luis's words, she exclaims, "Well said. That's the guy I recognize." Deeper in the forest, a young warrior with orange hair and light armor steps forward confidently, spear in hand. Fixing her opponent with a challenging stare, she demands at close range, "Fight me." Luis Carroll looks at the warrior, while at his side, his next trial is already beginning. His companion Cain, a blonde-haired young man, warns him about the girl's identity. That's Phi Duran, he says, the daughter of a Grand Master. Luis asks Kane if she is a friend of his, and Kane immediately reacts with agitation. That muscle-brained girl is not my friend, he snaps, making his frustration toward her very clear. As Phi approaches, Kane admits that he has fought her before, though he excuses his loss by saying he let his guard down. Luis, without any tact, replies bluntly, "So you lost." Growing impatient with the lack of response, Phi steps right in front of them. "Stop flirting and answer me," she says firmly. "Are you going to fight or not?" Kane leans closer to Luis and whispers that it would be better to ignore her and focus on collecting emblems. He explains that she can already use magic and that her level is that of an apprentice. Hearing that they plan to avoid her, Phi's anger explodes. She shouts that they are planning to run away together because they know they cannot win, calling them cowards. Provoked by the insult, Luis finally accepts the challenge with a confident smile. "Fine," he says. "I've wanted to see how someone from a great family fights anyway." Luis's answer clearly pleases Phi. "Aha! That's better," she exclaims with an arrogant smile. To show her superiority, she adds, "To be fair, I'll fight without using magic." Without wasting a second, Phi charges forward. "Take this!" she shouts as she unleashes a powerful technique. Sacred Spear. Impact. Facing the incoming attack, Luis's expression remains calm. His eyes glow with a faint blue light as he activates his combat analysis ability, instantly predicting the attack's trajectory. In the blink of an eye, Luis moves at incredible speed, deflecting Phi's thrust and narrowly evading the spear's deadly strike. Phi comes to a sudden halt, shock written all over her face. "Oh, she mutters, unable to believe that he stopped her attack. Luis, now gripping the shaft of her spear firmly, looks at her calmly and finishes her thought. "Pretty good." Phi strains with all her strength to pull her weapon back, but Luis's grip is overwhelming. The spear does not move even an inch. Using her own momentum against her, Luis twists and throws her off balance, sending her stumbling to the side. The battle continues. Phi quickly recovers and sweeps her spear in a wide arc, but Luis dodges agilely, already preparing for his next move. Determined not to be underestimated again, Phi leaps backward to create distance and shouts angrily, "Let's continue!" She channels her energy once more and unleashes Sacred Spear in a rapid barrage of fast, powerful strikes. The final blow of her combination slams violently into the ground, triggering a massive explosion of dirt and debris that erupts into the air. From a distance, two men observe the flash of the explosion. They are academy instructors who have been supervising the fight from the beginning. One of them, a bespectacled man, remarks that it has been a long time since he last saw the spear techniques of the Duran family, praising the flawless speed and power of Phi's movements. As expected of a genius, he concludes. However, his companion remains skeptical, glancing toward her opponent. A mere plebello, he continues dodging the waves of energy as he finishes his analysis, taking into account the spear's reach. It's extremely troublesome, Luis thinks. But there's something else. At the same time, his analysis reveals several fatal weaknesses. At last, he identifies a pattern he can exploit. Phi prepares another attack, spinning her spear to form a sphere of energy around herself, both defensive and offensive. Luis has found the answer. One weakness is close quarters combat, he declares in his mind, clearly visualizing how to break through her defense. With his eyes blazing and runes spinning around him, his plan becomes crystal clear. In other words, if I calculate the timing correctly and close the distance instantly, I can counterattack. Luis lunges forward, unleashing his own technique. Eskrima, sword dance. A whirlwind of blue energy surges toward Phi. She sees his movement clearly. Far from panicking, a cunning smile spreads across her face. "I know what you're trying to do," she thinks, instantly reading Luis's strategy to close the distance. "But that won't work on me." "Come on!" Phi shouts, and instead of retreating, she prepares to meet him head-on with her own counteroffensive. Anticipating Luis's charge, she pivots on her foot, anchoring herself to the ground, and unleashes a spinning counterattack. With a fierce battle cry, Phi whirls her spear at blinding speed, creating a defensive vortex that completely repels Luis's sword dance. Shock fills Luis's expression. His assault, carefully designed to exploit her weakness in close combat, has been completely neutralized. "What is this?" With an expression of exhilaration bordering on madness, Phi revels in her success. "The sacred spear of the Duran family has no weaknesses," she shouts. "Prepare yourself, Luis Carrel." Luis is forced to retreat, trapped within the storm of Phi's attacks, unable to find even the smallest opening to close in. Watching from a distance, the instructors marvel at Phi's skill. They comment that even the great Master Duran learned that technique at 16, and that when combined with magic, Phi surpasses any apprentice. To them, Luis's defeat seems inevitable. Cornered, Luis admits to himself that the situation is grim, but he refuses to give up. Instead of pressing the attack, he shifts to a defensive strategy. Luis executes a new fencing technique, swordnet, creating a defensive dome of rapid thrusts that blocks Phi's relentless assault. As he defends, he recalls the rest of his analysis. Another weakness of spear techniques is their massive stamina consumption. His new plan is endurance. If I keep defending with precision, an opening will definitely appear. He is confident he can win through attrition. However, the strain of the battle causes a crack to form along the blade of his sword. Fai continues her merciless attack, dancing across the battlefield. As she unleashes an unending stream of blows, with her spear, Luis's eye glows intensely. His calculation ability pushed to its absolute limit. He ignores the damage to his weapon and focuses entirely on the fight, waiting for the exact moment when Fai's stamina falters. And then he sees it. Within the raging vortex, a brief instant of hesitation. There, Luis thinks as he launches himself forward, his shining sword aimed precisely at that single fleeting point. The collision is brutal. Luis's sword strikes directly against the tip of Fai's spear. The sound of shattering metal echoes throughout the clearing. The confidence on Fai's face instantly turns into pure disbelief. The tip of her spear, the pride of her family, has been completely destroyed. Fragments of the broken spearhead scatter across the ground. For the first time in the fight, Fai has taken a decisive hit, but victory comes at a cost. Luis looks down at his own weapon and realizes the impact has shattered it as well. The blade is snapped clean in half. The broken tip of his sword falls and embeds itself in the earth, leaving Luis with nothing but the hilt and a useless chunk of metal. For a brief moment, both fighters fall silent, staring at the result of their fierce exchange. Two shattered weapons. A technical draw. Fai is the first to speak, her voice carrying a newfound respect. Impressive, she admits. If your sword hadn't broken, you were planning to counterattack, weren't you? Yes, Luis replies, glancing at the broken hilt with resignation. Looks like my luck is terrible. Suddenly, Fai puffs up like an annoyed child and points at him. Hey, by the way, you were holding back, weren't you? Luis calmly apologizes. It's a habit I observed before going all out. An enigmatic, confident smile spreads across his face. But now, he adds, I'll get serious too. Fai looks at him in confusion, unable to understand where his confidence is coming from. But your weapon is already... She starts, unaware of what's about to happen. Luis simply lets the broken hilt fall to the ground and flexes his fingers, preparing for a different kind of battle. With unshakable confidence, he reveals his true specialty. Actually, he says as he adopts a close combat stance, I'm better with my fists. Fai stares at him, her initial shock quickly replaced by renewed determination. She no longer underestimates him. Now, she decides to attack with everything she has left. Even without the spear's tip, Fai's power hasn't diminished. She stomps the ground, channeling her fire aura through the shaft of her weapon. Then she launches herself forward in a spinning charge, turning into a blazing projectile of incandescent energy. It's a desperate, yet terrifyingly powerful technique. Luis remains calm in the face of the charge. He raises his hands into a flawless guard, ready to take the impact head-on. From a distance, Kane panics when he recognizes the technique. That's a spinning charge attack, he shouts desperately. If he takes that head-on, he'll be seriously injured. Luis ignores the warning. His eyes shine with an intense blue light as the runes of his combat calculation ability envelop his hands, preparing for the collision. In his mind, he analyzes and visualizes the trajectory and force of Fai's attack, setting his hands not to block, but to redirect. At the exact moment of impact, Luis grabs the spinning shaft. Instead of being crushed, he begins to guide and redirect Fai's whirling energy with a smooth, controlled motion. With a shout of effort, he successfully diverts the entire force of the attack, sending the spiraling energy away from himself. Fai's deadly technique has been completely neutralized. Kane watches with his mouth hanging open, utterly unable to comprehend what he has just witnessed. What Kane has just witnessed leaves him utterly stunned. Luis didn't just survive, he stopped one of the strongest techniques of the Duran family with his bare hands. Fai, who has already rushed past him, turns around slowly, her face frozen in pure shock. That, her mind whispers, refusing to accept reality. Impossible. The pride Fai holds as both a noble and an elite warrior shatters as she sees Luis, the so-called commoner, still standing, having completely nullified her ultimate technique. From afar, the instructors in Loren can't hide their astonishment. They struggle to understand what they're seeing, because Furahan's piercing attack should have succeeded without question. One of them murmurs in disbelief. What did that boy just do? Enraged by this unexpected turn, Fai shouts with fierce determination, making it clear that her assault is far from over. With a swift, powerful motion, she charges again, swinging her spear through the air in an attempt to overwhelm Luis. Her eyes blaze with fury as she realizes a single strike won't be enough, and she unleashes a full-scale offensive. Fai slams down hard, her spear tip piercing the ground exactly where Luis Carrel had stood moments before, a clear display of the attack's terrifying force. Yet despite the ferocity of her assault, Luis remains calm. His eyes reflect razor-sharp focus as he analyzes the situation, already preparing his counter. Determined to end the fight, Fai activates one of her special techniques. Multiple images of herself split off and surround Luis, attacking him from every direction. The illusions of Fai, wrapped in swirling energy, rush forward in a violent storm of spear thrusts. Luis finds himself at the center of a deadly circle, the spear tips of Fai's illusions all aimed directly at him. Unfazed by the overwhelming technique, Luis simply smiles with quiet confidence, as if everything is unfolding exactly as he planned. He then reveals his own ability. Multiple phantom arms appear around him, manifestations of his incredible speed and refined martial technique. "So what?" he declares calmly. With astonishing precision, Luis raises his bandaged hand and stops the tip of Fai's spear dead in its tracks, completely neutralizing the attack in an instant. A close-up reveals his hand gripping the spear firmly, halting both its momentum and its magical power. In a breathtaking display of agility, Luis's silhouette weaves through the barrage of attacks, deflecting every thrust with a fluidity that borders on the supernatural. Fai's face twists into disbelief. She cannot comprehend how a mere commoner could stop her spear technique so completely. Watching from a distance, Lord Kane analyzes the situation with an expert eye. He realizes that Luis is using a unique technique to halt the rotation of the spear itself. Deeply impressed, Kane remarks that he has never seen anything like it before. The fact that an ordinary boy can counter the famed spinning spear technique of the Duran family leaves him genuinely astonished. Luis's eyes glow with an intense blue light as he prepares to unleash his counterattack, channeling his energy to finally seize control of the battle opponent. With a precise movement of his hands, Luis deflects Fai's spear, breaking her stance and sending her backward with the force of her own charge. Fai struggles to keep her balance. Her spear digs into the ground as the power of Luis's deflection forces her down onto one knee. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Fai curses under her breath, unable to accept that her powerful technique has been neutralized so easily. Completely bewildered, she demands to know what kind of strange technique Luis just used to stop her attack. With an exasperating calm, Luis explains that it is a type of parry from martial arts, adding that it incorporates a rotation, synchronized with the spear's movement to cancel out its spinning force. Fai is left utterly perplexed by the explanation. "Parry, rotation," she repeats, unable to process the idea that a martial technique could nullify her magic. Seeing that she doesn't understand, Luis gives up on explaining any further. He simply decides that words are pointless and shouts as he launches forward once more. Determined to end the fight, Luis's audacity leaves Fai completely stunned, unable to react to his sudden advance. With a fierce gaze, Luis rushes toward her, closing the distance in an instant. His feet move with unsettling speed and lightness, a footwork pattern Fai has never seen before. Luis uses evasive footwork, creating afterimages as he avoids Fai's next attack. She swings her massive spear in a deadly arc, but it cuts through empty air as Luis has already shifted to another position. His movement is so erratic and fast that it seems as if he is in several places at once, dodging effortlessly. Even Kane rubs his eyes in disbelief, wondering if what he's seeing is some kind of optical illusion. Luis's movement creates the illusion of ethereal butterflies, and the spectators can only describe his technique as resembling a butterfly in motion. Fai screams in frustration. Even though Luis is right in front of her, she cannot land a single hit. This technique is the butterfly step, an elegant footwork style created by a legendary boxer, moving the feet rapidly back and forth. This incredibly light footwork, with a rhythm almost impossible to follow, is the key to Luis's evasion. Luis closes in, thinking to himself that this movement is perfect for the situation, as it completely breaks Fai's guard. Seizing the opening, he throws a powerful punch with a clenched fist, striking Fai directly in the torso. The impact is so strong that Fai is sent flying through the air, utterly defenseless. Kane can't believe what he's seeing and cries out in shock that Luis has blown Fai away. The head instructor watches with an expression of total astonishment, recognizing that this outcome is completely unexpected. The instructors comment among themselves that even in a fight without magic, there are very few who could defeat Fai, and they begin to suspect that Luis is a close combat genius. Luis stands over Fai, who lies defeated on the ground. Steam rises from his body after the intense exertion, yet his posture remains firm and unwavering. Refusing to surrender, Fai struggles to her feet and declares proudly that she is Fai of the Duran family and that she cannot be defeated. Luis watches her. Determination, steam from the battle still rising from Luis's fist. Driven by the honor of her noble lineage, Fai prepares for one last desperate attack. A red aura envelops her body as she channels her energy into a final technique, declaring that she cannot lose so easily. Luis notices that Fai has abandoned her spear and wonders if she intends to use martial arts derived from her spear techniques. With a fierce battle cry, Fai charges forward, her fists ready for a direct martial confrontation. Luis adopts a defensive stance, instantly recognizing her style as Wing Chun and preparing himself to counter it. With a ferocious shout, Fai descends, pouring all her strength into a final downward strike. Luis responds with a deflection technique, Pak Sao, a palm parry used to redirect the opponent's attack. Fai doesn't stop there and immediately follows up with her own punch, shouting, "Crushing fist!" The clash of their fists creates a shockwave, a raw collision of pure power. Luis analyzes the impact and realizes that Fai's strength closely resembles 1-inch force, a high-level martial arts technique. He praises her skill, and Fai responds proudly that the Duran family excels in more than just spear techniques. Without giving him a moment to breathe, she continues her assault, unleashing a flurry of blows while repeatedly shouting, "Crushing fist!" Excited by the challenge, Luis fully accepts the fight. "Come on!" he shouts, as a spectral manifestation of a boxer appears behind him. Their attacks collide in a blazing exchange, a storm of martial techniques that lights up the battlefield. A manic smile spreads across Luis's face as his eyes glow red. Fighting a strong opponent is the dream he has always longed for. A voice deep within him whispers, "More, more." In the darkness, a blood-red demonic heart begins to beat violently, awakening a hidden power. Luis's eye transforms, his pupils shrinking into a single glowing red point, a sign that his sealed power has been unleashed. Surrounded by a demonic aura, Luis smiles and says, "Let's enjoy this even more." A monstrous shadow looms behind him. Fai suddenly freezes, sensing the terrifying change in the atmosphere. What is this? She wonders as a chill runs down her spine. Luis's overwhelming bloodlust manifests as a massive demonic face, poised as if to devour her. Pure terror paralyzes her, her eyes wide with fear as she realizes her body will no longer move. Luis, now moving at a terrifying speed, throws a devastating punch that lands squarely on Fai's face. The final blow lifts her off the ground. Blood sprays through the air as the battle reaches its brutal conclusion. The head instructor, utterly stunned, wonders what kind of power he has just witnessed, an energy he has never felt before. Luis lands calmly, while Fai's body is hurled violently backward by the force of the impact. She crashes into the ground, and then into a tree, which splits in two from the sheer power of the blow, leaving her finally motionless. The noble students watching from afar stare in stunned silence, their faces pale as they struggle to comprehend what they have just witnessed. Silence follows, heavy and suffocating, as the nobles stand in shock after witnessing the proud Faran being defeated in such an overwhelming manner. Disbelief quickly turns into rage. "Damn it!" one of them mutters, unable to accept what he has just seen. To think that a mere commoner could corner Fai like that. A young noble named Bran clutches his head, eyes wide with terror. It isn't just the crushing pressure of Luis's aura. It is the recognition of something far older, darker, and legendary that churns his stomach. Unable to withstand that horrifying realization, Ryan suddenly vomits violently. His friend Sit stares at him in confusion, asking what's wrong. Completely unaware of the primordial terror Ryan has just felt. Trembling, Ryan tries to explain, connecting that sensation to an ancient and forbidden legend, one so vile it makes him nauseous just to remember it. He recalls the overwhelming presence of Luis, surrounded by that crimson aura, and wonders if what he witnessed could truly be the manifestation of that feared myth. Meanwhile, Sit slams his fist into a nearby tree in fury. "The plan failed!" he shouts. "I never thought that commoner would be this strong." Blood stains the corner of his lips from the pressure he's under. Ryan, pale and shaking, whispers that if the legend is real, then they cannot allow Luis to live. The image of Luis's glowing red eyes overlaps with Sit's resolve, symbolizing the threat he now represents. The scene flashes back to the final moments of the battle. Fai, battered but not yet defeated, struggles to rise. Luis, cloaked in a demonic aura, unleashes a brutal spinning kick, a vortex of red energy that crashes into her. She spits blood as the impact overwhelms her, her body collapsing uncontrollably. Luis looks down at her like a predator. With a roar, he concentrates power into his fist, preparing to end the battle once and for all. A storm of crimson energy erupts, an onslaught of punches raining down like meteors from the sky. Fai, lying on the ground, is bombarded mercilessly. Barely conscious, she recognizes that Luis's speed and power exist on an entirely different level. There's no way I can win, she realizes. A gigantic fist of red energy materializes above her, a manifestation of Luis's overwhelming power. Terror fills her eyes as she looks up, knowing that if that blow lands, she will not survive. At this rate, he'll kill me, she screams internally. In a final act of desperation, Fai invokes her own ultimate technique, the martial arcana. A magic circle forms as she gathers fire energy into her fist. She launches her attack, the fire fist, a blazing explosion that surges forward to collide with Luis's demonic energy. The two forces crash together at the center of the battlefield, triggering a massive explosion that engulfs everything around them. The shockwave sends Fai flying. Her scream is swallowed by the thunderous roar as her body is hurled through the forest like a projectile, smashing through trees before finally coming to a stop. The force of the collision also pushes Luis backward, his feet carving deep grooves into the earth as he skids to a halt. When the dust finally settles, Luis looks down at his hands in confusion. His eyes return to their normal color. "Just now. Again," he murmurs, as if waking from a trance. The residual energy fades from his fist. Bruised and battered, he becomes aware of the lingering sensations still clinging to his body. unsure of what he has just unleashed or what it truly means. So this is magic, Kane reflects. He runs to Luis's side and asks anxiously if he's all right. Luis, still dazed, can only think about his opponent. I'm fine, but Suddenly, an instructor's voice echoes through the area. Number 3947, you have lost your emblem. Both Luis and Kane turn around in shock. Sita appears, pointing at Luis with a triumphant smile, and declares loudly for everyone to hear, "Are you disqualified?" Luis looks down and sees the emblem on his shoulder, the mark of his participation in the exam, burning fiercely. The flames completely consume it, reducing it to ashes that vanish into the air, sealing his disqualification. The nobles led by Sit burst into mocking laughter. "You lost. Get out of here." Kane tries to defend Luis, arguing that it was an accident, but Sit smiles maliciously and reminds him that the director saw everything. "You're not thinking of helping a cheating commoner, are you?" Sit asks coldly, then steps toward Luis, telling him he's interfering and that trash, like him, should have disappeared long ago. Just as the tension is about to explode, a weak yet firm voice interrupts them. "Wait!" Everyone turns in surprise. It's Phi, who has recovered just enough to intervene. Luis stares at her in disbelief, amazed that she's even standing after the brutal battle they just fought. Limping and covered in wounds, Phi walks toward the group. Despite her condition, her first concern is Luis. "Are you safe?" Sit, outraged, shouts at her, asking if she's really trying to protect a commoner and whether she doesn't care about being disqualified herself for breaking the rules. "Shut up!" Phi snaps. She faces Sit directly and acknowledges that Luis's emblem was burned. To everyone's surprise, especially Kane's, the proud Phi apologizes to Luis, admitting that she used magic by accident. Luis tries to take responsibility, saying he lost control, but Phi dismisses it. "It's completely fine," she says, declaring that since Luis forced her to use magic, he is the winner, and she challenges him to fight her again once they are both officially enrolled. Sit scoffs, mocking how Luis could possibly enroll when he only has 4 emblems left after his was destroyed. Without hesitation, Phi rips off the pouch containing all the emblems she had collected and throws it to Luis. "Take it," she says. "This is your reward for defeating me." With a defiant look, she argues that Luis's emblem burned after he defeated her, meaning his victory should still count as a valid record. Sit's fury reaches its breaking point, and he screams Phi's name, unable to believe her betrayal of the noble class. Faye completely ignores him and turns to Kane instead. "Hey, handsome," she calls out, leaving Kane momentarily stunned. She declares that she absolutely refuses to accept a world where the weak pass while those who truly deserve it, like him, fail. As if Sit's rage doesn't even exist, Phi kicks her spear up from the ground, catching it as she prepares to move. Holding the spear, she poses a riddle to Kane. What happens to Luis if the person in 10th place gathers 14 emblems or more? Kane understands instantly. With a sly smile, he draws his sword and replies, "What a coincidence. I was thinking the exact same thing." Both of them dash off at once, and Kane calls out teasingly after her, "So you can think about things other than fighting." Phi, her face flushed, shouts back at him to hurry up, saying she needs to go collect more emblems. Luis watches the two of them run off with a faint smile on his face. Behind him, an instructor approaches and begins escorting him out of the examination area. Speaking in a formal tone, the instructor confirms Luis's disqualification due to the loss of his emblem and offers to guide him out of the grounds. Luis accepts without protest. As he walks away, Sit watches him with eyes filled with hatred and mutters under his breath, "Don't think this is over." He clenches, his fist in rage as he realizes that if Phi and Kane succeed, Luis will pass anyway. "I never want to see that guy's face again," he growls. A dark, twisted idea crosses Sit's mind. If an examinee were to die in an accident during the exam, that wouldn't be strange at all, would it? He thinks with a cruel smile. His lackey encourages him. "That's right. Do it, Sit." Then he adds viciously, "I just hope he's not as weak as those other fools." Meanwhile, Ran remains deeply shaken by the energy he felt earlier. The memory of Luis's demonic eyes haunts him, and he wonders what the true identity of Luis Carroll really is. Far from the battlefield, the instructor escorting Luis tells him that although his martial arts are powerful, they cannot by themselves rival magic. Luis looks toward the towering academy in the distance, dreaming of learning how to fuse magic and martial arts to reach a new level of strength. Time passes and night falls. The full moon shines brightly in the sky, marking the end of a turbulent day. Luis walks alone along a stone path under the moonlight. On his way home, he notices that his clothes are torn to shreds from the fight. This is bad, he thinks. How am I supposed to explain this to Mom? He worries that if he tells her the truth, she'll worry too much and bombard him with questions he'd rather avoid. Suddenly, his instincts flare. A hooded assassin appears behind him out of nowhere, red eyes glowing as he launches a lethal strike. With incredible speed, Luis draws his own dagger and blocks the attack at the very last second. In one smooth motion, he dodges, disarms, and slams the assassin to the ground in the blink of an eye. The assassin, now pinned, stares up at him in shock. "How did you notice?" he asks, Luis covers his nose and answers calmly, "The smell of blood. You can't hide it, you know." From the shadows, more assassins emerge, surrounding him. Their leader sneers. "You're awfully calm for someone who's about to die." Luis quickly assesses his opponents, realizing they are quite skilled and that he'll have to fight with everything he has to survive this ambush. His attention is drawn to a figure lurking deeper among the trees. Especially that one, he thinks. He looks dangerous. Taking advantage of his brief distraction, one of the assassins charges. "Hey, brat!" he shouts, leaping forward with his sword poised to strike. "If you look away, your head will go flying." Ambushed in the forest, Lewis Carroll finds himself in a desperate situation, forced to face a deadly group of assassins who intend to finish him once and for all. Since they are using magic, he has no choice but to activate a special technique, causing his eye to shine with an intense blue light. Even while outnumbered, Luis moves with astonishing speed and precision, slipping past the sword strikes of an assassin and readying a counterattack with his own dagger. With his breathing technique activated, he channels his energy into the weapon. The blade begins to glow with arcane power, humming with destructive potential. With a swift and decisive motion, Luis brings one attacker down, clearly demonstrating that his close-quarters combat skill far surpasses theirs. Another assassin attempts a low sweeping attack, but Luis avoids it effortlessly. His body moves with an agility that borders on the supernatural. Luis leaps into the air, evading the enemies closing in on him from the ground. From below, the remaining hooded assassins watch closely, bracing themselves for his next move. At that moment, the leader of the assassins steps forward. He acknowledges Dew's abilities, noting that his superhuman perception and advanced combat techniques match what their intelligence had reported. Bruised but far from defeated, Luis listens carefully. Intelligence, he thinks, realizing that this ambush was a deliberate, well-planned attack. The leader admits that Luis's combat ability rivals that of a trained apprentice, then mocks him, asking how he plans to deal with magic as the assassins behind him raise their crossbows. At the leader's command, the hooded assassins fire, unleashing a rain of magical projectiles straight at Luis. What? Caught off guard by the sudden magical assault, Luis instinctively raises his arms to shield himself from the barrage of energy. He manages to evade as the shots slam into the trees behind him. "Damn it, wind arrows again," he mutters in frustration, recognizing the same magic that troubled him before. Realizing he can no longer hold back, Luis makes a decision. In that case, breathing technique, he declares, his face filled with resolve as he prepares to release his full power. Luis focuses inward, circulating energy throughout his body to enhance his physical strength and awaken his latent abilities. His eye shines once more with a blinding blue light. The goal is simple: push his power and speed to an entirely new level. Wrapped in a vivid blue aura, Luis lunges forward. His speed and force now far exceed anything the assassins anticipated. "Futile efforts," the leader shouts, ordering another volley of wind arrows, completely underestimating the true extent of Luis's power. With his enhanced speed, Luis weaves effortlessly through the intersecting streams of energy, moving like lightning across the battlefield. One assassin stares in disbelief. He's fast, he thinks, just before losing sight of Luis entirely. Hey, where did he go? He wonders in confusion. In the next instant, Luis appears above them, using one assassin's crossbow as a foothold. He launches himself even higher, preparing to strike, catching the leader and his subordinates completely off guard. The assassin leader barely has time to react, crossing his arms to block Luis's ferocious attack. The impact takes him by surprise. Luis's kick lands with crushing force, shattering the leader's guard and sending him flying backward with a scream of pain. Without wasting a second, Luis twists his body mid-air and dives toward the remaining underlings, who fire at him in panic as he descends. Wounded and enraged on the ground, the assassin leader shouts a desperate order to his men. "Stop him!" he roars, hoping they can overwhelm Luis. Obeying the command, one of the remaining assassins leaps into the air, channeling all his strength into a powerful descending kick meant to finish the fight. Below, Luis waits, bracing himself for the incoming blow. The assassin's attack is intercepted. Luis manages to block the descending kick, but the sheer force knocks him off balance, making it clear that the battle is far from over. A sharp pain shoots through Luis's arm. He realizes his opponent has managed to embed a small blade into him. Gritting his teeth, he endures the pain, refusing to give in. As Luis pulls free, a new figure appears, a far more imposing warrior clad in armor and wearing a blue scarf. His arrival silences the forest, signaling that a true challenge has begun. The elite warrior merely observes, allowing his subordinates to test Luis's strength once again. Luis is completely surrounded. He tries to move, but bursts of magical energy assault him from every direction, forming a cage of attacks that seems impossible to escape. Unable to dodge them all, multiple beams of energy strike Luis, breaking through his defenses and leaving him exposed. At last, the coordinated assault becomes too much. Luis collapses to the ground, seemingly defeated, as the assassins and their two leaders surround him, savoring their victory. One of the hooded assassins exhales in relief, He finally went down, he says, exhausted. Just firing at him drained me. Standing over Luis's motionless body, the assassin wonders aloud. Is he really just a commoner? He was far more troublesome than an average apprentice. But Luis is not defeated. In the next instant, his eyes snaps open, glowing with an even more intense blue light, revealing that he had only been waiting for the right moment. Before the assassin can react, Luis grabs the handle of his weapon with shocking strength, his eyes blazing with fury and resolve. In one smooth motion, Luis turns the assassin's momentum against him, striking him with his own weapon. The blow is brutal. The sound of bone breaking echoes through the forest as the assassin's eye reddens from the impact, a fatal strike that silences him completely. Always. Now armed with the axe of his fallen enemy, Luis rises to his feet. Behind him, the assassin's body collapses as blood splashes across the ground, a grim testament to Luis's renewed resolve. Seizing the moment of shock, Luis releases a violent burst of energy, sweeping away the remaining hooded subordinates in an instant and clearing the battlefield. However, the elite warrior remains unmoved, effortlessly deflecting the shockwave. Playing dead, were you? The elite warrior asks, his tone laced with both amusement and curiosity. Luis stands over the defeated assassin, breathing heavily but holding a steady stance. The underlings are gone. Now only the true leader remains. The elite warrior begins to clap slowly. Impressive for someone so young, he says, genuine respect slipping into his voice. Gripping the fallen man's weapon, Luis confronts him. Your subordinates were killed, and you don't even care. The elite warrior replies with chilling indifference. I couldn't care less what happens to trash. With a shout, Luis hurls the axe at the elite warrior, testing his defenses and his resolve. You're quite clever, the elite warrior remarks as he dodges the weapon. In the next instant, after images of his body appear, surrounding Luis in a display of overwhelming speed, the elite warrior prepares his attack, his hand glowing with ominous purple energy. If it weren't for that person's orders, he begins, hinting that he acts under a higher authority, I'd like to take you as my disciple. As he speaks, he summons a massive hammer of arcane energy, ready to crush Luis with terrifying power. Despite his injuries, Luis desperately tries to block the blow with the axe he just stole, but the dark purple energy of the arcane hammer is simply too overwhelming. The hammer strikes with cataclysmic force. The resulting explosion tears through part of the forest, showcasing the elite warrior's devastating strength. Luis is hurled into the air by the shockwave, screaming in pain as blood pours from his wounds. The attack is far beyond what he can endure. As Luis falls helplessly, the elite warrior appears above him in midair, giving him no time to recover and preparing to continue his assault. The masked warrior mocks him as he readies another strike. Your skill might rival that of an apprentice, he says coldly, but against a higher-ranked fighter. His eyes blaze with intense purple, light as he finishes with contempt. You're not even close. Luis's face twists, in a mix of shock and agony as he realizes the immense gap in power between them. The elite warrior slams into the ground with incredible force, aiming directly for where Luis will land. The impact triggers a massive explosion of earth and energy, throwing up a dense cloud of dust that completely obscures the outcome. Wrapped in a dark aura, the elite warrior descends toward the crater he has created, ready to confirm his opponent's death. With a roar, he unleashes yet another burst of energy. Dark energy in the form of writhing tentacles, ensuring that nothing could survive his onslaught. As the smoke and dust slowly begin to clear, the sheer scale of the destruction becomes evident. The ground has been completely shattered. The elite warrior looks down into the center of the crater, his expression hidden, yet his body language clearly showing curiosity. He's still alive? He asks in disbelief. With iron will, Luis struggles to rise. His life force burns so intensely that the outline of his own skeletal structure becomes visible beneath his torn flesh. I won't die here, he vows with what little breath he has left. The elite assassin shows no mercy. What a shame, he says coldly as he raises his arm for the final blow. Your life ends here. Once more, he invokes his devastating technique, the purple energy hammer forming above him again. Not even a goddess can save you now, he declares. Luis looks up in desperation as the final attack descends. The assassin names his technique without emotion. Arcane martial art, Heavenly Hammer. The Heavenly Hammer crashes into the crater, unleashing a massive eruption of purple energy that seems to annihilate Luis completely. But in that instant, on the very edge of annihilation, a single thought ignites within Luis's mind. I cannot die. Under any circumstances, a precious memory floods his thoughts. His adoptive family from the orphanage, with the kind Sister La Sierra at the center. His true motivation is laid bare. I want to master magic and protect my precious family. Driven by his love for them, his determination transforms into an entirely new power. His eyes now glowing scarlet, Luis unleashes a violent eruption of demonic crimson energy from his fist, roaring with unbreakable resolve. I will survive! The torrent of red demonic energy does not merely stop the purple, heavenly hammer, it begins to devour it. The two forces colliding in a clash that defies all logic. Completely stunned, the elite warrior can only stare in disbelief as his supreme technique is dismantled. by a power he never imagined Luis possessed. The collision of energies triggers an explosion of light and force so immense that it engulfs everything around them. At the center of the smoldering crater, Luis lies face down, utterly exhausted. His body barely responds as he coughs weakly, having spent every last drop of his strength on that final attack. Not far away, the elite warrior stares at his hammer lying on the ground, its purple energy flickering and fading away. "How strange," he murmurs, his voice tinged with shock and confusion. His arrogance has vanished completely, replaced by a creeping sense of dread. "It feels as if I were fighting an equal," he admits at last, recognizing that the power Luis unleashed has reached his own level, or perhaps even surpassed it. He raises his hammer one final time over the defenseless Luis, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and resolve. "Die, monster!" he roars. In the midst of the killing blow, a voice suddenly shouts that it is enough. The assassin is violently repelled by a massive surge of green energy erupting from Luis's body. The uncontrolled wave of power hurls the assassin into the air, while Luis remains on the ground at the epicenter of the explosion, suspended helplessly in midair. The assassin is ensnared by multiple lashes of energy that wrap around him completely, leaving no chance of escape. His face twists in absolute shock and disbelief. What is this?" he wonders, overwhelmed by the power before him. Multiple beams of energy pierce through the assassin's body, and he screams in agony as he is struck again and again by the massive, uncontrollable assault. On the ground below, Luis looks upward with a confused expression, as though he is not fully aware of the immense power he has just released. Suddenly, Aronian, the headmaster of the academy, appears, floating into the scene with an overwhelming presence. He positions himself protectively in front of the gravely injured Luis. Luis looks up, surprise and relief washing over his face as he recognizes his savior. "Director," he whispers. Aronian approaches and offers him a potion, explaining that he has managed to suppress his berserk state for now, and that he must drink the magical potion immediately. Exhausted and wounded, Luis complies, drinking the healing potion under Aronian's intense and watchful gaze. In the distance, the assassin's body crashes violently into the forest trees. Aronian turns toward the fallen assassin, his expression cold with fury. "Attacking an examinee of my academy," he says, his voice heavy with menace. "Who gave the order?" he demands, crawling on the ground and trembling. The assassin addresses Aronian as Grand Master and issues a warning. "Do not think you can protect that monster." A close-up reveals the rage in Aronian's eyes as they glow with a sharp purple light, while he processes both the warning and the assassin's insolence. With a twisted smile and one bloodshot eye, the assassin declares in defiance that this is not over, that this is only the beginning. In the next instant, the assassin's body explodes into a gruesome rain of blood, bringing the confrontation to a sudden and horrifying end. Aronian watches the scene in silence, the knight once again swallowing the battlefield with concern, bringing a hand to his chin. He wonders if it was suicide, and whether the assassin's guild is involved, hoping he is wrong. Back with Luis, he looks down at his own body in amazement. "Incredible. So this is an advanced healing potion," he exclaims as he feels its effects spreading through him. Luis rises to his feet, clenching his fists as power floods back into his body. "Even my broken bones are completely healed," he shouts, filled with disbelief and renewed energy. Now fully recovered, Luis turns to face Aronian directly. "Director, you didn't just pass by here by coincidence, did you?" he asks, his gaze intense and unwavering. Then he voices the question that has been tormenting him. "Why do you always save me?" Aronian meets his eyes calmly, but postpones the answer. "We'll discuss it at your home," he says, leaving Luis completely stunned by the unexpected reply. Suddenly, a far more urgent thought strikes Luis, eclipsing all questions about the director's mysterious intentions. He grabs his head in panic and cries out, "It's gotten really late. Mom must be worried," shouting that he is in serious trouble. Luis bolts toward his home at full speed, leaving Aronian behind. The director watches him go in silence, waiting until he disappears before turning to deal with the loose ends. Now alone, Aronian summons a dark shadow. "Kylie," he says calmly, "take care of the cleanup." His meticulous nature is evident. He intends to leave no trace behind. The shadowy entity moves swiftly, repairing the crater and erasing every sign of the fierce battle that just took place. The scene shifts to the town of Mantia, in the northern reaches of the Kandrian Empire. Beneath the moonlight, two men harass a nun outside a house. "Who told you that you could fix that strange millstone?" one of them shouts. They accuse her of cheating people through the milling tax and mocking the local lord. The nun, Sister La Sierra, responds timidly that she is only waiting for the children. One of the thugs, a man with blue hair, suddenly grabs her arm roughly. "Don't lie to me," he snarls. "Looks like you need to be punished." Out of nowhere, a precise blow slams into the thug's face, making him spit blood. Luis has arrived just in time, delivering a fast, decisive kick. He knocks down the man threatening his mother, leaving him sprawled on the ground, while the other thug and Sister La Sierra stare in shock. Without wasting a second, Luis lunges at the second brute and neutralizes him just as efficiently. Luis, you're finally home, his mother says, relieved yet deeply worried. Sister La Sierra's face reflects shock and anguish as she covers her mouth with trembling hands at the sudden violence. Luis rushes straight to her side. Mom, are you okay? He asks urgently, completely ignoring the men he has just defeated. She gently touches his face, but her expression quickly fills with alarm as she notices his condition. What happened? Your clothes are torn, and you're covered in blood. Nervous, Luis quickly invents an excuse. I'm fine, really. Don't worry. My clothes just got caught on a tree during the exam. His mother looks at him with clear doubt. At that moment, the thug with a purple bandana struggles to his feet, furious and humiliated. You again! He shouts at Luis, always trying to break the rules. Are you looking for trouble with the Lord? Both thugs glare at him, the tension rising once more. Threaten to call someone known as the Fighter George and to report Luis's insubordination to the local lord, while his mother clutches him anxiously. At that exact moment, Aronian descends from the sky, floating gently. It seems there has been a misunderstanding, he says, his calm voice freezing the two thugs in place. Aronian lands softly beside them, placing a protective hand on Luis's shoulder, and formally introduces himself. I am Aronian, director of the Academy of Arcanists of Candria. The two lackeys turn pale with terror. He was flying. He's a true Grand Master, they stammer, finally grasping the magnitude of the power standing before them. With an icy gaze and unquestionable authority, Aronian gives them a veiled command. Give my regards to your lord. Understood. Terrified, the two men bow repeatedly, deeply and frantically. Yes, of course, Grand Master. We'll leave it to you, they reply, desperate to escape. As the thugs flee, Aronian turns to Sister La Sierra. You must be Luis's mother, correct? He says. This is sudden, but there is something I would like to discuss. Inside her humble yet warm home, Sister La Sierra invites them to sit by the fireplace. Please, have a seat, she says, still somewhat overwhelmed. Aronian's attention is immediately drawn to a peculiar millstone. So this is the strange stone the nobles were talking about, he thinks. Noticing that it moves automatically without the use of magic, he examines the surroundings more closely. It's everywhere, he muses. Realizing his interest goes far beyond the millstone itself, the scene reveals the ceiling beams and wooden chandeliers, showing that the entire house is filled with intricate mechanisms and careful craftsmanship, the work of Luis's ingenuity. A brief flashback shows Luis diligently working on one of his inventions, demonstrating his skill and passion for mechanics. Sister La Sierra serves Aronian a drink, explaining with pride that although she doesn't know how Luis comes up with these ideas, he built everything in the house himself, making their lives much easier. With a hint of apprehension, she asks whether Luis caused trouble during the exam, wondering if that is why the director came in person. Aronian smiles and reassures her. On the contrary, Luis showed results that surpassed all expectations. Aronian's expression grows serious and contemplative. Talent like this, he murmurs to himself. I've only seen it described in the scriptures of Jie. He then begins to recount an ancient tale. Long ago, when humanity lived under the tyrannical yoke of monsters, a genius arose among them. Guided by the goddess herself, this genius came to understand the essence of the elements and created the arcane martial arts. 5 years later, he was seen unleashing an overwhelming and dark power. The story continues, showing how the hero, alongside his companions, confronted the monsters, striking them down with deadly blows and saving humanity from extinction. That unforgettable day, when the sacred calendar was born, came to be known as the Day of Liberation. Humanity celebrates its victory over the fallen monsters. In the scriptures of Ga, he is called the first hero. Sister La Sierra is left in awe, regarding him as a true savior of humanity. But Luis, ever perceptive, interrupts. But in popular legends, there is no hero who saved humanity, right? He asks. Aronian's expression darkens. No, the hero does appear, he replies, but in a different form. He continues, his voice heavy. He was a man with black hair and black eyes. The revelation falls like a bomb. Instinctively, Sister La Sierra pulls Luis into a tight embrace, while the boy's face shows complete shock. Aronian goes on, his tone low and grave. This is a great secret, known only to the highest authorities of humanity. The tale of the first hero takes a darker turn. Although he truly saved humanity, madness dwelled in his heart at that time. The image unfolds of the hero bleeding from his eyes. Consumed by an uncontrollable desire to kill them all, he committed a grave and unforgivable sin. The scene shows him standing amid a massacre, surrounded by the bodies of his fallen companions, and as a result, he was erased from the history of mankind. Red chains symbolize how his legacy was bound and hidden forever. That inner madness manifests as a red, demonic eye, a curse lurking in the shadows of history. Back in the present, Luis looks down at his bandaged hands, recalling his own explosive surge of power. Inner madness. Could it be like that time? He wonders, connecting the pieces. Aronian then reveals the terrible consequence of this secret. That is why, in every country, when a person with black hair and black eyes is found, they are supposed to be eliminated. Aronian reaches out and touches Luis's hair. dispelling any remaining doubt. Did you really think you could fool everyone forever with a simple hair dye? Sister Lacira panics and confesses desperately. Trying to protect Luis. It was me. I told him to hide it, to dye his hair. I thought something terrible would happen. This child is good, please. Luis gently stops her, showing a surprising level of maturity. It's okay, Mom, he says calmly, reassuring her with a steady look before turning his gaze to Aronian. It doesn't make sense. If the director wanted to kill me, he would have already done it. The fact that he came all the way here means there's a reason. Aronian smiles, clearly impressed. You are incredibly wise for a 13-year-old, he says. You didn't just resist it, you mastered it. That's when I saw the qualities of a new hero. Mother and son are left speechless. A new hero? They repeat in unison. Yes, Aronian confirms solemnly. Aronian then levitates an apple with his magic, his expression turning grim. This world may seem peaceful, he says, but beneath the surface, he holds the apple as he continues. A great darkness is always lurking. Lifting the apple before the window, with the full moon shining behind it, he makes a startling declaration. The legends are absurd. With a piercing gaze, Aronian reveals his true intention to Luis. I want to guide you down the right path for the future of humanity. In a swift and decisive motion, Aronian throws the apple straight toward Luis. Luis catches it with one hand, his face filled with defiance and skepticism toward the director's words. Aronian turns away and calmly announces the results of the examination. Thanks to the efforts of Faye and Kane, the majority of the examinees failed the final test. In other words, you passed. He turns back toward Luis and extends his hand in a formal offer. At the Academy of Arcanists of Candria, would you like to receive my personal instruction? Luis smiles faintly to himself. Are you betting on me? He asks. Then, with a challenging tone, he raises the most important question of all, and if one day I lose control, Aronian's expression hardens instantly. His eyes glow with an ominous purple light, and the tension in the room becomes suffocating. With a quick gesture, Aronian mimics cutting the apple Luis is holding. The boy shudders, realizing this is not a simple offer, but a deadly pact. Standing beneath the moon, Aronian delivers his ultimatum with absolute coldness. When that happens, I will kill you myself. Luis Carell's friend can hardly believe the news. He asks in shock if it is true that Luis has received a personal invitation from director Aronian. Luis answers with a darker expression, saying that was not the only reason for the director's visit. While his friend is filled with excitement, Luis is overwhelmed by worry. He thinks about tuition costs, uniforms, and the dormitory. The warning he received from the director the day before still echoes in his mind. A dark memory haunts him, a shadowy version of himself, eyes glowing, surrounded by a sinister aura. He wonders what connection he has to the legendary hero. It feels like an echo of hidden power and a secret lineage. The image reflects Luis's duality, his inner self, dark and powerful. The scene flashes back to his encounter with director Aronian. The director touches his hair and asks with a piercing gaze if he truly believed he could keep deceiving everyone with simple hair dye, revealing that he knows Luis's true identity. Aronian's warning becomes a direct threat. With cold eyes glowing, he tells him that if it happens, he will kill him without hesitation. In his thoughts, Luis wonders how much trust he can place in the director's words. Back in the present, Luis walks alongside director Aronian, moving away from the orphanage. Luis asks why he allowed his adoptive mother to hear the conversation, worried about her. Aronian replies coldly that if she knows nothing, she will not become a burden. Luis stops, angered by the insensitive remark. With a furious glare, he shouts that his mother is not a burden, showing the deep love he holds for his family. Aronian turns to him and warns him seriously that once his true identity is exposed, his family will also be in danger. As a mother, he explains, she should be able to understand the situation to some extent, to protect himself. Surrounded by an aura of power, the director rises slightly into the air and gives Luis one final piece of advice. He must become stronger, because the real trials are only just beginning. With the imposing image of the academy etched into his mind, Luis clenches his fists. He understands that the director is right. With renewed determination, he swears to himself that he will grow stronger in order to protect those he loves. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere is broken by the voices of the children from the orphanage. A small girl named Lana runs toward him at full speed, shouting, "Big Brother Luis!" followed closely by the other children. Smiling brightly, Luis crouches down and catches little Lana in a tight embrace. Happy to see her, but that joy quickly turns to sadness. With tears in her eyes, Lana asks if he will come back home. She says she does not want to say goodbye, clinging tightly to him. Luis gently strokes her head and smiles to reassure her. He promises her that of course he will come back during the long holidays, because this place will always be his home. To seal the promise, they link their pinky fingers. With the innocence of a child, Lana tells him that her mother says only bad children break promises. Luis assures her not to worry, that he will keep his word. The moment is interrupted by his friend, who informs him that a noble's butler is looking for him. Luis and the children are surprised by the unexpected visit. An impeccably dressed butler, wearing a top hat with a luxurious carriage behind him, approaches Luis and formally asks if he is Luis Carroll. The man introduces himself as the butler of the Aranka family and informs Luis that the young master wishes to invite him to the family mansion, handing him a letter. Luis opens it and freezes in shock when he sees that it is an invitation from Kane. Confused, he wonders if Kane wants to strengthen their friendship before classes begin. Despite his surprise, Luis accepts the invitation. With a courteous gesture, the butler signals for him to board the carriage. The scene shifts to a panoramic view of Arson, a prosperous city within the Candria Empire, Luis's destination. During the journey, it is revealed that the Aranka family is a distinguished and powerful great house, so influential that the entire city of Arsene has flourished around it. Upon arrival, Luis looks out the window and is completely awestruck. What an enormous mansion! His amazement is so great that he does not even notice someone is already waiting for him. Before he can fully process the scale of the place, a blond young man runs toward the carriage with boundless energy, shouting Luis's name in greeting. It is Kane Aranka, the young master who invited him, and he looks genuinely thrilled to see him. Kane grabs Luis enthusiastically, happy that they will be classmates. He tells him that he heard Luis caused quite a scene during the final exam, openly admiring his strength. As they walk through the mansion grounds, Luis tells Kane that he passed thanks to him, but Kane brushes it off, saying that the bet they made, it no longer counted because Luis had the ability to pass on his own. After all, he already had Fight's seal of approval. Once inside the mansion, Kane, still brimming with energy, tells Luis that since they were unable to fight during the exam, Luis will have to be his opponent for training before classes begin. Kane steps closer with a mischievous smile, hinting that Luis must be eager to learn more about the academy and magic ahead of time. Luis, a little overwhelmed by his enthusiasm, can only sigh. Suddenly, a cold and authoritative voice interrupts their conversation. An imposing woman appears and asks her son, Kane, what all the commotion is about. It is Kane's mother, the Grand Duchess Aranka. With an expression of pure disdain and a fan in hand, she looks Luis up and down and coldly asks who this person is. Kane tries to introduce Luis in a friendly manner, saying, Mother, he's my friend. But he is cut off abruptly. Silence. The Duchess shoots her son a piercing glare, stopping any explanation he was about to give. Kane is left speechless, completely stunned and hurt by his mother's sudden and inexplicable harshness. From the top of the grand staircase, the Duchess scolds Kane, asking if she had not already told him to choose his friends more carefully. Her arrogant voice echoes through the hall as she wonders since when the doors of the Aranka family had become a place just anyone could enter. With open contempt, the Duchess declares that a man like Luis is not worthy of being her son's friend, and that associating with him is a waste of time. Kane watches in anguish as his mother orders him to simply focus on training, just as his father says, and strive to become a sage, dismissing his choice of friendship entirely. The camera lingers on Luis's simple boots, standing on the luxurious red carpet, a visual symbol of the vast class divide separating him from this noble family. The Grand Duchess descends the stairs and stops directly in front of Luis, staring at him with disdain. She demands to know his purpose in approaching her son, accusing him outright. Is it money or power? She takes out a gold ring and offers it to him as a bribe, saying it is worth dozens of gold coins, enough to live on for the rest of his life, and orders him to take it and leave quietly. In a final act of humiliation, the Duchess drops the ring onto the floor, where it rolls and comes to a stop at Luis's feet. With a look of disgust, she coldly orders him to pick up the ring and go home at once. Unable to endure it any longer, Kane explodes. Mother! He shouts, his face twisted with anger and pain. Why would you do something like this? He immediately turns to his friend with an expression full of remorse. I'm sorry, Luis, he says, ashamed of his mother's behavior. Luis, who had remained silent until now, finally speaks as he bends down. He begins by saying that he became friends with Kane because he recognized his ability. He picks up the ring from the floor, rises to his feet, and faces the Duchess head-on. Holding the ring in his hand, he challenges her directly. Does she truly believe that Kane's word is worth so little? Kane gasps, staring at Luis with astonishment and admiration for his courage in defending both his own honor and their friendship. The Grand Duchess, livid with rage at being challenged by a mere commoner, completely loses her composure and screams for someone to throw this plebeian out at once. At her command, several guards rush forward, ready to drag Luis away by force. Kane reacts instantly, stepping in front of the guards and placing himself between them and Luis. Wait, he shouts desperately. He declares that Luis has even more talent than he does, that he broke records during the exam, and even defeated Fight. The Duchess bursts into laughter, utterly incredulous. A commoner surpassing the children of great families? She mocks. Do you really think such ridiculous lies will work? But Kane insists that he is not lying. Luis calmly places a reassuring hand on Kane's shoulder, his confidence only further enraging the Duchess, and adds that if he stays close, Kane can become even stronger. This audacity is the final straw. How dare a plebeian act with such arrogance? The Duchess screams, completely beside herself. demanding to know how much longer he intends to mock the Aranka family. Driven by their mistress's fury, the guards prepare to rush Luis once again. At that very moment, however, the main doors swing open and an imposing figure steps inside, stopping everyone in their tracks. His mere presence silences the entire hall. The newcomer is William Aranka, the head of the family. Calmly, he repeats Luis's words as if weighing them carefully. If he stays close, Kane will become stronger. He fixes his gaze on Luis, and the whole room holds its breath. "You did say that, didn't you?" he asks, his voice heavy with authority. The Duchess, who moments ago was a storm of rage, now freezes. "Master," she blurts out, instantly recognizing her husband's authority. With a forced, nervous smile and a bead of sweat on her forehead, she speaks his name. The man who has completely changed the atmosphere. She tries to complain, arguing that if they allow a commoner like Luis to remain, their son Kane will never be able to surpass him in skill. William ignores her completely, walking past without even glancing in her direction, his red cloak billowing as he moves to the center of the room. Kane bows respectfully before the imposing figure of his father, greeting him with due reverence. Luis, maintaining his composure, also introduces himself formally. "It's an honor to meet you, Grand Master Aranka. I am Kane's friend, Lewis Carroll." Internally, however, he realizes that the man before him possesses an incredible aura, on the same level as Director Aronian's. William turns his attention to his son, his voice low and direct. "Kane, are his words true?" he asks, demanding to know the truth about Luis's strength. Kane answers firmly, meeting his father's gaze without hesitation. "At the very least, his ability surpasses mine," he confirms. Dangerous light flashes in William's eye. He turns toward Luis and gives a simple, chilling order. "Then prove it." In an instant, William unleashes his power. An overwhelming crimson aura erupts from his body, taking the form of a raging, spectral tiger. This is William Aranka, head of the Aranka family, and his power is terrifying. Luis is struck by the sheer pressure of that energy. What an intense killing intent, he thinks as the aura engulfs everything around him. The tiger of murderous energy lunges forward, a projectile of pure malice, aimed straight at Luis. The aura is so dense it feels physical, crushing him, squeezing the air from his lungs until he can barely breathe. Luis struggles to remain standing under the overwhelming pressure, his face twisted in strain as the grim truth begins to sink in. William's eyes glow with a deadly red. There is no hesitation in his gaze. This is no friendly test. His body trembling from the effort, Luis clenches his teeth and steels himself. He has grasped the true nature of this challenge. The thought echoes in his mind with terrifying clarity. This man is serious. He's trying to kill me. William's murderous stare and Luis's defiant expression, his own eyes beginning to glow in response. The scene opens with Luis feeling an immense pressure. A will so terrifying it feels as though his very soul is being ripped from his body, and yet he does not yield. With a challenging gaze and eyes burning red, he channels his own energy, a flame igniting in his hand. He recognizes the strength of his opponent as that of a Grand Master. Luis reveals that after continuously hunting monsters for years, he has developed a resistance to killing intent. With calm confidence, he declares that if it's only this level of pressure, he can endure it. Suddenly, Luis releases all of his power. A massive explosion of energy erupts around him, swirling flames coiling outward as he displays his incredible strength. The shockwave spreads through the hall, stunning the two men watching. Neither of them had expected such a display. William Aranka, the bearded man and Kane's father, wears an expression of pure disbelief and shock at the power he has just witnessed. Behind Luis, his energy takes form, manifesting as the fierce head of a dragon made of flames, an awe-inspiring spectacle of his latent power. A close-up of Luis's eye reveals intense determination and strength, glowing a deep crimson as he pours out his energy. His dragon-shaped aura crashes violently into William Aranka's tiger-shaped aura. The impact is so powerful it sends the other spectators flying. The two massive auras, the fiery dragon of Luis and the crimson tiger of William, collide in a clash of wills. A cloud of dust and debris rises, completely obscuring the outcome of the collision. Luis is revealed kneeling on the ground, exhausted, yet unharmed, before the towering figure of William Aranka. Kane rushes to Luis's side, helping him to his feet and asking anxiously if he is all right. Though clearly drained, Luis answers that he is. William Aranka addresses him by his full name, Luis Carroll, and asks him directly, "Why do you seek strength?" With unwavering conviction, Luis answers without hesitation, "To protect my family." This is the true reason behind his relentless pursuit of power. His response leaves William silent, deep in thought as he processes the young man's profound and noble motivation. William then turns to his son Kane and speaks sternly, telling him that his own willpower is too weak and that he must learn from Luis. Kane's mother, the noblewoman, reacts with shock and distress at her husband's words, crying out his name in protest. "William, what are you thinking?" William casts her a cold sideways glance and asks if she has any objections. His authoritative stare is enough to silence her, and she nervously answers that she does not. She trembles under the overwhelming presence of her husband. While Kane watches the scene in silence, his expression complicated and conflicted. Breaking the tense atmosphere, Kane turns to Luis and suggests they go to the training grounds. Luis immediately smiles and agrees. Together, they head to the Aranka family's martial training field. Once there, Kane apologizes on behalf of his parents for what happened earlier. Luis brushes it off, telling him not to worry, and remarking that although his father is a bit extreme, there is not much difference between the two of them. Kane then reveals his true feelings of inferiority. He confesses that he sees his father as a strict meritocrat and believes that, in order to be acknowledged by him, someone with talent like Luis would be far more suitable to be the heir of the Aranka family than Kane himself. His words expose the deep insecurity he has been carrying. In response, Luis smiles and tells Kane that his father's test was probably for his own good, suggesting that it is simply his awkward way of showing love. Kane looks up, visibly shaken as he processes Luis's words. A close-up of his eyes shows deep contemplation, as he quietly repeats the word to himself, love. The scene then shifts into one of Kane's memories. Looking back, he realizes that he has hardly ever left his home since he was young. We see him as a child relentlessly striking a wooden post. His childhood memories consist only of eating, sleeping, and training. Another image shows young Kane fiercely battling a wolf-like monster. He recalls that his father's wish has always been to raise him into a great sage, just like his grandfather. In the background, the young Kane continues onward, shaped by discipline, expectation, and a love he is only now beginning to understand. Kane defeats the monster while his father watches, unable to understand why his son kept swinging his sword exactly as he had been ordered to. Kane admits to himself that perhaps he did it simply because he wanted his father to acknowledge him. His face in the memory is filled with longing. He recalls how that place felt like a prison, where even breathing seemed to require a guard's permission. He watches other children playing freely nearby, including one boy happily tossing a paper airplane into the air. Although the adults around him constantly praised him as a young prodigy, Kane felt that his status and talent were nothing more than chains binding him in place. The tighter those chains became, the more he yearned for the outside world. He dreamed of singing freely like a wandering bard or flying across the continent, like a bird, soaring above the massive citadel that confined him. The memory fades, and the scene returns to the present. Kane catches a few feathers drifting down from the sky and says quietly that, unfortunately, this is a world where only strength matters, and right now, he is too weak. Luis listens in silence, his expression serious as Kane lays bare his deepest insecurities. Kane continues, explaining that it is not simply strength that he desires, but that wielding a sword is the only way he knows how to break the chains that imprison him. With determined eyes, he takes a sword from the rack and raises it high. He declares that his father also graduated from the academy, so he will enter as well, grow stronger, and earn the permission he so desperately seeks. Swinging the sword with resolve, he shouts that he wants permission to live freely. After calming himself, Kane turns toward Luis. With a smile filled with determination and trust, he looks at him and says, "I'm counting on you." Luis returns the smile, accepting the challenge without hesitation. He takes a fighting stance, ready to train, and replies with a simple, "Yes." The scene pulls back to show Kane and Luis beginning their training together across the vast field, their figures clashing again and again beneath the open sky. From a distance, William Aranka watches them closely. As he observes, his assistant approaches, a man wearing a top hat and a monocle. William asks him about the results of the investigation. The assistant, known as Mr. Monocle, begins his report with a confident smile. He states that Luis is certainly no ordinary individual and that during the entrance exam he used mysterious combat techniques unlike anything previously recorded. Mr. Monocle goes on to reveal that Luis not only shattered long-standing records, but also defeated Phi, who had been using magic in battle. To top it all off, he adds that Luis is highly valued by the great Master Aronian himself, who apparently even confronted the assassin guild the previous night just to protect him. William absorbs all of this information with a dark, thoughtful expression. A young man who breaks records, defeats magic users, and is backed by a great master. There is no doubt now that his suspicions were correct. As he continues to watch Luis and Kane sparring in the distance, William mutters to himself that Luis is truly a troublemaker. Mr. Monocle, standing beside him, quietly asks what he intends to do next. If that was the case, then why had he allowed such a person to have contact with young Master Kane? William calmly explains his philosophy. Troublemakers attract danger, and when you face danger and overcome it, you grow as a person. As he speaks, the scene shows Luis agilely dodging a kick from Kane during their training. William concludes that, judging by Kane's determined expression, Luis might truly be capable of making his son stronger. Back in the training field, Kane, brimming with energy, shouts, "Take this, my technique!" as he imbues his sword with wind magic. Luis smiles confidently, ready for the challenge, and replies, "All right, come at me with everything you've got." Watching the exchange, William allows himself a faint smile and admits that perhaps his son has a better eye for people than he does. Kane unleashes his attack, shouting the name of his martial art as he cloaks himself in green wind energy and charges toward Luis at incredible speed. A close-up of Luis's eyes shows him perceiving and analyzing Kane's attack in a split second. Kane freezes in shock when Luis suddenly vanishes from his sight, effortlessly evading the high-speed strike. Luis doesn't just dodge, he deflects Kane's sword with a single smooth motion, completely breaking the flow of the attack. Appearing behind a stunned Kane, Luis calmly offers instruction. Accelerating with magic is good, he says, but your movements are too linear. Kane, sweating and wearing a nervous smile, thinks to himself that Luis countered him easily despite the use of magic. Now I understand why not even Phi could defeat you, he reflects. Luis notices Kane staring at him and asks casually, Do I have something on my face? He then steps closer and asks more seriously whether Kane has ever felt that something didn't quite fit in his fighting style. Kane looks confused and replies that his techniques are the secret arts passed down through the Aranka family, the same ones that made both his father and grandfather strong. With a serious expression, Luis responds, What I'm saying is, there's another path. Kane is left stunned, wondering what this other path could mean. One, different from the road walked by his father and grandfather, whose shadows loom heavily over him. To make his point, Luis walks over to the weapon rack and selects a different sword, a shorter one, as Kane watches with curiosity. Holding the short blade, almost like a dagger, Luis looks at Kane with a challenging smile and asks, Kane, don't you want to surprise your father? From a distance, William Aranka observes the two young men, intrigued by the sudden change in their training. His expression shifts to curiosity as he wonders what Luis has planned. Luis and Kane leaping toward each other, both wielding short blades, ready to engage in a completely new style of combat, all under William's watchful gaze.
Luis Kiro begins the lesson with a fundamental truth. In martial arts, speed is the ultimate weapon, but he is not talking about simply running fast. To Luis, true speed lies in reaction time and the ability to make decisions in fractions of a second in the chaos of battle. Kane Aranka possesses astonishing natural speed, yet his talent is being wasted by trying to follow the rigid traditions of his family. Luis explains that thrusting techniques are extremely difficult to fully master, even with Kane's wind magic supporting him. Just because his grandfather achieved it does not mean Kane must force himself down the same path. In fact, that same rigidity was what halted his father's growth as a grandmaster. To unlock his true potential, Luis proposes a radical change, adopting a specialized combat style that breaks away from tradition. Drawing to daggers, he asks Kane if he is prepared to cast aside noble pride and seek true strength. Kane does not hesitate. He is tired of being treated like a pampered noble. He will do whatever it takes to gain freedom and prove his own worth. Lei smiles at his resolve. The key is not merely attacking, but knowing when to move and when to retreat to create the perfect opening. It is time to show Duke Aranka what they are capable of. Kane's skill and determination are about to be tested. The tension sharpens as Luis and Kane launch a joint assault against the imposing figure of William Aranka. When magic merges with pure speed as Kane accelerates, attempting to shatter his father's guard with a swiftness never seen before. They descend from above like a whirlwind of steel, the air itself trembling under the force of their coordinated strike. The Duke's butler cries out in alarm, but William Aranka remains unmoved, observing his son's progress with critical eyes. Kane streaks across the training field, his body wrapped in gusts of wind that grant him supernatural agility. While Kane distracts, Lois moves like a shadow, flanking the Grand Master with surgical precision. Daggers are the fastest and most maneuverable of weapons. In the hands of someone like Luis, they become lethal extensions of his will. Luis concentrates intensely, pushing the advantages of his weapons to the absolute limit in order to surpass the perception of a world-class opponent. Martial arts butterfly step. Lois blends his combat techniques to create optical illusions that completely disorient the Duke. William Aranka is genuinely surprised. For a brief moment, he loses sight of the young man before him. Multiple images of Luis surround him as butterflies of energy flutter through the air, concealing the true point of attack. Kane seizes the opening, using his wind magic to launch himself along an unexpected aerial trajectory. It is a total assault. Father and son collide in a clash of wills where tradition faces the innovation of Lobis. Suddenly, the weight vanishes. Kane feels his daggers grow unbelievably light, as if his body has finally found the rhythm it had always been searching for. It feels like soaring through the sky once more, free from the suffocating expectations of his lineage. In that precise instant, true transformation begins to take shape. Kane Aranka is captivated by the sensation. It is the perfect fusion of daggers, martial technique, and wind magic. For the first time in his life, the weapon is not a burden, but an extension of his will. Wind energy coils around the blades, granting them an agility no heavy noble sword could ever match. Surely, this is the path he was meant to walk. William Aranka watches in astonishment. He did not expect his son to abandon the family traditions so quickly in order to follow the advice of a stranger like Luis. What is he witnessing? The Duke's eyes widen as he notices the shift in Kane's posture and the altered flow of mana within him. Something has awakened. With burning conviction, Kane declares, This is my martial path. He charges forward, casting aside doubt and the centuries of tradition that had suffocated him. William Aranka merely snorts, unmoved by his son's outburst. As a Grand Master, he has witnessed countless rebellions, and none have impressed him. Then the atmosphere changes. The Duke releases his aura-dense red and black pressure. So heavy it steals the breath from the air. Kane and Louise are hurled backward by the sheer force of his will. Abandoning the clan's techniques to pursue your own will, William says coldly, how naive, to him. Scorning the Aranka legacy is an insult to strength itself. Despite the crushing pressure, Louise refuses to yield. Sliding across the ground, he shouts to his student not to stop. The real training has only just begun. Kane, accelerate, he commands. The young noble reacts instantly, focusing his mana into his legs and weapons. He knows he cannot hesitate for even a second before his father. When magic acceleration, Kane becomes a green blur, moving at a speed that defies ordinary sight, covering the distance in the blink of an eye. Lo and Kane cross paths, attacking from opposite angles to divide the Duke's attention. Their coordination is astonishing for the fighters, who have trained together for such a short time. William Aranka stands firm at the center of the storm, his blue eyes tracking every movement, analyzing Lu's technique and Kane's execution with terrifying calm. Kane unleashes a rapid series of thrusts with his daggers, using the wind's momentum to strike again and again. The air whistles with each circular motion, yet the gap in level is overwhelming. William's eyes flash crimson, anticipating the attack before Kane can even complete it. With a single motion of his hand wrapped in red energy, the Duke stops Kane's assault. Is that all? He asks with contempt, challenging his son to show him something more. The force of the block makes Kane's dagger tremble under the pressure. He knows that if he remains there, he will be crushed by his father's brute strength. Kane is forced to retreat, flipping backward acrobatically to create distance. Sweat slides down his forehead under the intensity of the battle. William grits his teeth in fury. Coward, he spits. For an Aranka, stepping back on the battlefield is an unforgivable disgrace. The Duke lunges forward like a bloodthirsty beast. He will not allow his son to learn how to flee instead of fight. The pressure he exerts is absolute. In that critical moment, Kane remembers Lu's words. Retreating is not weakness. A fist that pulls back is only gathering greater force for the next strike. Kane plants his foot firmly against the ground, halting his backward motion and converting the kinetic energy into a new offensive surge. It is the foundation of Chanub, the principle Whis taught him. That step back connects directly to the next attack. It was not an escape, it was a strategic feint to confuse the Grand Master's senses and secure a better angle. When magic tornado, Kane spins, unleashing a vortex of air and steel that engulfs the Duke. It is a daring maneuver designed specifically to disorient a Grand Master and set up the decisive blow. Lokiril and Kane Aranka charge simultaneously, flanking William Aranka with flawless coordination. This is the moment of truth for the Chan. The technique that proves true speed lies in absolute mastery of rhythm. William Aranka clenches his teeth. The coordination between these two young fighters is unlike anything he has ever witnessed within his family's training grounds. It is not merely brute force, there is something more. With clear intent in every step, they move forward. Lois and Kane launch their final assault, their battle cries tearing through the air. They both know this is their last chance to leave even the slightest mark on the Grand Master. To explain the strategy, Luis draws upon a concept from his past life. There is a baseball technique called Chan. He tells a confused Kane. The word sounds foreign, but the logic behind it is universal. Luis demonstrates that speed does not have to remain constant. Just as a pitcher deceives a batter, a warrior can deceive an opponent's senses by changing the rhythm of an attack. At the final moment, take this, Luis shouts as he throws a punch that appears slow at first almost lazy but then suddenly accelerates with explosive force. It is the art of temporal manipulation applied to close combat. Kane tries to imitate the movement, his daggers clashing with precise timing. He begins to understand that true speed is not simply about moving fast. It is about knowing when to be slow, so that the final strike becomes invisible. Luis adjusts Kane's posture and simplifies it for him. It is a technique that deceives opponents through variations in speed, a mental game where the warrior controls the enemy's perception of time. Kane watches in amazement as what seems like a casual motion transforms into a deadly feint. The simplicity of the technique is what makes it so effective against powerful opponents. Even ordinary movements become feints when used correctly. Luis explains, if you can delay your opponent's reaction even by a single second, you gain the advantage needed to overwhelm them with the strengths of the dagger. Back in the present, Luis and Kane execute the theory flawlessly. Their movements become erratic, shifting between bursts of wine-like speed and carefully measured pauses that throw the Duke off balance. William Aranka is forced to rely on his Grand Master reflexes, leaving after images in his wake as he evades their coordinated strikes. The intensity of the battle rises to a level no one had anticipated. Kane pours all of his wind mana into his next charge, searching desperately for an opening in his father's defense. He knows time is running out. This final exchange is everything. An attack that slow makes no sense, William murmurs as he prepares his counter. But what he does not realize is that Kane's slowness is deliberate. It is the calm before the storm. The Duke's eyes widen as he senses the shift in rhythm. At the final instant, Kane accelerates beyond expectation, shattering William's prediction and achieving the impossible. A streak of green light slices across the field. Kane manages to graze the edge of his father's roband. Unheard of achievement against a warrior of William's caliber. The wind whips William's red cape as Kane lands gracefully at a distance. For a moment, William Aranka stands perfectly still, staring at the spot where his son nearly struck him. Silence falls over the training grounds. In the distance, Kane struggles to steady his breathing. Luis, Kirill, and Kane exchange exhausted but satisfied smiles. They know they have proven that their new martial path is not childish ambition, but a force worthy of recognition. Kane prepares to launch another attack, his eyes burning with determination. But before he can take a single step, his father's powerful voice echoes across the entire arena. That is enough. The Duke commands firmly. The battle halts at once. The tension that had filled the air dissolves, leaving only the whisper of the wind. Both Luis and Kane freeze in place, awaiting the reaction of the most powerful man in the duchy. The outcome of Luis's training hangs by a thread. William Aranka turns slowly to face his son. Kane begins to speak, but William's tone carries no anger. Instead, it holds a strange, solemn acceptance that Kane has never heard before. Kane holds his breath. He knows that this moment will define his future and his path forward. His relationship with his father hangs in the balance. Will he be rejected for abandoning tradition or accepted for his growth? William begins to walk away, but before leaving, he drops the words Kane has longed to hear his entire life. Do not dishonor the name of the Aranka family. It is the final seal of approval from a proud father. Yes, father, Kane replies, his voice filled with renewed pride. For the first time, the heavy burden of his surname no longer feels like chains, it feels like the strength he needs to forge his own martial path. As Luis and Kane celebrate quietly at the far end of the field, Duke William Aranka withdraws in silence alongside his assistant. Yet behind his composed noble facade, the mind of a grandmaster is already dissecting every second of the unusual battle he has just witnessed. William reflects deeply on what occurred. The consecutive close-range dagger thrusts, the hit-and-run tactics, the unpredictable rhythm shifts, they leave a profound impression on him. It was not something he ever expected from his son. The feints created through variations in speed had been the key. That kind of flexibility in combat is something even a warrior of his level must acknowledge as necessary evolution. Interesting, the Duke murmurs to himself. The idea of strategically retreating in order to strike harder challenges the very foundation of his traditional style. Despite his pride, William admits the unthinkable. He has learned something valuable from a pair of children. The judgment in his eyes fades, replaced by a spark of genuine curiosity. As the Duke disappears into the distance, Luis finally allows himself to breathe. Fighting a grandmaster was an incredible opportunity, he thinks, but for now it is over. Exhaustion begins to weigh on him. Kane runs over, glowing with happiness. My father acknowledged me for the first time. It's the best I've ever felt in my life, he exclaims. Before promising Luis a special gift for his help, Kane leads him to the Aranka family library. The place is enormous, worthy of one of the most powerful bloodlines in the empire. Luis cannot help but feel awed by the vast sea of accumulated knowledge lining the walls. So many books, he whispers, eyes shining, for someone seeking to rebuild his strength. This is a gold mine of magical and technical information. Kane hands him a heavy box. This is my gratitude. Without you, I wouldn't have found my path so quickly, the young noble says sincerely. Luis is left speechless when he sees what is inside. Something this valuable just for a few lessons. Kane's generosity shows how deeply he values the freedom Luis helped him gain. The box contains not only a large sum of gold, but also rare books and scrolls that a commoner would never have the chance to see in a lifetime. It is a fortune in every sense. They are not just academy books, Kane explains. They're treatises on magic that will definitely help your development. He knows Luis possesses potential that has not yet fully awakened. Luis scans the title's basic theory of magic. Mana attributes, but one subject draws his attention most: the magical awakening ritual that all new students must undergo. Kane explains that the ritual takes place in the temple before the statue of the goddess Gala. It is there that aspiring mages first sense the elements and channel their energy. The image of goddess Gala symbolizes the source of all elemental power. Kane admits that even members of great families must pay a fee of 10 gold coins for the ritual. Luis calculates quickly. For a commoner, the cost is 100 gold coins, the equivalent of years of expenses for an orphanage. It is a system clearly designed to keep power in noble hands. Kane reassures him that at the Candria Arcani Academy the ritual is free, which is why everyone fights so hard to enter. Gold and credits help, but true talent is what ultimately matters within those walls. Please accept it without hesitation, Kane insists. And trust me whenever you have problems. His loyalty to Luis is now unbreakable. He feels their earlier promises have finally been honored. Luis accepts the gift, but his mind is already moving towards something greater. For his future plans, he will need more than gold. He will need influence and his own economic power. He recalls that magical pharmacists earn well, but then a brilliant idea flashes across his mind, drawn from the advanced technological world of his past life. That's it. If he uses his scientific and technical knowledge to invent mechanical devices, he could amass a fortune in record time. He does not have to rely solely on magic. He casually asks Kane whether the Aranka family has connections with merchant guilds. Kane is startled by the sudden shift in topic. Unable to understand what his friend is planning, Luis simply gestures for discretion. It's a secret. You'll find out in time. With a new goal on the horizon, Luis Caro prepares to shake the economic foundations of this world. A week passes after the entrance exam. Today is the grand opening ceremony of Candria Arcani Academy. The air is thick with excitement and nervous anticipation as new students cross its imposing gates. Liskiro walks forward with steady steps toward his new destiny. He feels confident. After all, he has worked hard to reach this place and is ready for whatever awaits him. Suddenly, a pink-haired young woman approaches him unexpectedly. She is Rose, a senior student, who seems to have noticed something particularly intriguing about him, his fragrance. Luis pauses, slightly surprised by the sudden attention. Rose studies him closely, fascinated by the scent of his perfume, which she associates with high nobility. She introduces herself with a bright, somewhat flirtatious smile. As a student of class 150, she kindly offers to show the newcomer around. Assuming he must be a high-ranking noble, maintaining his usual composure, Luis simply introduces himself. Yet Rose continues analyzing his every movement, searching for confirmation of her theory. She begins to suspect something about his lineage. Could Lis be the illegitimate son of an important noble? To her, his fragrance is the unmistakable mark of a golden cradle. As they walk, Rose explains that the situation within the empire has changed drastically. Over the past 2 years, internal tensions have grown increasingly visible. With the emperor aging, the struggle for power among the heirs has intensified. The academy is merely a reflection of these dangerous political intrigues. Imperial heirs and great noble families compete fiercely with one another. On the surface, the academy appears peaceful thanks to the director's efforts, but reality is far more complex. In the shadows, a constant battle is fought over educational resources, while ordinary students can progress simply by passing. The heirs play at an entirely different level. If you fail to stand out or lose your credits, expulsion awaits. Here, becoming the target of someone powerful can mean the end of your academic career. Rose steps even closer to Luis, invading his personal space, determined to form a connection with him before anyone else does. In a nearly teasing tone, she offers advice. You're someone everyone is watching, so make an effort. To her, Luis is a valuable asset in the academy's power game. Then she asks the crucial question, which faction does your family support? Rose is convinced that Luis is hiding noble backing she might benefit from. But before he can respond, their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of a blond young man. It is Brian. He recognizes Luis immediately and approaches without hesitation. Brian greets him directly and formally introduces himself. Revealing his identity without hesitation. His familiar way of speaking to Luis completely shatters the noble aura of mystery Rose had carefully constructed in her imagination. A commoner, Rose is left in stunned disbelief when she realizes that Luis does not belong to the nobility at all. In an instant, all her interest and courtesy vanish the moment she discovers his true background. Furious at having wasted her time on someone of lower class, she storms off muttering curses under her breath, leaving the two boys behind. Her vanity has clearly been wounded. Luis watches her leave, entirely unaffected by her arrogance. He is already used to this kind of contempt from the so-called elite. Brian looks at him calmly and tells him not to pay it any mind. He knows very well how some students behave in this institution. As they shake hands, Brian warns him that the academy is like a miniature version of the empire itself, and as a commoner, he will have to fight twice as hard for every opportunity. Just then, Brian hears someone calling his name and prepares to leave. It seems he has other people to greet before the ceremony begins. He walks away with a wave, reminding Luis that he can count on him whenever he needs help. Amid all the aristocratic hostility, Luis has unexpectedly managed to forge his first alliance. Left alone for a moment, Luis watches the bustling academy grounds thoughtfully. He knows the real trials are only beginning. Before he can dwell on it any further, a familiar figure approaches. Brian disappears into the crowd as Luis meets up with his friend Kane, and together they head toward the official ceremony hall. Kane, ever curious and observant, asks Luis what he had been talking about with Brian earlier. With his usual calm expression, Luis replies that it was nothing more than polite greetings. Kane, however, reminds him seriously that Brian is no ordinary student. He is the son of the chancellor, a man of immense political weight. Even so, Kane admits they are not particularly close. What matters to him is that Brian seems like a decent person, which is already saying a lot considering the type of people who usually inhabit the upper circles of nobility. As they walk, Louise points out to girls passing nearby. Kane immediately identifies them as Faye Duran and Miliana Royce, though he cannot resist making a sharp comment about weak-willed types, which sparks a brief quarrel between the friends. Faye approaches with her usual competitive air and tells Louise that she will only acknowledge him as worthy if he proves himself as strong as the rumors claim. Miliana stands beside her with a calm smile. Despite her pride, Faye shows honor and thanks Louise again for the help he gave her during the entrance exam. Louise modestly insists that she pass because of her own strength. True to her warrior spirit, Faye clenches her fist and assures him with a defiant look that next time, she will not fall behind, she will be the one who wins. The competitive tension quickly turns into playful insults between Faye and Kane. They call each other weakling and musclehead, while Louise and Miliana watch with resigned amusement. Eventually, the girls leave to complete their registration, warning Louise that he will soon see what they are capable of. For a brief moment, peace returns between the two friends. Once alone, Kane hands Louise a heavy pouch filled with gold coins. "This is your share," he says with a knowing smile, revealing the success of their financial venture. The money is the result of following Luce's instructions at the Berna Village Trading Company, where they launched a business Kane never imagined would succeed so spectacularly. The secret behind their fortune is a new type of perfume developed by Louise. It's subtle and elegant. Fragrance sets it far above any conventional product on the market. Kane admits that at first he seriously doubted whether selling perfume could generate real profit, but after seeing the earnings, he is completely astonished by his friend's strategic mind. He jokes that he would love to open Luce's head just to see what kind of brilliant ideas are hidden inside. Louise laughs and asks him, for both their sakes, to keep the profitable business a secret. As they head toward the new student reception, Kane expresses satisfaction with the wealth he himself has gained thanks to Luce's vision. Together, they are becoming an unstoppable team. At the registration counter, an academy official hands Louise his credit card, an indispensable tool at Candria. The officer wishes him success in becoming a master as soon as possible. Yet not everyone is pleased with his presence. Around them, noble students whisper with disdain about the commoner who supposedly entered thanks to his connections with influential families like Kane's and Faye's. Kane ignores the gossip and delivers shocking news. Sita has been expelled from the academy after it was discovered that he was the one who hired an assassin guild to attempt Kane's murder. Louise processes the information silently, realizing his suspicions had been correct all along. In the end, Sita was nothing more than a resentful coward who could not accept defeat. Kane warns him that the threat may not be completely over. Sita has an older brother named Jess, a dangerous individual Louise should be wary of. From a distance, a malicious gaze locks onto them. It is Jess, watching Louise with a dark expression, as though marking his next prey. Louise and Kane both sense the oppressive hostility radiating from him. They understand that this encounter promises nothing good for the near future. Jess smiles faintly from afar, filled with malice, silently vowing that this is only the beginning that he will make. Louise tastes despair slowly. Under that looming shadow of hostility, the students gather in the majestic grand hall of Candria Arcani Academy. Silence falls as the official ceremony finally begins. Aronian welcomes the new students with a solemn speech, urging them to take pride in overcoming so many difficult trials to stand here today. Louise listens carefully among the crowd, surrounded by Kane and the rest of the students who aspire to one day become pillars of the empire. The atmosphere grows tense when Aronian introduces the representative of the new students, Neo-Gan, inviting him onto the stage to deliver his entrance speech. The heavy sound of bare footsteps striking the stone steps echoes throughout the hall, drawing every eye forward and creating a deathly silence. Neo-Gan appears in a way no one could have imagined, almost completely naked, carrying a colossal war axe over his shoulders. The students freeze in shock. The visual impact of seeing the top examinee in such a savage state sends waves of disbelief and fear through the hall. Academy officials lose their composure at the blatant disrespect. One of them shouts angrily, calling him an idiot, while Aronian watches with unshakable calm, without the slightest trace of shame. Neo-Gan steps up to the microphone and roars at the audience, calling all of his new classmates idiots without exception. His declaration is blunt and brutal. His only goal at the academy is to defeat every single one of them, until they are completely crushed by his strength. Outrage erupts among the nobles, who shout insults and call him a barbaric savage, deeply offended that a commoner would dare to speak to them in such a manner. Even when a mere commoner dares to act with such arrogance before them, Neo-Gan does not retreat a single inch. With a roar that carries a terrifying thirst for blood, he orders all the weaklings, those who only know how to talk, to shut their mouths, while an academy official laments the disaster that has fallen upon them and jokes about wanting to resign. Neo-Gan continues his chaotic display of dominance. Suddenly, his gaze locks onto a specific point in the hall, and he lets out a savage roar. "My main target is you." In one violent motion, Neo again hurls his massive war axe through the air. Panic spreads instantly as students scatter in fear while the weapon spins toward its mark. The axe crashes into the marble floor with devastating force, shattering stone and sending shards and thick clouds of dust exploding across the grand hall. It embeds itself deep into the cracked ground, vibrating from the impact right in front of Luis Caro's feet. Kenrenka stares at the weapon in shock and caution, but Luis remains steady, calmly analyzing the axe with a cold composure that shows he is not intimidated in the slightest. He slowly lifts his gaze toward the stage. The name Neo Gan just declared echoes in his ears, marking the beginning of a dangerous rivalry. Neo Gan leaps down from the stage and plants his foot firmly on the handle of the embedded axe, displaying surprising agility for someone of his massive build. Standing atop his own weapon, he looks down at Luis and declares before everyone that the two of them are destined to clash in battle. Madness gleams in Neo's red eyes as he grins fiercely, eager to test the strength of the one who dared to take first place from him. Luis responds with his characteristic icy blue gaze, cold, analytical, unshaken. The first chapter of his life at the academy closes with the promise of an inevitable battle between flawless technique and unrestrained brute force. Neo Gan, still perched arrogantly on his enormous axe in front of Luis, shatters the remaining calm in Kandria's grand hall. Brian, a noble who cannot tolerate disorder, steps forward immediately and demands that Neo move away from Luis while the ceremony is still in progress. But Neo cares nothing for lineage. He mocks Brian to his face, asking if he is afraid and dismissing him as nothing more than a loudmouth. The provocation works. Brian burns with humiliation at being insulted by a commoner in front of everyone. Luis watches carefully, noticing that Brian is on the verge of losing control. Blinded by anger, Brian throws a punch with all his strength, shouting that Neo will regret this. But before the blow can land, a hand stops it effortlessly in midair. It is Luis. He grips Brian's arm and tells him in a chilling voice to calm down before things spiral out of control. Neo laughs loudly, thoroughly enjoying the chaos, calling them cowards for refusing to fight properly. Then the atmosphere shifts. An academy professor approaches the group with firm steps and a severe expression. He warns them that selfish and violent behavior will not allow them to last long within the institution. Neo clicks his tongue in annoyance. He has no interest in trivial rules or authority figures. Brian and Luis fall silent as the professor's presence dominates the space. Around them, murmurs spread among the students, criticizing the supposed lack of manners from commoners. Brian feels humiliated for having interfered and nearly causing trouble in front of a professor. Neo, however, looks more than ready to crush anyone who stands in his way. The professor places a firm hand on Neo's shoulder and reminds him of an unbreakable rule. Fights between students are strictly forbidden. Any confrontation must be supervised in official tournaments or sanctioned duels. Otherwise, expulsion is immediate. The pressure radiating from the professor is so intense that even the savage Neo begins to sweat coldly. The message is clear. Trying to mask his nervousness, Neo lets out a forced laugh and admits that being expelled would indeed be troublesome. For now, the conflict is suspended. He pulls his axe from the shattered floor and walks away, making it obvious that this is far from over. As he passes Luis, he casts him one final warning glance, silently promising they will meet again soon. Luis watches the red-haired giant leave with an impassive expression, not a trace of fear crossing his face. At last, the professor declares the entrance ceremony concluded, granting the students the rest of the day free before the true academic challenges begin tomorrow. As they exit the hall, Luis tries to process Neo's sudden hostility. Brian, however, is convinced that all this chaos is the fault of that muscle-brained girl, unaware that she is standing right behind him. Miliana Royce wastes no time and smacks Brian hard on the head. She is furious that his recklessness almost got them expelled on the very first day. Miliana sighs and admits that she also shares some responsibility. She reveals that she had already clashed with that savage Neo Gan during the final entrance exam. In a brief recollection, the fierce battle between Miliana and Neo flashes through their minds. It was so evenly matched that it ended in a technical draw due to the exam's time limit. She explains that Neo later heard rumors claiming she lost to him. Now the muscular redhead is obsessed with finding Luis to prove his superiority. Anyway, let's move, Luis suggests, trying to leave the tense encounter behind while Brian continues grumbling about the hit he received. As they walk through the corridors, the hateful stares and whispers from other students make it clear that they have already earned a rather negative reputation among their peers. Eventually, they arrive at the academy shop, the official store where students must purchase everything necessary for their stay and training. The moment he steps inside and looks at the shelves, Luis is horrified. The prices are absurdly high for any ordinary student. A shop attendant, wearing a professional smile, shows him a feather pillow and describes it as a bargain at only 30 silver coins. But the real blow comes when she offers a herbal meditation pillow for no less than 5 gold coins. Luis feels his soul nearly leave his body at the outrageous cost. Brian casually remarks that this is among the cheaper items available, reminding Luis how crucial it will be to manage both money and academy credits wisely. With no other option, and carefully counting every coin, Luis decides to purchase the most basic starter kit for 100 silver coins. At least he will have the essentials to survive. He consoles himself with the thought that earning money and advance through perfume sales was a wise decision. His plan is to save enough to send any surplus back to the orphanage where he grew up. But as he examines the essential magical potions required for proper training, he realizes just how pitiful his current budget truly is. He needs to find new ways to generate income and quickly. Miliana and her friend bid them farewell, heading toward their dormitory wing and reminding the boys that tomorrow is the grand magical awakening ritual. It's time to work harder and earn more, Luis tells himself, as his coin pouch feels noticeably lighter under the crushing weight of academy expenses. Not long after, Luis Caro arrives at the imposing male dormitory building of Candria Academy. Searching for his assigned residence, carrying his belongings, he begins looking for room 60, unaware that this new chapter of his life is only just beginning. Carrying his purchases, Luis sincerely hopes that his roommate will not turn out to be a bully or someone overly troublesome. However, that hope shatters the moment he sees clothes and personal belongings being violently thrown into the hallway from one of the dorm rooms. Clearly, something is very wrong. He quickly discovers a group of older students harassing a timid-looking girl named Kara Candace. The leader of the group grips her roughly by the collar, accusing her of wanting to start a fight. Without hesitation, Luis Caro steps in. With a swift and precise motion, he presses a vital nerve point in the aggressor's arm, triggering an immediate reaction. The bully screams in agony as his arm suddenly goes numb, a surge of uncontrollable pain shooting through him from Luis's touch. Calm and composed, Luis reminds them that duels are forbidden inside the academy. He asks if they truly want to be expelled over something so foolish. The bullies step back angrily, shouting that they have not done anything yet, and that Luis has no right to interfere. But the hatred in their eyes makes it clear the tension in the hallway is seconds away from exploding. Unable to restrain himself any longer, the group leader lunges at Luis with a battle cry. Luis remains unfazed. He has already calculated everything. Once the first blow is thrown, any counterattack will be considered pure self-defense. With astonishing agility, Luis sidesteps the violent punch, leaving his opponent striking nothing but air. In the same instant, he manipulates the nerve centers in the attacker's arm, forcing the limb to move against its owner's will. The result is devastating. The bully's fist slams directly into the face of his own companion. The impact is so strong that the other student is sent flying down the hallway. While the leader stares at his own hand in utter confusion, Luis watches the chaos with an icy gaze and a faint smile of superiority. Everything is unfolding exactly as he planned. "Why did you hit me?" The injured student cries from the floor, tears welling in his eyes, while the leader desperately tries to explain that his body is not obeying him. Luis continues his invisible counterattack, pressing another vital point in the bully's leg with a nearly imperceptible touch. Instantly, the leader's leg lashes out uncontrollably, delivering a brutal kick to another friend who had tried to intervene. Within seconds, the bullies are sprawled across the hallway, groaning in pain after attacking one another due to Luis's nerve manipulation technique. Luis finishes by striking one last nerve point in the leader's chest, sending a shock through his body that leaves him completely immobilized. Absolute terror fills the aggressor's face as he realizes he has lost control of his own muscles to this newcomer. With a final movement of his foot, Luis knocks him off balance, sealing his defeat in front of the watching students. The bullies collapse in a heap, bleeding from their noses, their pride shattered, unable to comprehend how a simple confrontation turned into a complete disaster. The leader, humiliated and trembling, points at Luis and frantically accuses him of being responsible. "Don't blame others just because your own body behaves strangely, Senpai," Luis replies with insulting calm. The bully recoils in fear, stammering as he calls Luis a monster. Feeling as though his life is in danger, Luis fixes them with an intense stare, projecting such a tangible aura of menace that the air in the hallway feels heavier. "Monster," Luis repeats in a low, dangerous voice, causing the leader to sink even deeper into fear. What are you going to do to us?" The aggressors plead, now completely at the mercy of young Kirill. Kara Candace watches the scene silently, now shielded by the imposing presence of her unexpected savior. Luis turns slightly toward her. "Are you telling me I should leave them like this?" he asks, calmly assessing the situation. Then he looks back at the bullies and warns, "And that if they are discovered fighting here, all of them will be expelled. If you have complaints, we can go see the director together," he suggests with sharp sarcasm. Terrified, the bullies scramble to their feet and flee down the hallway, shouting empty threats of future revenge as they disappear from sight. Luis turns to the girl. "I'm your roommate, Luis. What's your name?" he asks kindly. Overwhelmed by shyness, Kara Candace lowers her head and hides behind her luggage. Unable to say a single word after the tense encounter, Luis notices her name written on the tag attached to her belongings. It seems their life together in this dormitory will begin in a rather unusual way. He watches as Kara hurriedly slips into the room without speaking at all. Kara, huh? Luis murmurs, still trying to process the strange behavior of his new roommate. The hallway finally falls silent, the chaos from moments ago fading away. Ignoring me completely. That's beyond just being shy. Luis thinks with a faint smile, realizing that Kara is definitely the type of person who attracts trouble and bullying. He begins tidying the room while reflecting on how intense his first day has been. All he hopes is that nothing too insane happens during tomorrow's magical awakening ritual. But while the rest of the academy sleeps, mysterious shadows move through the darkness of the grand halls, plotting something sinister beneath the watchful eyes of ancient statues. Two masked figures with glowing red eyes stand before a strange magic circle. Danger lurks in the shadows, and it seems the fragile peace of Luis. Caro's first day is about to vanish completely. Welcome to Candria Arcani Academy. Today is a crucial day at the temple. The magical awakening ceremony for the new students is about to begin. Luis Carroll stands among the crowd, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Beside him, Kara Candace observes the imposing surroundings with timid curiosity as they wait for the ritual to start. Before them rises the majestic statue of the goddess, Gala, the creator of this world and the original source of all the power humans wield today. The instructor steps forward and speaks in a solemn tone. With a grand gesture, he urges the students to contemplate the great creator before beginning his historical lesson. Long ago, he explains, the goddess Gala created a world where humans and monsters were meant to coexist in harmony. However, as centuries passed, the monsters began to abuse their overwhelming natural strength, breaking the balance and plunging the world into darkness. The Vigims dominated the land with destructive force, crushing any attempt at human resistance beneath their feet. And thus, the Age of Despair began. In the depths of the oceans, the Krakens ruled the seas without opposition. The brutal struggle for dominance. Among these colossal beasts, stained the entire world with blood. Humanity, lacking claws, fangs, or magic of its own, stood on the very edge of extinction. Countless lives were lost in the midst of absolute chaos. Witnessing the devastation of her creation, the goddess Gala was consumed by a profound fury. She could no longer allow the massacre to continue. It was then that she bestowed her blessing upon humankind. Through her grace, humans finally came to understand the essence of earth, water, wind, and fire. From that revelation, martial arcana was born. After countless grueling battles, humanity not only escaped annihilation, but rose to become the new rulers of the world. The instructor extended his hand, heavy with ornate rings, promising the gathered youths that today they too would receive the goddess's blessing and awaken their magic. While the others listened in awe, Luis Carroll remained skeptical. He noticed a crucial omission in the tale. The first hero had not been mentioned. Luis's gaze turned cold. He understood that history, written by the victors, often concealed inconvenient truths. Interrupting his thoughts, the instructor suddenly pointed at Luis and another student with a gesture far from friendly. With open arrogance, he ordered them to stand in a separate section. Luis and Kara complied under the watchful eyes of the group. The instructor gestured toward ritual circles drawn on the floor, explaining that those with true talent would feel their connection to the elements almost instantly. Yet beneath his guidance lay unmistakable contempt. In his mind, he had already judged Luis as unworthy, as nothing more than trash who did not belong. Luis sensed the hostility immediately. Though the man tried to mask it, his eyes betrayed a malicious intent aimed directly at him. The mental pressure was unmistakable, silent, deliberate, a personal declaration of war. This academy has no need for people like you. With the individual instructions complete, the instructor loudly announced the beginning of the ritual and ordered everyone to prepare. Luis watched the man's retreating back. The hatred was tangible, but he refused to be intimidated. Instead, his vigilance sharpened. In near complete silence, the students sat in meditation formation before the towering statue of the goddess. Earth, fire, wind, and water, the four fundamental elements of this world. Soon, each of them would attempt to claim one as their own. As the ritual officially commenced, the instructor raised his voice in command. Honor the goddess's blessing. Sharpen your minds and reach for what you can feel. The air grew tense as anticipation swelled. Luis Carroll's destiny was about to be decided within the ceremony of power. The instructor lifted his ring-covered hands, fervently invoking the blessing of the goddess Gala upon the young aspirants. Light flooded the grand hall as prayers rose from every corner, each student silently begging the divine to hear their plea and grant them the gift of magic. Suddenly, the symbol of fire carved into the floor flared to life, its brilliance marking the first magical manifestation. Almost at the same moment, the emblem of water shimmered with a cold, crystalline glow, signaling that the forces of nature were responding. The towering statue of Gala illuminated from the tip of her staff, sending waves of pure energy throughout the temple, enveloping the students in radiant power. Her eyes shone with a supernatural light, as though the goddess herself were judging the souls of the silent youths before her. The instructor presided over the ceremony with solemn authority while Gala's divine aura manifested with breathtaking magnitude. The students, overwhelmed by the power swirling around them, struggled to maintain their focus as magical particles flooded their senses. A spiritual projection of the goddess seemed to materialize above them, guiding the streams of mana that would determine each new arcanist's future. One student stared in wonder as the elements began to manifest before him, floating. Orbs of multicolored light drifted through the air, painting a dreamlike scene. Reactions erupted across the hall. Some rejoiced as fire chose them, flames dancing at their fingertips. Others, surrounded by the cool aura of water, hesitated, questioning whether that was truly their martial path. Then, without warning, a colossal explosion of energy shook the entire temple. At the center of a raging vortex of flames and earth, someone was defying all expectations. It was unbelievable. Neil Gunn, a student of humble origin, had awakened not one but two attributes at the same time. The air fills with astonishment at such a display of talent. Murmurs of envy and shock ripple through the rows of students. How is it possible that Neil Gunn can control such complex magic with such effortless ease? Neil lets out an arrogant laugh, his eyes glowing a deep crimson as he feels the power surging through his veins. He feels like a true genius. The force of his awakening is so overwhelming that even those standing nearby are forced to step back, intimidated by the wild aura radiating from the elements around him. All of you will obey me, Neil Gunn declares boldly, making it clear that his newfound strength has only fueled his desire to dominate others. With a look of contempt, he turns toward Louise Carroll, who remains silent, seemingly achieving nothing in his meditation. To Neil, anyone unable to awaken their magic at this crucial moment is unworthy of being called a rival, and he openly mocks Louise without hesitation. Meanwhile, Louise Carroll stays focused, but he begins to notice something deeply unsettling. Unlike the others, not a single trace of elemental energy is approaching him. A disturbing darkness starts to close in around his mind. Desperation creeps into his thoughts as he questions why he cannot feel the presence of magic within this sacred place. For a fleeting moment, he wonders if his origin from another world is the problem, but he quickly dismisses the idea, remembering that his soul has already interacted with strange forces before. He recalls his duel against Lord Kanaranka, when he was able to sense, even faintly, a mysterious energy that now seems completely absent. Yet here and now, at this decisive moment, Louise feels trapped in an absolute void, as if an invisible barrier has severed his connection to the essence of the elements entirely. The mental suffocation becomes unbearable. A murky fog clouds his senses, plunging him into a profound darkness, where his determination is forced into a desperate battle. Luis grits his teeth, locked in a fierce internal struggle as his will is tested like never before. For a brief instant, memories of his past life surface of being confined to a wheelchair, powerless and fragile. He swears to himself that this time, nothing will break him. Back in the present, Louise Carroll releases a roar filled with defiance as a violent blue aura burst from his body. Get out of here, he bellows, unleashing a surge of energy so powerful it seems determined to sweep away the darkness, suffocating him. A massive explosion of mana shakes the temple, erupting in a blinding flash of light that leaves everyone stunned into silence. As the thunderous echo fades, the statue of the goddess remains unmoved, silently observing the students who are still struggling to comprehend what they have just witnessed. Luis opens his eyes, and his gaze is now crystal clear. Within his pupils, elemental particles shimmer at last, responding to his call. Beside Caracandace, Luis watches in wonder as for spheres of light, each glowing with a different color, begin to float lazily above them. Could these be the elements? The instructor is left speechless, unable to understand how Louise Carroll managed to break through the mental isolation that had been deliberately imposed upon him. Luis reaches out toward one of the spheres, a blue orb pulsing with the essence of water. His fingers nearly brush its celestial glow, but something is wrong. The elements are present, yet he cannot touch them. Sweat beads across his forehead as frustration sets in. Though he can sense them clearly, an invisible barrier prevents him from accessing their power. He moves desperately through the floating orbs, but his body feels as though it exists in a completely separate space from the elements themselves. This is a problem, Luis thinks bitterly, while Caracandace watches him with deep concern. From the shadows, the instructor smiles maliciously, savoring the sight of Luis still trapped despite the spectacular surge of energy. He is certain the boy will never awaken. The truth reveals itself. A Canthaman circle, a special magical formation designed specifically to block the flow between spirit and element. Beneath it lies a magic forbidden orb, a forbidden object meant to weaken magical bonds. The instructor feels triumphant. Luis sits unknowingly atop an artifact crafted to destroy his awakening. Surrounded by unseen darkness, the corrupt instructor caresses his luxurious rings, recalling with satisfaction the reward he received in exchange for sabotaging Louise Carroll's future. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for making so many enemies. Outside the temple, the moon hangs high above the Academy of Candria as the ritual draws to a close for the other students. Mockery spreads quickly. Many believe Louise Carroll is nothing but a nobody, and that Neil alone deserves the spotlight. What a disappointment. Yet Kara does not take her eyes off Louise. Her instincts tell her something strange and suspicious is happening beneath their feet. With her violet eyes, Kara studies every detail of the floor, searching for the source of the oppressive energies suffocating her companion. Suddenly, she calls Luce's attention, urgently pointing downward and asking what is wrong with the ground. In that moment, Kara understands everything. It is a trap. She has uncovered the sabotage preventing Luis Carroll's awakening. Luis immediately grasps the truth. Suspicion sharpens in his eyes as he confirms that the instructor has attempted to sabotage him from the shadows. Without hesitation, he rises to his feet, ready to act. If magic is blocked, he will rely on the brute strength, forged by his unbreakable will. Boom! With a devastating strike, Luis Carroll smashes the stone floor of the temple, channeling every ounce of his physical power into a single precise point. The impact is so sudden that dust and fragments of stone explode into the air, leaving the onlookers breathless with shock. Beneath the rubble, the confinement circle shatters, and the Forbidden's magical orb is exposed and destroyed. The trap is finally neutralized. Kara exhales in relief, grateful that Luis reacted in time. Her warning became the key to unlocking his potential. "Thank you," Luis murmurs with a faint smile, acknowledging her help before turning to face what lies ahead. Standing atop the ruins of the broken trap, he briefly wonders whether this was coincidence or a carefully orchestrated attack, but there is no time for doubt. The true test is about to begin, and Luis is more ready than ever. In the distance, the instructor watches in horror, unable to believe that a mere commoner has shattered a spell of such magnitude on his own. Whatever the case, Luis closes his eyes and turns inward. Now it truly begins. A pillar of divine light descends upon him. Freed from the sabotage, the essence of martial arcana responds with terrifying intensity. Brilliant streaks of color race through the temple like shooting stars, drawn toward Luce's overwhelming presence. A colossal vortex of the four elements forms around him, creating a storm of mana so violent that the very foundations of the academy tremble. What the hell is happening with that commoner? The nobles cry out in fear as they watch. Luis at the center of the raging elemental tempest, creating a phenomenon even greater than Neil. Guns. Luis Kittle spreads, his arms wide in the heart of the raging storm, embracing the power of earth, fire, wind, and water all at once. A legendary awakening is being born. The instructor can hardly believe what he has seen. How is it possible that Luis Carroll is awakening despite the confinement, circle, and the forbiddens? Or he himself prepared to sabotage him? Suddenly, a firm hand lands on his shoulder, cutting through his spiraling panic. It is the director. With a cold, severe look that allows no argument, he orders the instructor to withdraw immediately. The dirty game is over. With no choice, the instructor bows and obeys, though inside he burns with rage and fear of being exposed. Meanwhile, the noble students whisper among themselves, unable to understand why the director would intervene for a mere commoner who appears to be desperately struggling to awaken. Damn it, the instructor thinks as he retreats. The director's sudden appearance nearly revealed the entire scheme. Seeking discretion, he hurries through the empty corridors of the academy to report the setback. In the moonlit gardens, he meets his accomplice. The atmosphere is tense, heavy with disdain. It failed, the instructor admits bitterly. His mysterious ally, irritated by the incompetence, orders him to stay out of sight to avoid raising further suspicion. The rest will be handled personally. Watching the instructor's silhouette disappear into the darkness, the accomplice regards Luis as nothing more than an insignificant commoner who has stumbled upon temporary luck. Back at the ceremony, the director assumes full control, ordering that every movement be monitored. He will not allow anyone else to cause chaos in his academy. With a subtle gesture, he removes the remaining magical obstacles that had been suppressing Luce's awakening. Now the young man's fate rests solely in his own hands. Luis Carroll is engulfed in a vortex of pure elemental energy as the outside world fades away. Immersed in a deep trance, he tries to understand the nature of the force surrounding him. His eyes remain closed as he descends inward. He finds himself in a vast, star-filled expanse. Are these the elements Kane spoke of? Luis begins connecting the pieces. He remembers a crucial conversation with his friend Kane in the library. Kane had explained that the elements are the fundamental foundation of this world, created by the goddess. Luis, ever analytical, had raised an existential question. If monsters are born using magic, why must humans awaken it? Kane had listened patiently, knowing Luis always looked beyond the obvious. According to him, the answer lay within the monsters themselves. They possess magical crystals containing pure elemental power. Those beings are born with extreme natural affinity, like the fierce fire wolves that channel heat directly from their essence, or sea creatures, capable of manipulating ocean currents through the gems embedded within them. For them, magic is as natural as breathing. Humans, however, require the awakening ritual to be acknowledged by an element. Without manipulating the particles around them, magic remains out of reach. Once the elements approach and accept you, Kane had said, all that remains is to train the mind and body to perfect the bond. Now, gazing at the luminous energies around him, Luis wonders whether those crystals are simply the very essence of the elements given tangible form. Kane's final words echo clearly in his mind. Everything in creation is made of elements. With that truth engraved within him, Luis prepares to dive deeper into his own spiritual void, and uncover his true potential. Within his mental space, surrounded by a starry emptiness, Luis studies the floating essences. He pauses before a sphere of deep, radiant blue, contemplating whether his natural affinity lies with water. Driven by curiosity, he extends his finger toward the elemental light, attempting to forge a direct connection with that pure source of power. In his mind, he envisions the grandeur of the underwater realm, majestic mermaids wielding tridents and commanding the currents, symbols of ancient fluid strength flowing like the endless ocean. But the serenity of water shatters abruptly. From the darkest depths of his subconscious, something grotesque and terrifying emerges, a nightmare creature with crimson eyes that seem to devour light itself. The collision is violent. A demonic shadow rises behind him, engulfing him in a suffocating atmosphere of scarlet terror that threatens to crush his awakening consciousness. A scream tears from his throat. His eyes turn blood red as the demon blood within his veins surges uncontrollably, bringing agony so intense that he writhes violently, clutching his head to keep from descending into madness. An uncontrollable explosion of energy erupts from within him with volcanic force. The very essence of the world begins manifesting chaotically, mixing opposing elements like fire and ice in a destructive dance that consumes everything in its path. As though guided by the goddess's will, the elements twist and spiral in a furious storm. Responding to the immense pressure Luis is unleashing within his trance, outside his mind, a pair of authoritative eyes watches, in horror and fascination at the magnitude of the unleashed power. The director realizes the imminent danger threatening the academy. "This is bad," he exclaims, understanding he must act immediately. Luis is no longer in control of himself. With hair standing on end and blinding light pouring from his body, he has become a magical time bomb screaming within the storm. With swift determination, the director casts a high-level defensive spell, Godrear. His hands move with mastery to contain the devastation. Seal, a radiant silhouette appears to reinforce the barrier of sacred power meant to suppress the malignant energy pouring from the young man. Before the towering image of the goddess, the director channels every ounce of his magic to stabilize the area, becoming the soul wall between the academy and total annihilation. Complex magical circles carve themselves into the ground, supporting the shield as it struggles against the crushing dark pressure. The clash shakes reality itself. The goddess's barrier forms a multicolored dome around Luis, attempting to suffocate the explosion before it is too late. Inside the dome, the young man is a mass of pure light and agony. Luis fights desperately for his life and sanity, screaming through clenched teeth as his eyes blaze with an inhuman intensity. The other students recoil in terror from the violent shockwaves. "What was that?" they whisper, trying to see through the blinding glow of the seal. They cannot believe that a mere commoner would require such intervention from the director. "Calm down, Luis. Don't let the environment control you," the director shouts at the top of his lungs, forcing his voice through the magical roar to reach the boy's consciousness. Despite the unbearable pain, Luis struggles to regain a fragment of clarity. His features are strained, but the emptiness in his gaze begins to sharpen with flickers of focus. Then, one final flash of blue energy bursts from his eyes. It is the decisive moment, the moment in which everything will be decided. When his analytical mind attempts to tame the unrestrained fury of his blood, the storm begins to subside. Luis remains standing with his back turned, his hair still disheveled, breathing heavily as the atmosphere in the hall suddenly turns icy cold. Gasping for air, he struggles to steady his breath while cold sweat soaks through his uniform. He knows he was one step away from succumbing to the madness of his demonic lineage. But as he wipes his face, his analytical mind immediately activates when he notices an elemental symbol floating beside him, vibrating with a geometric structure that feels strangely familiar. As he studies the formation carefully, astonishment completely replaces exhaustion. Luis realizes that magic in this world is not an unfathomable mystery, but a pure science. Under his experienced gaze, the elements reveal themselves as fundamental particles behaving according to the same physical laws he mastered in his previous life. Luis Carroll examines the small elemental sphere in his hand with a calculating look. In his mind, the laws of magic intertwine seamlessly with science. If the elements function like fundamental particles, then perhaps he can control them simply by adjusting their vibrational frequency. The sphere responds to his will, beginning to glow with hypnotic intensity as Luis dives into the deepest secrets of magical matter. Inside the small orb, suddenly a burst of white light floods his inner world, marking the point of no return in his awakening process. Before him appear the four pillars: earth, water, fire, and wind. Each elemental essence floats like a symbol of absolute power, waiting to be shaped by his will. The contained energy releases in a dazzling explosion of vibrant colors that defies every conventional magical law of the academy. The director watches the spectacle with a mixture of awe and gravity, aware that he is witnessing the birth of a legend. Unbelievable, he murmurs at the magnitude of such power. A colossal elemental tornado rises at the center of the hall, merging the forces of nature into a swirling storm of color that shakes the very foundations of the building. The noble students who once looked at Luis with disdain now stand paralyzed by a primal terror. His presence is far more imposing and frightening than anything they have ever seen, even surpassing Neil. A smile of triumph forms on the director's face. Luis has exceeded all expectations, proving himself to be a fascinating anomaly that defies all logic. Luis deepens his theory. If the essence of magic mirrors elemental particles, then from a scientific perspective, humans should be capable of using it as naturally as monsters do. Strands of multicolored energy begin to travel along his hand and arm, signaling that he has started manipulating the currents of mana consciously. Blending his knowledge of Qigong with his newfound understanding of magic, he harmonizes the movement of the particles with his breathing, allowing the elemental circulation to flow frictionlessly through his meridians. If I can concentrate this, he thinks with determination, envisioning the creation of a magical crystal within his own body to permanently channel magic. His concentration reaches its limit, and the air around him vibrates with such dense energy that it seems ready to crystallize. Deep within his being, a blue core shines with the purity of ice. Luis has accomplished the impossible. He has forged an elemental center of power inside himself. The explosion becomes inevitable. Settling into a meditation stance, he releases the force. Sharp spears of ice burst violently from the ground, claiming every inch of space around him with relentless frost. The Academy Hall is transformed into a frozen landscape of towering crystals and glistening ice. At the center of it all stands Luis, like the sovereign of an eternal winter kingdom. The director watches in silence, fascinated by the control and destructive potential Luis has manifested in such a short time. A flash of light and ice expands outward from the center, erasing any trace of the conventional ceremony and marking the rise of a legendary awakening. Luis floats amid the icy tempest he has unleashed, his presence completely dominating the vast hall. The director's intrigued smile lingers. This is only the beginning of the true transformation of his most enigmatic student. Luis Carroll stands at the epicenter of an unprecedented awakening, closing his eyes to channel the elements through techniques from his previous life. Terror overtakes the nobles who once mocked him. They attempt to flee as a storm of freezing energy erupts through the hall, but there is no escape. In the blink of an eye, absolute cold reaches them, encasing them in blocks of ice and halting their flight forever. In an instant, the Academy's ceremonial hall becomes a frozen wasteland, leaving everyone in stunned silence before the immense power of Luis. The director quickly realizes that the situation has become extremely serious. The strange power spreading through the hall is far beyond what the students can handle, and if it continues unchecked, the entire academy could be destroyed. Without wasting another second, he takes out a sacred golden artifact and raises it toward the sky. Closing his eyes, he begins to pray with deep focus, asking the goddess for guidance and strength. With his arms open, he calls upon divine power, requesting that the goddess grant Kendria the power of flame. A moment later, fiery energy begins to gather around him. With a determined expression, the director unleashes a powerful barrier made entirely of blazing fire, creating a massive wall meant to stop a freezing wave spreading across the hall. The barrier of flame surges forward like a burning tide, pushing against the overwhelming ice that continues to expand. As the two forces collide, a violent shockwave erupts throughout the hall. The impact is so powerful that the nearby students are thrown backward, unable to keep their balance. The clash between fire and ice creates an intense struggle of energy, filling the entire academy with a blinding light. At the center of the chaos stands Neil, his face serious as he appears to absorb the energy released by the explosion. The power generated by the collision is so immense that the entire academy building begins glowing brightly, as if illuminated by a magical storm. Elsewhere in the academy, the disturbance does not go unnoticed. In his office, a professor wearing glasses suddenly feels the ground trembling beneath his feet. Confused and concerned, he looks up from his desk and wonders what could possibly be happening. At the same time, the instructor who had earlier confronted Neil sees the bright light shining through the windows and is left stunned by the sheer magnitude of the energy. In another part of the academy, inside the training room, a female instructor senses the sudden surge of power and immediately stops what she is doing. The strange commotion spreading through the academy clearly indicates that something extraordinary is taking place. Eventually, the explosive clash settles down and the chaos begins to fade. As the smoke and magical energy disperse, our hero calmly walks forward toward the director as if nothing unusual had happened. The academy head looks at him with a serious expression and asks about the strange new element he just witnessed, something that looked very much like ice but felt far more complex. At that moment, Neil stands surrounded by a mysterious aura formed from both fire and ice, his eyes filled with determination. Inside his mind, in his inner mental space, Louis carefully observes what just happened. He notices that the elements are moving rapidly, flowing through his body and interacting with each other in ways he had never imagined before. Slowly, a realization begins to form in his mind. If elements can move and merge like this, then perhaps combining them in the right way could create something entirely new. As this thought forms, the energy of wind and water begins flowing through his body as well, leaving him momentarily confused about how to control it all. The discovery overwhelms him, and he realizes he may need to speak with someone about what just happened. Snapping back to reality, Louis suddenly notices that the academy director is standing right in front of him, patiently waiting for an explanation. The director gestures toward the hall around them, which now lies in complete ruins, and with a stern expression asks the boy exactly what that power was. The once magnificent hall is now destroyed, with frozen students lying on the floor as the aftermath of the incident. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Louis scratches the back of his neck and gives an awkward smile before thanking the director for stepping in earlier and saving him from the out-of-control situation. The director simply sighs and announces that he will be heading back to his office, leaving the cleanup to someone named Cox. Before leaving, he tells Louis to come along, as he assumes the boy must have many questions after everything that just happened. The two of them then begin walking through the academy's dark and empty halls. The once lively corridors are now silent after the commotion. Step by step, they make their way toward the temple's main door, which leads to the director's office. Once inside the office, the director turns to Louis with a thoughtful expression and congratulates him. He explains that the boy has just awakened all four elemental attributes, something extremely rare and almost unheard of. Hearing this, the white-haired boy confirms it with a confident smile. To demonstrate, he raises his hand and summons four small spheres of energy that begin floating smoothly above his palm, each representing one of the elemental forces. The director watches in disbelief, completely shocked by the boy's natural control over such powerful abilities. After a moment, he hands Louis a book and explains that it will help him better understand magic and how to train it properly. He also admits that his own knowledge is limited, as he can only truly guide him in the elements of wind and earth. Grateful for the help, Louis thanks the director sincerely and accepts the book. After finishing their conversation, the director calls for someone outside and asks Kylie to enter. Moments later, the female instructor from the training room walks inside and respectfully bows before her superior. The director introduces her to Louis and explains that she is his most trusted assistant. From this moment forward, Kylie will be responsible for protecting the boy. With a serious expression, Kylie states that they should move somewhere more suitable for training. Soon they arrive at another location within the academy. The director explains that this is his personal meditation and training chamber, a place designed for practicing powerful magic safely. Curious about the earlier events, Kylie asks Louis to show her the mysterious element he used. Louis explains that he discovered it purely by accident and then creates a small crystal-like formation of energy in his hand. He reveals that by accelerating to elements and mixing them together, a completely new one can be formed. With a confident smile, he proudly announces the name he has given to his discovery, the ice element. Both the director and Kylie are stunned by this revelation. The director admits that he has never heard of anyone successfully combining elements in such a way. Kylie, meanwhile, comments on how incredibly cold the energy feels even from a distance. But instead of fear, a spark of excitement appears in her eyes. Clearly fascinated, she suddenly lunges toward the boy. Eager to test the new power herself, she launches a rapid series of attacks, throwing several precise strikes toward Louis. However, the boy manages to block every single one of them with surprising skill. At one point, he catches her punch with his hand, which is now covered in icy energy. Standing firm, Louis faces her without retreating even a single step. Kylie is stunned by the strength behind his defense and the strange effect of the ice energy. The impact of their clash pushes her backward with surprising force. As she regains her footing, she notices that her movements have slowed down slightly. Realizing what is happening, she wonders if slowing opponents might also be part of the ice element's abilities. The director then asks whether anything like this has ever been achieved before. Kylie, now surrounding her fist with flames, confidently replies that it has not. He goes on to explain that ever since magic first appeared in the world, countless scholars and geniuses have dedicated their lives to studying its mysteries. Despite their efforts, no one had ever successfully fused elemental attributes together. Most mages can only control a single attribute in their lifetime. Only a rare few are capable of awakening multiple elements. Even Lady Miri, one of the greatest magical geniuses in history, was only able to control 3 elements. She once attempted to fuse 2 attributes together, but ultimately failed. The director explains that her body and mind simply could not withstand the immense power generated by such a fusion. Hearing this, Louis asks if ordinary humans are simply incapable of enduring the fusion of attributes. The director nods seriously and explains that using magic already requires a very strong body and mind, but accelerating multiple elements at the same time demands an even greater level of willpower and control. If someone attempted to guide several elements simultaneously, the energies would violently collide within the person's body. That internal collision would almost certainly result in the mage's death. Kylie adds that in other words, the entire concept was considered impossible. Yet despite that, the boy standing in front of them has already achieved it. Realizing the potential he possesses, Kylie becomes filled with excitement and determination. Flames burst around her body as her aura intensifies. Her eyes glow brightly as she shouts that she wants to test his power once again. Without hesitation, she rushes forward, and the two begin exchanging blows once more. their fist enhanced with elemental power. As the director watches their battle unfold, he recalls an old theory proposed long ago by Lady Miran. According to her hypothesis, surviving the collision of multiple elements would require either the body of a dragon or the use of magical crystals, similar to the way monsters channel magic. Curious about the past research, Louis asked what ultimately happened with those experiments on elemental fusion. The director's expression becomes serious as he explains that the results were disastrous. Every single test ended in failure, and the consequences were so severe that the entire concept of fusion magic was eventually forbidden. Because of that, he never imagined that someone would one day manage to break that long-standing limitation. Louis finally understands why the fusion of elements was considered forbidden. He realizes that the only reason he survived the process was because he instinctively guided the elements through separate paths inside his body, preventing them from colliding with each other. While he is still thinking about this discovery, the assistant suddenly kicks toward him again, forcing him to react. As he calmly blocks the attack, she asks if he truly understands the importance of what he has just done. Without showing any fear, Louis answers that he understands perfectly. In that moment, memories of his past life flash through his mind, reminding him that possessing such unusual power can easily attract dangerous attention. The assistant nods in agreement and warns him that if the truth about his ability spreads, many powerful and greedy people may try to take advantage of him. She explains that her duty is to protect him, but that protection will become much harder if he continues creating unnecessary trouble. Thinking carefully, Louis proposes a solution. He says that if anyone asks, he will simply claim that the ice he created is nothing more than a special application of his water element. Hearing this explanation, the academy director looks confused and repeats the word application, clearly not understanding what the boy means. To test Louis' determination and ability, the director tells Kylie to attack him again. The assistant immediately surrounds her fist with flames and charges forward with full force. Watching her approach, Louis smiles slightly and begins explaining that water can behave in very interesting ways. As he gathers his energy, he explains that when water is placed under extreme pressure, it can begin to change its form entirely. At that moment, a powerful burst of energy erupts around him. The impact is so intense that it throws him backward across the room. Kylie is left completely stunned, unable to say a word after witnessing what just happened. The director also watches the scene with surprise before slowly realizing what Louis has done. With a fascinated smile, he explains that what they are seeing is something similar to a superionic ice state of water. When he takes the small sphere of ice in his hand, he becomes even more shocked and admits that this phenomenon doesn't even feel like ordinary magic. Kylie questions Louis, wondering how he managed to create ice that doesn't melt and yet still seems to radiate heat at the same time. Louis calmly explains that liquids naturally change their behavior under pressure, and he simply applied knowledge he already possessed to guide the transformation. Hearing this explanation, the director becomes even more interested in the boy's potential. He tells Louis that he should come to him whenever he needs guidance, promising to personally teach him how to better control and develop his abilities. Kylie, however, still looks worried. She asks the director if he truly intends to protect Louis even after realizing how dangerous his abilities could be. The director calmly answers that he has no intention of rejecting a possibility like this. Instead, he wants to support Louis and help him grow stronger. Hearing this decision, Kylie finally accepts it, though she secretly thinks that Louis will become an extremely troublesome student. As flames swirl around her body, she silently vows that she will protect him no matter what happens. After that, Louis and the director watch as Kylie casually creates a glowing sphere of fire in her hand. The director then informs Louis that classes will officially begin the next day. Before leaving, he hands him a potion meant to restore mental energy. Louis looks surprised because he never knew that potions for the mind even existed. Later that night, Louis returns to his room. However, despite everything that happened during the day, he doesn't feel sleepy at all. Instead, he decides that it would be better to meditate until morning and organize his thoughts. Just as he reaches the door to his room, a mysterious hand suddenly grabs him from behind. Startled, he quickly turns around and sees that it is his roommate, Kara, who is sitting up and apparently still awake. Surprised, Louis asks if he had been waiting for him. He then thanks Kara for helping him earlier, and asks how he managed to notice the hidden artifact used in the trap. Kara remains silent for a moment before simply handing Louis a black card. The card belongs to the Ganas Company, a powerful merchant organization. Looking at it, Louis suddenly understands how his roommate was able to notice such details so easily. He then asks Kara if he wasn't worried about becoming a target for dangerous people after getting involved in such matters. Instead of answering directly, Kara simply thanks him and quietly leaves the room without saying anything more. Watching him go, Louis begins thinking that having the support of a merchant's son might prove useful someday in the future. The following morning, the new students gather together inside the academy's large training hall. Standing before them is a massive, extremely muscular man who introduces himself as Derek. their physical training instructor. With a wide smile, he enthusiastically announces that under his guidance every student will develop a perfect body. The other students exchange nervous looks and quietly whisper that the new professor might be completely insane. However, Louis calmly agrees with Derek's philosophy, believing that both body and mind form the true foundation of martial arts. Noticing Louis's confident gaze, Derek suddenly becomes very interested in him. In a flash of incredible speed, the instructor appears right behind Louis and another student, startling both of them. Grabbing them by the shoulders, he excitedly declares that their bodies are perfect, while King panics and begins screaming in fear. Derek closely examines Louis and praises his physique, calling it a masterpiece created by the goddess herself. Louis, however, looks extremely uncomfortable and clearly dislikes this strange and overly enthusiastic behavior. At that moment, a noble student interrupts and complains that Louis barely has any visible muscles. Questioning how the professor could praise him like that, Derek calmly replies that the so-called great families have actually lost much of their former physical strength and discipline over time. Meanwhile, Louis stands there looking a bit embarrassed by all the attention. Soon afterward, the instructor announces that according to academy tradition, the upperclassmen will first demonstrate how to use the training equipment. One of the senior students steps forward and arrogantly comments that this year's freshmen seem completely unreliable. He claims that the newcomers already lost to commoners and even failed to live up to the reputation of their noble families. Another upperclassman proudly says that they are curious to see what the so-called geniuses are actually capable of. Hearing their mocking tone, Louis calmly says that he will gladly show them the true difference in power, since it is apparently the academy's tradition. The instructor quickly tells everyone to stop talking and focus on the demonstration. One confident upperclassman steps forward first and adjusts his clothes before approaching one of the machines. Louis explains to the others that the device is designed to train the arms and chest, but unlike normal equipment, the weights are enhanced with earth element magic. The upperclassman proudly reveals that each weight on the machine is equal to 1 full ton. The freshmen watch in shock as he lifts the massive weight with ease. Nearby, a female upperclassman demonstrates another machine, spinning rapidly on a large training wheel while maintaining perfect balance. Soon after, another senior student runs effortlessly on a treadmill while wearing weights of 250 kilograms attached to his legs. Seeing these demonstrations, the instructor smiles with satisfaction and announces that it is now the freshmen's turn to try the equipment. One student nervously approaches the machine, but he cannot move the weight even a single centimeter. One after another, the other students attempt the challenge, only to collapse on the floor exhausted and dizzy. At one point, a boy is violently thrown backward when he tries to run on the incredibly heavy treadmill. Watching the failures, the upperclassmen laugh and mock the freshmen, calling them a group of weaklings. Suddenly, someone shouts in shock that there is a monster among the new students. Everyone turns to look and sees Louis casually lifting 10 tons on the machine as if it were nothing. The spectators can hardly believe their eyes and wonder if they are witnessing some kind of joke. Next, Louis moves to the treadmill and begins running so fast that the machine starts producing smoke, almost as if it is about to break apart. When he steps onto the training wheel, he spins with such incredible speed that a powerful wind forms around him, eventually creating a small tornado inside the training hall. The upperclassmen are left completely speechless by the overwhelming display of strength. Even the instructor looks suspicious and asks if Louis might have taken enhancement drugs. However, when he checks for the reaction of a magic potion, there is none. At that moment, in the background, Louis's red-haired friend becomes furious at the mocking attitude of the seniors. A red aura begins to flow from his body as he steps forward toward the machine. To everyone's shock, he lifts 15 tons with incredible effort. Then he moves to the treadmill and starts running while holding massive weights of 210 tons in his hands. Seeing this terrifying display, the upperclassmen slowly step back in fear. Now, instead of mocking the freshmen, they stare at the two new students as if they are witnessing the arrival of monsters. The red-haired boy suddenly lifts the enormous weight above his head and throws it down with incredible force. The impact shatters the floor beneath it, sending cracks spreading across the ground. With a proud grin on his face, he loudly declares that this time he has won the contest. Turning toward Louis, he tells his friend to ignore the reactions of everyone else and instead focus on deciding which of the two of them is truly stronger. However, Louis calmly shakes his head. He explains that this class is meant to be simple physical training, and the true purpose is to strengthen the body. Showing off just to impress others, he says, has no real meaning. Hearing this, the upperclassmen become visibly irritated. One of them steps forward angrily and demands to know if Louis was insulting them. Pointing directly at the boy, he tells him not to become arrogant and asks what attribute he possesses. Before Louis can respond, the red-haired friend smiles confidently and proudly announces that he has awakened two attributes: fire and earth. The upperclassmen immediately look shocked, A commoner possessing both fire and earth attributes is extremely rare, and they realize that such talent could become troublesome. Curious, the red-haired boy then asks the upperclassman about his attribute as well. The noble student answers that his attribute is water. As soon as he says this, one of the upperclassmen bursts out laughing and points at him mockingly. He claims that having such a useless attribute means the boy's strength is nothing but wasted potential. Louis tilts his head in confusion and asks what is so funny about the water attribute. One of the students nearby explains that martial arts based on water magic have only one well-known offensive technique called the water blade. Another girl adds that because water magic is usually focused on defense and support, many people look down on it. Hearing this explanation, Louis quietly reflects on how his newly created power is being belittled by others. The upperclassmen continue mocking him, saying that his future is bleak because there have never been any legendary water masters. At best, they claim, he will only be useful as someone who supports stronger teammates. With a serious expression, Louis wonders aloud if his limit is really just becoming an ordinary master. The upperclassman laughs loudly and says that is simply common sense, adding that commoners clearly know nothing about the real world. Louis's friends immediately become furious after hearing those words. They shout back that the upperclassman is the truly ignorant one. Within seconds, both groups begin arguing loudly, and the tension quickly grows as if a fight might break out right there in the hall. At that moment, the brother of a student named C walks over to the professor and says that the upperclassmen were called there to set an example for the freshmen. According to him, the best endurance training is learning to withstand an opponent's attacks directly. With that idea in mind, he proposes a fight to demonstrate just how useless the water attribute supposedly is. Soon the two opponents stand facing each other, exchanging challenging looks as the atmosphere becomes heavy with tension. Louis's blonde friend quietly warns him that the noble student is Seat's brother and is probably looking for revenge. Despite the warning, Louis calmly addresses the instructor and declares that there is no such thing as a superior or inferior attribute. With confidence in his voice, he accepts the challenge. He announces that he will prove his belief by fighting against the upperclassman himself. The nobles watch the newcomer with contempt and arrogance, clearly believing the outcome is obvious. Louis then turns to his blonde friend and assures him with a gentle smile that everything will be fine and that he will handle the fight himself. The instructor quickly establishes the rules. Magic can only be used in the central area of the hall, and the most important rule is that dodging attacks is not allowed. Hearing this rule, the red-haired friend burst into loud laughter as flames begin to flow around his body. Clearly excited, he shouts that they can finally fight fairly and honestly under those conditions. With a challenging glare, he calls the upperclassmen weaklings in order to provoke them. The leader of the noble students coldly replies that he will teach the redhead a painful lesson once he finishes dealing with the water user. He then begins gathering his magical energy to cast a powerful spell. A blinding light fills the training hall while Louis calmly watches. Even as his opponent prepares such a dramatic attack, the white-haired boy remains completely calm. From the glowing light, a massive suit of stone armor begins forming around the upperclassman's body. Thick layers of rock completely cover him, creating an imposing figure that looks almost like a living statue. Covered in this powerful armor, the noble student charges forward and shouts that Louis will regret challenging him. But before he can reach his target, the red-haired friend suddenly intercepts him. With a blazing fist surrounded by fire, he throws a powerful punch straight into the armored noble. The impact explodes with incredible force, sending the upperclassman flying across the hall and smashing through the floor. The other noble students stare in shock, unable to believe the strength displayed by a mere freshman, standing with flames still surrounding his fist. The red-haired boy looks down at the fallen opponent and calls him a weakling. The noble student can hardly believe it. His stone armor, known as one of the strongest earth-type defenses, was shattered by a single blow. Realizing the danger, the leader of the group immediately orders his companions to defeat the red-haired student together. At once, two upperclassmen rush forward simultaneously in an attempt to overwhelm him. Instead of feeling threatened, the redhead laughs excitedly, saying the fight has finally become interesting. Without any difficulty, he blocks both incoming attacks using his arms alone. Smiling confidently, he tells them their blows did not even tickle him. When one of them tries to kick him from above, he grabs the attacker's leg in midair, spinning the unfortunate student around like a weapon. He slams him directly into the other noble while shouting that they are weak. The two upperclassmen are thrown across the hall with tremendous force, leaving them no chance to react. Meanwhile, the armored noble takes advantage of the distraction and launches a sneak attack from behind. His stone fist crashes directly into the back of the red-haired freshman's neck. Seeing the direct hit, the noble briefly believes they have finally defeated him. But suddenly the stone armor covering his own hand begins to crack apart. To his horror, he realizes that his powerful strike had absolutely no effect. His arm suffers severe damage from the impact, and he screams in pain and desperation. The red-haired boy slowly turns around and casually remarks that he thought a mosquito had just landed on his back. The noble student stares in disbelief, wondering how a mere newcomer can control magic with the skill of a trained apprentice. Before he can recover, the redhead launches another fiery punch directly into the noble's chest. The attack is so powerful that it sends him crashing into the wall, leaving behind a massive crater where his body hits. Watching the destruction, the instructor reminds everyone never to forget their origins as fighters. If they do not want to end up in the same miserable state, he says they must train much harder. Louis watches the scene with slight concern, wondering if his friend might have used too much force during the fight. Meanwhile, the rest of the freshmen and upperclassmen also begin fighting among themselves, turning the entire training hall into chaotic battlefield. At one point, a female upperclassman charges forward with her fist covered in fire, aiming at one of the newcomers. Before she can strike, Louis' blonde friend quickly steps in front of her. He tells her firmly that he will not allow her to interfere in the main fight. Soon the two of them begin clashing, their battle turning into a fierce contest between fire and wind attributes. Seeing that everyone around him is now busy fighting, Louis smiles calmly with a confident expression. He slowly turns his attention toward the leader of the upperclassmen and tells him that it is finally time for the real fight between the two of them. Hearing this challenge, the noble leader becomes furious. The leader of the upperclassmen steps forward with anger burning in his eyes. He proudly declares that, as a member of the prestigious Harry family, it is his duty to teach Louis some proper manners. With a powerful stomp, his foot cracks the floor beneath him, the sound echoing across the hall as a clear display of noble pride. Without wasting another moment, he leaps forward with tremendous force, charging straight toward the white-haired boy. As he moves, he gathers a large amount of wind energy around his body. The air begins to swirl violently as he prepares a devastating piercing technique. In an instant, a massive pillar of green wind shoots forward like a spear, rushing toward Louis with overwhelming power. However, the moment the attack reaches its target, the noble student freezes in shock. Standing calmly in front of him, Louis has created a gigantic shield made entirely of solid ice. The transparent wall glows faintly blue as it stands firmly between him and the incoming wind attack. The force of the wind crashes against the frozen barrier, but Louis shows no sign of struggle. With his ice shield raised, he calmly withstands the pressure as if it were nothing. The noble is completely stunned and cannot understand how the white-haired boy managed to create such powerful ice in the first place. Suddenly the shield pushes back, releasing a powerful counterforce that repels the wind attack and sends the noble flying backward from the impact. As the dust settles, the upperclassman stares at the battlefield in disbelief while holding a shard of broken ice in his hand. He wonders if what he just witnessed can truly be considered water magic. Louis calmly confirms it, explaining that it is simply a more advanced application of his water attribute. Without giving the noble time to recover, he immediately launches several sharp ice projectiles at high speed. The frozen spears shoot through the air toward the opponent with deadly precision. Nearby, a blue-haired girl watches the fight closely, clearly impressed by the strength the newcomer is displaying. Meanwhile, the other noble students whisper among themselves, unable to understand what kind of water magic could create such an incredibly strong shield. Realizing that things are not going according to his plan, the leader of the upperclassmen begins to feel uneasy. At the same time, in another part of the chaotic battlefield, the red-haired friend continues his own brutal rampage. With a single punch, he knocks out another upperclassman, sending the poor student crashing to the floor. Ignoring the chaos around him, the noble leader focuses again on Louis. But before he can fully concentrate, the red-haired boy launches another powerful attack and defeats yet another upperclassman with a swift kick. Turning his attention toward the leader, the redhead smirks and asks if the noble wants to become his next punching bag. The noble quickly dodges the incoming punch and replies with a challenge, telling the redhead to prove his strength if he truly thinks he can land a hit. The red-haired boy is briefly surprised by the noble's sudden burst of speed. At that moment, several smoke explosions suddenly erupt across the battlefield, creating confusion throughout the hall. Seeing this, the blonde friend shouts loudly for the redhead to calm down, warning him that he is being attacked from multiple directions. Using his wind magic, the noble leader moves rapidly through the smoke, mocking the redhead and calling him trash. Annoyed by the constant evasion, the red-haired boy angrily demands that the noble stop running away and face him in a fair fight. Instead of responding, the noble cleverly ignores him and uses the distraction to launch a surprise attack toward Louis. The white-haired boy immediately senses the incoming danger and prepares himself. As the noble strikes, Louis blocks the blow effortlessly with an ice blade and calmly calls him a useless noble. The upperclassman angrily responds that, as a noble, he simply made the smartest decision to win the battle. Watching this unfold, the red-haired boy becomes irritated with the situation. Without warning, he suddenly attacks Louis himself, throwing a blazing punch directly toward him. Louis quickly raises his ice shield and blocks the fiery strike. The impact sends a powerful shockwave through the hall, and Louis realizes that facing two strong opponents at the same time is far more difficult than expected. Seeing this opportunity, The noble leader shouts that this is the perfect chance to attack and prepares to strike Louis from behind with all his strength. But just as he moves forward, the redhead suddenly blocks his path. Shouting angrily, he tells the noble not to interfere in his personal fight with Louis. The upperclassman becomes furious and calls him a lunatic, saying that fighting together would clearly be the smarter strategy. However, the red-haired boy ignores him completely and throws the noble aside like a nuisance. With the path finally clear, he grins and declares that now the two friends can finally settle their own battle properly. Watching the fight carefully, the instructor observes the red-haired newcomer's aggressive and relentless fighting style. At that moment, Louis finally notices a brief opening in his friend's guard. Moving quickly, he strikes precisely at the redhead's blind spot and lands a clean hit. Believing the attack should finally stop his wild friend, Louis lowers his guard slightly. But suddenly, a girl nearby screams in panic, warning him to watch out. Louis turns just in time to see that the red-haired boy has tightly grabbed his hand. With a wicked smile, the redhead announces that he has finally caught his opponent. Without hesitation, he delivers a powerful flaming punch straight into Louis' face and tells him to feel the pain. Holding his burning fist in the air, he asks Louis how it felt and declares that the real fun has only just begun. Despite being wounded, Louis calmly reminds him that the academy rules clearly forbids seriously harming others. At that moment, thick layers of ice begin spreading across his body as he grips the redhead firmly. The sudden change surprises the red-haired fighter, who laughs excitedly and says that the fight is becoming more and more interesting. Remembering the professor's rule, he adds that he will not run away or hide anymore. The battle continues as the redhead relentlessly attacks while Louis focuses on defense, blocking each blow with his ice powers. After a moment, Louis asked if his friend would prefer something a bit stronger. Suddenly, ice spreads rapidly over the redhead's arm, freezing it completely. The fiery fighter stares in shock at the unexpected power. Instead of fear, excitement fills his face. Laughing loudly, he shouts that the pain he feels is incredible. His body erupts with a massive aura of blazing flames as he channels more power. Using the heat of his magic, he shatters the ice and frees his arm. His glowing eyes shine with excitement as he declares that fighting only makes him stronger, and the battle will not end so easily. At that moment, the story briefly shifts into a memory from the red-haired boy's past. In a dark forest during a heavy rainstorm, a younger version of him is surrounded by a pack of wolves. Exhausted and terrified, he runs desperately through the trees as the monsters chase him without mercy. The wolves eventually catch him, then leap toward him with vicious hunger. Their sharp teeth bite into his arms and legs, causing intense pain. Yet the boy refuses to give up and struggles desperately against them. One wolf bites deeply into his arm, sending a wave of pain through his body. But instead of collapsing, the young boy grabs the animal's jaws and tries to break free with all his strength. Suddenly his eyes glow red, and a massive aura of power explodes outward from his body. When the light fades, the wolves are gone. Looking down at his injured hands, he slowly realizes something important. Pain proves that he is still alive. A frightening smile appears on his face as he clenches his fist. From that day forward, he understands that pain is what pushes him to become stronger. In this world, only the strongest survive, and he swears that he will defeat every enemy that stands in his path. Back in the present, the red-haired boy prepares to continue the fight with even greater determination. Clenching his fist tightly, he shouts loudly, asking for more pain. Seeing how serious the battle has become, Louis plants his feet firmly on the ground and prepares himself once again. With a powerful leap, the redhead charges forward while shouting Louis' name. He claims that the two of them are the same, that both of them are monsters hungry for greater power. To defend himself, Louis quickly summons several massive hands made of ice around his body. One of the frozen hands grabs the redhead's flaming fist mid-attack, stopping the powerful strike instantly. Using the icy construct, Louis redirects the blow downward toward the ground, where it explodes with tremendous force. The red-haired boy looks surprised by the skillful maneuver. Taking advantage of the opening created by that moment of shock, Louis immediately prepares his next move. Louis quickly takes advantage of the brief opening he created and delivers a powerful kick directly to the redhead's head. The impact echoes through the training hall. Yet even after taking such a solid hit, the red-haired boy simply grins and says that it is perfectly fine for the fight to continue. The two friends immediately clash again, exchanging a rapid series of blows. Their fists collide again and again as flames and ice burst through the air with every strike. The redhead laughs loudly during the fight, shouting that this battle is incredible, and that he has never felt so excited before. Watching from the sidelines, their friends begin to grow worried. The fight is clearly escalating far beyond a normal sparring match, and they realize that if it continues like this, someone might truly get hurt. Despite their concern, the red-haired boy refuses to slow down. With blazing determination in his eyes, he charges forward again to attack Louis. At that moment, Louis begins thinking carefully about how he can stop the fight without breaking the Academy's rules. He suddenly steps forward and places his hand on his friend's stomach, telling him calmly to relax. At the same time, he releases his ice magic. Instantly, a massive freezing wave surges outward like a storm. the overwhelming ice energy rushes toward the redhead and traps him inside a thick wall of solid ice. Even while frozen in place, the red-haired boy smiles and admits that the attack actually hurt. However, he refuses to surrender. Flames begin to erupt from his body as he releases his fiery aura in an attempt to escape the icy prison. His fists ignite with blazing fire as he prepares to shatter the frozen barrier. Watching the intense scene unfold, the instructor stands nearby with an amused smile and comments that the fight has become quite interesting. A moment later, the redhead burst free from the ice with a violent explosion of flames. Shouting loudly, he declares that he will not go down so easily and demands even more power from the battle. His eyes glow with excitement as he faces Louis again and urges him to continue the fight. But just as the battle seems ready to explode once more, a sudden and powerful burst of fire erupts across the hall. The explosion instantly ends the fight between the two. Louis looks around in surprise, wondering if the person responsible might be Professor Kylie, whom he met earlier. His guess turns out to be correct. The woman suddenly appears and firmly steps on the redhead's back, pinning him to the ground. With an irritated expression, she scolds him for taking the fight far beyond what was acceptable. She calls him a muscle-brained idiot and makes it very clear that he has gone too far. The instructor approaches her with a lively and somewhat admiring look, even complimenting her beauty. However, Kylie completely ignores the remark and instead questions him about the academy director's orders that clearly stated no one should get seriously hurt during training. Embarrassed by her words, the instructor awkwardly explains that he was simply trying to bring out the student's hidden potential through combat. Kylie, however, remains firm. She reminds him that she was personally assigned to protect the white-haired boy. Then she informs Louis that the academy director wishes to see him in his office after class. Hearing this, the instructor already imagines that he will receive another lecture from the director and sighs quietly while forming a small fireball in his hand. As he looks around at the students, he begins thinking about the incredible potential the freshmen showed during the fight. Deep down, he wonders just how powerful these students might become in the future of the academy. Soon afterward, he tells the redhead to go get dressed and announces that he will be forgiven this time. But such reckless behavior must never happen again. Meanwhile, the red-haired boy quietly reflects on the battle. He realizes that, in his current state, he still would not be able to defeat a true master-level fighter. Because of this, he begins thinking that he may need to hunt monsters in order to earn money for better training, equipment, and possibly new clothes as well. The professor then dismisses the class, warning everyone that their future training sessions will only become more difficult. As the students begin leaving the hall, Louis' blonde friend approaches him with an impressed expression. He comments that it is extremely rare for a freshman to defeat an upperclassman in combat. Louis looks confused and admits that he never read anything about such a situation in the academy materials he studied earlier. His friend then explains that it has only happened 3 times in the academy's entire history, and every student who accomplished it eventually became a master. He adds that the most recent example was the current upperclassman, who now leads the senior students. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the academy, the defeated leader of the upperclassmen apologizes to his companion, Jess, for the loss. Jess calmly replies that there is no need to rush for revenge, because they will surely have many opportunities in the future. With a cold and hateful expression, he reminds his friend that they are nobles, people who hold the power to control the destiny of others. Not far away, Louis quietly observes the situation with a serious expression on his face, silently taking note of the tension between the groups. Nearby, 2 girls begin discussing the fight they just witnessed. One of them praises Louis' incredible talent with water magic. The other girl, with blue hair, admits that she was deeply impressed by the mysterious techniques he used. She says that she could never replicate something so unique. Thinking about her own abilities, she realizes that she will need to discover new attack methods for her own attribute if she wants to improve. Her friend gently tells her not to worry too much, reminding her that she is still only 16 years old and has plenty of time to grow stronger. Encouraged by those words, the blue-haired girl fills with determination and promises to do her best. A moment later, the other girl calls Louis over and explains that her friend, Miliana, would like to speak with him. Immediately, the surrounding students begin whispering and joking that perhaps the girl is about to confess her feelings. Instead, the girl politely asks Louis if he would be willing to teach Miliana how to use water magic. Without hesitation, Louis smiles and agrees, saying that they are friends now after all. Hearing the word friends, the blue-haired girl becomes flustered and quietly repeats the word under her breath. Louis looks slightly confused by her reaction, unsure why she seems so embarrassed. After a moment, the girl nervously asks if he will not regret helping her, because she might bring him trouble. Soon the class ends, and the students begin leaving the academy's training hall. The 2 girls approach Louis and his friends again to continue the conversation. The blue-haired girl still looks worried and asks once more if he truly will not regret helping her. Louis simply smiles and assures her that he would never betray a friend. However, The girl suddenly says that she does not want to involve him in her personal problems. Before anyone can stop her, she quickly turns around and runs out of the hall. Her friend immediately shouts her name in concern and rushes after her. Before leaving, she apologizes to Louis and promises to talk to Miliana. Watching them leave, Louis quietly reflects that everyone carries their own burdens and difficult circumstances. Turning to his blonde friend, he asks if he knows anything about the blue-haired girl's background. His friend explains that she is the granddaughter of a powerful grandmaster and also the only daughter of the Royce family. However, after the death of her grandmother, the family gradually lost most of its influence and power. Curious to know more, Louis asks his other friend if he has heard anything else about the situation, that her family once had a serious conflict with the Arcanist Association. Hearing this information, Louis begins to understand that the girl's troubles likely come from this mysterious organization. For now, he decides that he will need to investigate the association further if he wants to understand the full story. Meanwhile, in another classroom, a new professor arrives and immediately orders the students to quiet down. Introducing himself as Sid, he explains that he will be teaching them the proper use of magic and arcane arts. While the class begins, Louis quietly tells his blonde friend that something about this new professor feels strange, as if the man is not like him. Before the conversation can continue, the professor suddenly appears right behind the two students and scolds them for talking during class. As punishment, he deducts 1 credit from each of them. Both boys look extremely annoyed by the sudden penalty. Professor Sid warns them that if they continue breaking the rules, their credits could drop all the way to 0. Then, to make matters worse, he removes another credit from Louis and coldly tells him to learn some manners. After that, the professor begins demonstrating his power. He creates a glowing sphere of light in his hand before summoning an enormous stone golem that holds both a spear and a shield. The two friends stare in shock at the gigantic creature, created through earth magic. The professor explains that mastering arcane arts requires complete control over both magic and martial combat. To illustrate his point, he forms a massive sword made entirely of flames, holding the blazing weapon. He explains that students who can master such techniques will eventually become true fighters. But to reach that level, they must learn to perfectly connect their magical power with both their body and their mind. As the towering golem stands beside him, the professor prepares to continue his lesson. The professor grips the flaming sword he created and swings it smoothly through the air, slicing the space in front of him and demonstrating the immense strength of his arcane arts. The sheer force behind the strike leaves the students stunned. Many of them stare in awe, whispering among themselves as they realize the massive gap between their abilities and that of a true master. Seeing their reactions, the professor calmly explains that the student who manages to deal the most damage to the stone statue in front of them will earn 5 academy credits. Before starting, however, he orders everyone to form groups according to their elemental attributes, so they can begin their training properly. The students quickly move into their respective groups. Those with water attributes are sent to the side to focus on warm-up exercises and defensive support practice. As they move aside, the arrogant students begin mocking them, loudly claiming that water attribute users are nothing more than punching bags meant to defend while others do the real fighting. Hearing those insults, the blue-haired girl lowers her head slightly, but the words clearly affect her. The protagonist watches the scene silently and begins thinking that if things continue like this, the girl will never reach her dream of becoming a grandmaster. Lost in thought, the girl briefly remembers painful memories from her past and quietly tells herself that she must prove her strength to someone. Curious, Louis gently asks if that person is connected to the Arcanist Association and what exactly happened to her family. Immediately flustered, the girl quickly denies it and insists that it has nothing to do with him. Louis then calmly asks why she is so obsessed with attacking when support magic can also be incredibly valuable in battle. With determination in her voice, she explains that she wants to become a grandmaster someday. To reach that level, she believes she must learn both powerful attacks and strong defenses. Hearing this, Louis begins thinking deeply. In his mind, the water attribute should also possess devastating offensive techniques. However, the girl sadly explains that she has already tried countless methods, yet none of them could make up for the lack of raw power that water magic usually has. At that moment, another student suddenly approaches and asks her to help him warm up by creating a water shield so he can practice attacking it. With a serious expression, the blue-haired girl raises her hands and forms a strong shield of flowing water in front of her. A student with wind magic then rushes forward and launches a powerful gust toward the shield to test its durability. As Louis watches this scene, something inside him awakens. Seeing the girl struggling reminds him of his own painful past. In a brief flashback, Louis is shown sitting helplessly in a wheelchair while other people mock him cruelly. One of them even steals his research notes, claiming that someone like him does not deserve recognition or glory. surrounded by mocking voices telling him to give up and accept his fate. Louis once felt completely powerless. Returning to the present, Louis smiles faintly. Unlike him in the past, the girl in front of him is still chasing her dream without giving up. Realizing this, he decides that perhaps he can show her a new path, one that combines martial arts and magic in a way she has never considered before. Louis suddenly steps forward and prepares to demonstrate something new. At that exact moment, a massive wall of ice appears, blocking the wind students' attack completely. The sudden move surprises everyone around them. With a calm smile, Louis asks the girl if she can carefully observe his technique so she can see the true potential of water magic. Raising his hand, Louis respectfully asks the professor for permission to attack the stone statue used for the test. The professor looks at him with curiosity and warns that if Louis fails to cause any damage, his credits will be confiscated. He questions whether Louis truly understands the risk. Louis confidently replies that he has just thought of a new method to increase the offensive power of water magic. Hearing this, many of the students burst into laughter. They cannot believe someone would claim that water magic, known mostly for support and defense, could actually destroy the reinforced statue. Even the blue-haired girl looks worried and quietly warns him that the statue is specially reinforced and extremely durable. If he fails, he could lose valuable credits. But Louis simply smiles and assures her that everything will be fine, because he already has a plan. Walking calmly to the center of the training field, Louis kneels down and picks up a handful of sand from the ground. As he studies the grains in his palm, he quietly thinks to himself that something soft and gentle can still overcome something hard. Closing his eyes for a moment, he begins concentrating his magical energy. Soon, powerful streams of water form around the sand in his hand. Louis then compresses the water with immense pressure and fires it forward with incredible speed. The sand becomes trapped inside the high-pressure water stream, turning into a deadly projectile capable of cutting through almost anything. The spinning energy of the water accelerates rapidly as it rushes toward the statue like a razor-sharp drill. At the final moment, Louis declares the name of his newly created technique, water cutter, and releases the attack. Many students watch with disbelief, thinking that such a simple attack will do nothing against the massive stone statue. However, when the projectile strikes, the statue suddenly becomes covered with dozens of extremely precise and incredibly thin cuts. The attack was so fast that most people barely saw it happen. Professor Sid stares at the statue in complete shock, unable to believe what he is witnessing. Moments later, the glowing cut spread across the statue's body. With a loud cracking sound, the entire stone structure shatters into countless pieces as fragments of stone scatter across the field. Louis smiles calmly and explains that this is the true power of water magic when used correctly. Later that night, Louis and his friends walk together through the quiet courtyard of the academy. The blonde friend laughs as he remembers the expression on Professor Sid's face after witnessing the attack. He says the professor looked completely pale and rushed out of the room the moment the class ended. Louis admits that he was too focused on the magic itself and did not even notice the professor leaving. Their friend then starts talking about how dedicated the blue-haired girl's companion is. In her free time, she plans to rent a special training room so that Louis can help train Miliana properly. However, when another friend reveals the cost of renting such a room, everyone is shocked by the incredibly high price. Thinking about it for a moment, Louis turns to his purple-haired friend and asks him for a favor. He reminds him that the academy will soon assign them a new training mission. Right on cue, an instructor arrives and informs them that from now on they will begin participating in real missions outside the academy. The instructor explains that the academy is located near the Great Mondo Forest, an ancient territory filled with monsters. Although the strongest creatures live deep in the center, many dangerous beasts still roam near the outer regions. The academy was built to protect the empire from these monsters, which is why students are sent on missions to gain real combat experience. He continues explaining that monsters possess valuable magic crystals inside their bodies. Students can exchange these crystals for academy credits, meaning that those who defeat stronger monsters will earn greater rewards. However, reckless students who need to be rescued will lose credits as punishment. Hearing this news, the red-haired friend becomes extremely excited because it means he can finally fight monsters with his full strength. Louis then explains that this mission will be the perfect opportunity to train Miliana in real combat conditions. He suggests that the 5 of them form a team for the mission so they can support each other and work more efficiently. The orange-haired friend asks the blue-haired girl what she thinks about the idea. After a brief moment of hesitation, she agrees with the plan. With their decision made, the group begins preparing for their first training mission together. However, the instructor soon announces that their mission will also include the academy's upperclassmen. The leader of the upperclassmen immediately glares at Louis and warns him not to act carelessly, because the forest is extremely dangerous. But Louis simply smiles calmly and says he is not worried, because people grow stronger by overcoming danger. The noble upperclassman becomes irritated by Louis's confidence and calls him a cheeky and arrogant brat. He then secretly orders his teammates not to help the newcomers if they run into trouble during the mission. Watching this unfold, Louis's blonde friend quietly suspects that the upperclassmen plan to lead them toward areas filled with stronger monsters. But instead of feeling worried, Louis smiles with excitement. He says that if stronger monsters appear, that only means the magic crystals they obtain will be even more valuable. Soon afterward, the two groups finally enter the dark forest together to begin the Academy's training mission. The upperclassmen lead the way confidently, while the new students carefully watch their surroundings. One of the older students explains that this region once belonged to a powerful monster species known as the Behemoth, but they were eventually eliminated by the Empire's Saints. Even so, the forest remains a dangerous place filled with powerful creatures waiting in the shadows. One of the upperclassmen watches the newcomers with a mocking smile and says that the new students clearly think too highly of themselves, especially since they cannot even handle monsters on their own yet. His words are filled with arrogance as he sits comfortably, clearly expecting them to struggle. Suddenly, the peaceful silence of the forest is shattered. A massive paw covered with thick fur and razor-sharp claws slams violently into the ground, shaking the surrounding trees. The students freeze in shock as a terrifying creature emerges from the shadows. Standing before them is a giant fighter-class bear, its massive body towering above them, and its red eyes glowing with a menacing hunger. Instead of helping, the upperclassman quickly jumps up into a nearby tree branch, crossing his arms as he watches from a safe distance. He calmly says that he will simply observe the fight from afar. In his mind, he believes the monster is far too strong for the inexperienced newcomers and that defeating it will be nearly impossible for them. Meanwhile, Louis immediately realizes the seriousness of the situation. Raising his voice, he shouts for everyone to prepare themselves because the real battle is about to begin. As if responding to the challenge, the giant bear releases a deafening roar and unleashes a powerful wave of energy that spreads through the forest. The monster lowers its body, preparing to attack at any moment. Without hesitation, the orange-haired girl charges forward first. Her sword ignites with blazing fire as she leaps toward the monster and delivers a powerful strike. The flaming blade lands directly on the bear's body, but to everyone's shock, the massive creature barely reacts. The attack leaves almost no visible damage on its thick hide. Seeing this, the blonde friend quickly joins the assault. Using his wind magic, he leaps into the air and attacks from above with a pair of wine-formed daggers. His blades strike the monster with force, but once again, the bear shows almost no reaction. It feels as if their attacks are barely scratching it. Louis watches the scene with growing concern, shocked by the monster's incredible resistance. Before he can fully think of a new strategy, the bear suddenly retaliates. With a violent swipe of its enormous paw, it strikes Louis and sends him flying backward through the air. He crashes onto the ground some distance away. Just as the monster prepares to launch another brutal attack, a sharp fire arrow suddenly whistles through the air, passing close to the creature's head. The arrow strikes the bear's shoulder directly, and this time the monster roars loudly in pain. Standing at a distance, the purple-haired boy calmly prepares another shot and releases a second arrow toward the beast. Louis quickly gets back on his feet and praises his friend's excellent aim. Now truly enraged, the giant bear turns its glowing red eyes toward the new attackers. At that moment, the blue-haired girl steps forward with determination. Holding her staff firmly, she channels her magic and unleashes a powerful stream of water. The flowing water wraps tightly around the bear's arm, surprising the monster with its sudden restraint. The magic continues, tightening around the creature, until its movement becomes restricted. For a moment, the giant beast struggles helplessly against the binding water. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the blue-haired girl moves quickly. Using the momentum of the water's flow, she executes a special technique. With precise movement and incredible timing, she flips the enormous creature over her shoulder. The massive bear is thrown violently through the air before crashing into a nearby lake with a loud splash. Watching the impressive move, her friend quickly explains that this is an original technique she developed herself, a fighting style that combines water magic with the principles of jiu-jitsu. Louis watches with genuine interest and smiles, clearly impressed by her creativity and skill. Without wasting time, he immediately runs toward the lake where the monster fell. Suddenly, the giant bear burst out of the water with tremendous force, shaking off the attack as it leaps high into the air. Seeing the monster rising again, Louis clenches his fist and declares that he cannot lose this fight either. Gathering his strength, he leaps upward to meet the creature in midair. With perfect timing, he delivers an incredibly powerful punch. The strike lands squarely against the bear, sending it spinning even higher into the sky, while a spiral of water energy forms around the impact. In the next moment, Louis raises both hands and begins forming a glowing sphere of energy. Within the sphere, the powers of water and fire swirl together, merging into a single unstable force. As the monster continues falling through the air, Louis prepares to unleash the combined attack. With a swift motion, He fires the sphere forward like a powerful beam aimed directly at the giant beast. The energy projectile streaks through the sky and strikes the bear with overwhelming force. A massive explosion erupts high above the forest, filling the air with smoke and blinding light. Within the thick smoke, a strange energy form briefly appears, almost like a mysterious creature made of pure power devouring the monster from within. Moments later, the defeated bear falls from the sky and crashes violently into the ground, creating a huge crater upon impact. Steam slowly rises from the creature's body as it lies motionless. The others gather around, confused by what they are seeing. They cannot fully understand what kind of power Louis just used. Calmly, Louis explains that his attack caused severe internal damage to the monster and disrupted its breathing, making it impossible for the creature to continue fighting. Hearing this explanation, the blue-haired girl begins wondering if she might also be able to use such techniques one day. Louis then reaches into his pocket and tosses several small rings toward her. She catches them in the air, but looks puzzled, examining the strange objects carefully. Curious, she asks what they are. Louis explains that these are special magic rings, designed to allow the user to channel other elemental powers during battle. He tells her that he prepared one specifically for her so she could experiment with different elemental combinations and improve her combat abilities. The girl looks surprised and deeply grateful for the thoughtful gift. She thanks him sincerely for helping her. But before the moment can continue peacefully, something unexpected happens. Suddenly, a massive pillar of blazing fire erupts violently in the distance. The flames shoot high into the sky, lighting up the dark forest. At the same time, someone's voice echoes through the area, shouting Miliana's name with urgency and alarm. The peaceful victory from moments before instantly turns into a tense new situation as everyone realizes something dangerous is happening nearby. Just as the attack continues pushing forward toward Miliana, she suddenly becomes aware of it at the last possible moment and manages to dodge. Even so, the sheer intensity and power behind the attack leave her completely stunned. This power is unbelievable, she says in shock. The bear monster they had just defeated now has half of its body completely blown away from that single strike. The senior student who came along with them stares in disbelief, thinking to himself, the body of a fighter-class grand bear just blew away. He carefully examines the remains, unable to process what he's seen. At that moment, Louis suddenly warns his teammate. Something is coming closer. His teammates immediately turn their attention in the same direction, and soon the entire area begins to tremble violently. The senior student, now clearly frightened, mutters, "That is a Blaze Kong." In the distance, a large group of unknown monsters can be seen advancing toward them, roaring loudly as they approach. Seeing this, Kane Aranka grimly remarks that this is bad. Confused, Louis Kirill asks his friends, what kind of monster is a Blaze Kong? As the creatures draw closer, King grips his weapon tightly and explains, it's a monster that shouldn't be anywhere near the academy, and for them to appear in a group. Unbelievable. The monsters then begin devouring the body of the bear monster right in front of them. Witnessing this horrifying sight, the two girls in the team are completely terrified. King continues, his tone growing more serious. Maybe the other students are in danger too. The scene then shifts to another team made up entirely of nobles. A senior student there tries to hold off the monsters and shouts, "Why are Blaze Kongs in a place like this? You guys hurry and go get a teacher." Meanwhile, we also see a teacher nearby, looking at the injured students in shock, unable to understand the situation, muttering, "What the hell is going on?" In another scene, we see a monster standing right in front of Neil Gunn. Looking at it, he smirks and says, "Do you want to fight me?" As he prepares his fist, he adds with excitement, "Amazing." The scene then shifts to other teams, where the situation has completely fallen apart. Even the senior students are unable to stand against these monsters and are desperately telling everyone to run. Chaos spreads as no one seems capable of holding them back. The focus returns to Louis Kirill, who speaks to his team with a serious expression. If monsters that shouldn't be here have appeared, that means before he can finish. The scene cuts to the senior student who came with them. A monster is now standing right over him. Terrified, the student quickly covers himself with his armor, but the monster's attack lands with overwhelming force, completely shattering it. His condition becomes critical, and he lies there helpless as the monster prepares to deliver the final blow. At that very moment, Louis Kirill instantly steps in and saves the senior student, pushing the monster away with a powerful strike that releases a massive shockwave. Without wasting a second, he turns to his teammates and orders, "Kara, Miliana, take the upperclassmen and run." Hearing this, Miliana looks at everyone and says urgently, "Everyone, be careful." Faye Durahan responds calmly, "It's okay. I'll catch up soon." Meanwhile, on the other side, the Blaze Kong prepares for another powerful attack, its anger surging as it gathers immense energy. Seeing the intensity of the power being released, the three of them instinctively shout out. The monster launches its attack, and all three of them dodge just in time. Taking this opportunity, Miliana and Kara carry the injured upperclassmen away from the battlefield, watching the overwhelming strength of the monster. Faye Durahan remarks they're totally fired up, Hearing this, Kane Aranka tightens his resolve and says, "We have to work together to take them down." Right after that, Kane Aranka immediately uses his wind magic and rushes forward at incredible speed to attack the monster, drawing out both of his blades. On the other side, the monster is already prepared to strike. It launches a frontal attack, but by that time Kane has already moved past it, striking swiftly and appearing behind the creature. Faye Durahan steps in, pushing forward with her spear and declares confidently, "That won't work on me, pretty boy," as she attacks. She adds, "Now watch this," and unleashes a powerful strike that forces the monster down to the ground. Seeing her strength, Kane Aranka comments in disbelief, "Seriously, you're such a musclehead." But Faye doesn't stop there. She continues launching even stronger attacks, her flames intensifying as she fights. She then uses one of her special techniques, Cremant Fall, delivering a massive blow. However, when we look at the monster, it seems barely affected. Noticing this, Faye quickly analyzes the situation and manages to detect the magic crystal within the monster's body. "Found it," she says, and immediately follows up with another special attack, Sacred Lance, aiming directly at the crystal. The moment her attack connects, a powerful shockwave erupts. She lands back on the ground and confidently declares, "That's one down." But suddenly, a voice shouts from behind Faye, "Don't let your guard down." The monster has already reappeared behind her and unleashes a massive flame attack. At that critical moment, Louis Kirill jumps in between them and blocks the attack with his ice shield. The force of the attack is so overwhelming that even he struggles to hold it back. But with great effort, he manages to freeze the entire monster solid. Seeing this, Faye says, "Thanks, Louis. I didn't think that monkey was still alive." However, the monster suddenly releases a surge of flame energy, shattering the ice along with the crystal. Both of them are forced to step back as the creature grows even more furious. But now, Louis Kirill has already identified its weak point, watching the monster recover once again as if nothing happened. Kane Aranka exclaims in shock, "What? I heard they were violent, but I've never heard of their wounds healing so fast." The three of them are completely unable to understand what's going on. At that moment, Louis Kirill begins thinking to himself, trying to make sense of the situation. The scene then shifts, and we see Neil Gunn in the middle of a fight with a monster. He's clearly enjoying himself, smiling as he says, "You're not even close to me," before launching another powerful attack without hesitation. On the other side, even the teacher is being overwhelmed as multiple monsters attack at once. Frustrated, the teacher mutters, "This is really troublesome. Their wounds keep closing up. Something's wrong with these guys. At this rate, the students won't survive." The situation is rapidly spiraling out of control. The scene cuts back to the trio, who are now preparing themselves to fight. Louis Kirill thinks to himself that this is very bad. Suddenly, 5 monsters appear before them, surrounding them from all directions, leaving them completely cornered. At the same time, elsewhere, Miliana and Kara have already been knocked out and lie unconscious on the ground, with the senior student nearby. Then, the senior student slowly opens his eyes. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he says, "Preparation complete. Now I'll just use those defective monsters and finish him off." As he speaks, one of his eyes begins to glow ominously. At that very moment, we return to the monsters standing before Louis Kirill. Seeing them, his teammates are completely shocked and shout, "No way. Why are monsters?" Using arcane armor, one of the monsters slams its fist into the ground, sending all 3 of them flying backward from the impact. Witnessing all of this, Louis Kirill narrows his eyes and looks directly at one of the monsters, asking coldly, "Are you targeting me?" Right after that, one of the monsters begins forming a massive fireball, and soon we see all of the monsters doing the same, each one gathering intense flames into powerful spheres of destruction. At the center of all this stands Louis Kirill, watching in shock as the overwhelming attack is prepared around him. In the next instant, all the monsters launch their attacks at once. Seeing this, his teammates shout his name and rush forward, trying to save him. The scene shifts to the forest, where a massive explosion erupts, shaking the entire area. The senior student, who had been watching everything unfold, looks at the explosion and calmly says, "Operation successful." What exactly he is doing here, and under whose orders, will be revealed later in the story. As he watches the destruction, a faint smile appears on his face. The scene then moves to the teacher, who witnesses the explosion and says in confusion, "What on earth is going on?" On the other side, Neil Gunn also notices the blast and reacts with surprise. What was that just now? From the explosion, an intense wave of cold energy begins to spread, something completely unexpected. Even the teacher is shocked upon sensing it. Soon after, a massive tornado of freezing energy forms, spiraling violently into the sky. Seeing this, Kane Aranka says, "Look at that." Faye Durahan also watches in disbelief, and neither of them can understand what's happening. Then, we finally see the protagonist standing at the center of it all, his body releasing an immense and overwhelming power. He appears furious, yet strangely calm at the same time. His friends call out his name, but he remains completely composed. silently radiating an aura that feels both terrifying and unstoppable. Seeing such overwhelming power, Fei Durahan says in disbelief. Controlling magic over such a wide area with mental power, only someone above master level can do that. Hearing this, Kane Arankar responds, so he was hiding his true strength after all. He continues, analyzing the situation. By speeding up the circulation of magic power in his body, he's temporarily reaching master level control, but the strain on his body is too great, and he'll hit his limit. It can't be helped. Meanwhile, Louis Kirill speaks calmly. Let's finish this quickly. With that, he activates one of his techniques, breathing technique, ice instantly. An immense and overwhelming wave of ice energy spreads in all directions. Even the master level individuals present are shocked, as they struggle to properly handle or withstand that level of power. At the same time, Louis shifts into an offensive stance. In a flash, he moves forward at incredible speed, charging straight toward the monsters. The monster in front of him is caught off guard, unable to react as Louis suddenly appears and lands a powerful strike directly on its chest. The impact is so intense that the crystal inside its body begins to emerge from the force. Just as Louis is about to finish it off, another monster rushes toward him. Instantly, he halts and changes direction with remarkable speed. However, the attacking monster's entire arm has already been frozen solid. Without wasting a second, Louis dashes toward the next target at blinding speed and declares with cold determination, "I'm going to kill all of you." Right after that, Louis Kirill begins attacking all 5 monsters at incredible speed. The technique he uses is called 8 trigrams, an extremely powerful ability that completely overwhelms the monsters, leaving them in a terrible state. His movements are precise, fast, and relentless, giving the monsters no chance to recover. Now preparing for his final attack, Louis leaps from above and strikes downward with his palm, delivering a decisive blow to the monster. He lands smoothly right after, his posture calm yet commanding. As he stands there, we see that all 5 monsters have been completely frozen, unable to move just like before. However, this time, as the ice begins to crack, their bodies shatter along with it, breaking into pieces. The monsters are finally destroyed. On the other side, the senior student watches everything unfold and mutters, "This feeling again, just as I thought." Seeing the outcome, Kane Aranka says in amazement, "Amazing." Meanwhile, Fei Durahan adds with admiration, "He took down the Blaze Kong group in an instant." At that moment, energy is still radiating from Louis Kirill's body. Observing it, he calmly says, "Somehow, it feels like wind and water magic are easier to control." Just then, Kanarenka walks up behind him and says, "Nice job. I didn't expect an ice technique to be that powerful." However, Fei Durahan, still on edge, interrupts them angrily. "Hey, stop chatting and let's get out of here. If we get attacked again, it won't be funny." Just then, Louis Kirill calmly says, "No, everything's fine. The teachers came to help." At that very moment, the teachers arrive at the scene. The senior student, who had been secretly watching everything, clicks his tongue in frustration and mutters, "Damn it, help has arrived. If it's come to this, it can't be helped." As he says this, energy begins to gather in his hand. He suddenly strikes his own chest and says, "You got lucky this time." Blood starts to drip from his mouth, hinting at the cost of whatever he just did. Right then, with a surge of incredibly powerful wind energy, a Grandmaster makes his entrance. Arriving with authority, he commands, "Defeat the monsters and rescue the students." Seeing the Grandmaster, the 3 of them immediately feel relieved and overjoyed, while many of the other students are already exhausted and defeated. The Grandmaster steps forward and asks them, "Is everyone safe?" Hearing this, Kane Arankar replies, "Yes. Thanks to him, somehow." Fei Durahan then adds, "He defeated several master-level Blaze Kongs all by himself. If Louis wasn't here, who knows what would have happened?" Hearing this, the Grandmaster looks surprised and questions them. "Several master-level ones. Alone?" At that moment, Louis Kirill points toward the monsters and says, "More importantly, this incident is a bit unnatural. Please look at this." They all look and see that the monsters' bodies have completely shattered into pieces. Observing everything carefully, the Grandmaster then says, "For now, all of you return to the academy. We'll handle the rest." With that, the scene shifts to his shop. Someone there remarks, "Looks like you earned quite a lot of credits from this attack. I should have gone hunting too." Just then, a girl turns to Louis and asks, "But why are you buying so many mental recovery potions? You know taking too many is bad for your body, right?" Before Louis can respond, his mentor arrives at the scene and calls out, "Louis, do you have a moment?" As they begin walking together, she explains, "The headmaster examined the Blaze Kong corpses, using alchemy, and found traces of magic, drug use, and artificial modification. Your guess was right." Hearing this, Louis Kirill replies, "So this incident was caused intentionally by someone, right?" His mentor nods and continues, "Exactly. The headmaster believes this was probing by enemy forces. With His Majesty the Emperor and Lady Marian growing old, some people have become impatient. The Emperor hasn't decided on a successor yet. She goes on to explain the gravity of the situation. If they want to eliminate other candidates, it's logical to target and control the children of their supporters. As a major power in the Northern Empire, how the Academy acts from now on will be very important. After hearing all of this, Louis falls into deep thought, realizing the bigger picture. A succession struggle. Those guys were definitely targeting me, he thinks to himself. As he processes everything, his mentor reassures him. I'll continue investigating on my side too, and I'll help with anything I can. Right after that, as his mentor begins to leave, she says firmly, become stronger, even more, and live up to the headmaster's expectations. Louis Kirill immediately takes out a potion. Looking at it, he quietly repeats to himself, become stronger. He opens the cap and drinks the entire potion in one go. Then, stepping forward with determination, he says to his friends, of course, that's the plan. Then I can't afford to waste time. The scene then shifts elsewhere, where we see the same senior student kneeling before someone, bowing his head as he reports, Father. Regarding the modified monsters, we confirmed an increase in combat ability within a certain range. However, the results were below expectations. Most of the corpses were disposed of through self-destruction, but some of the corpses. At that moment, we see a man sitting calmly on a chair watching him. The student continues, were recovered by the Academy. If Headmaster Aronian notices, the man interrupts him coldly. Those test subjects were prepared by the Butan Empire. Even if he realizes he can't do anything. More importantly, is this boy really the cursed child? As he speaks, he looks at a photograph of Louis Kirill. The student replies, I've suspected it for a while, and that terrifying aura confirms it. Probably the headmaster is helping hide his identity. He looks frustrated and tense, adding, even I. Anyway, he will interfere with our plan. The man casually throws the poster aside and says, do you walk around avoiding insects? Hearing this, the student responds anxiously. He's the cursed child who destroys everything. If he's there, even our secret weapon. The man, now standing near the window, cuts him off and says calmly, the cursed child is nothing to fear. Send his information to the higher-ups of the association. The student hesitates and asks to the Arcanist Association. The mysterious man nods. That's right. We'll make use of the protectors of the goddess. As he speaks, the poster burns away in flames. He continues coldly, eliminating the cursed child as part of their proper duty. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. Learn to deal with troublesome matters without dirtying your own hands. After this, we are finally told who this man is. He is Prince Vaughn, the father of Brian, and the leader of the noble faction. Soon after, Louis makes his way back to the training grounds, continuing to refine the meditation technique he has been tirelessly practicing. With his eyes gently closed, he stands calmly in the open field. Yet his awareness stretches far beyond ordinary perception. Every shift in the air, every subtle movement around him feels clear, as if the world itself is speaking to him. Suddenly, Cain lunges from behind, attempting to catch him off guard with a swift and decisive strike. But the moment the attack begins, Louis senses it instantly, without even opening his eyes. He moves with effortless precision, blocking the strike and seamlessly flowing into a counterattack. Cain presses harder, his movements faster and sharper than before. Yet Louis meets each strike with perfect timing, his calm presence unshaken even in the middle of the exchange. Before the clash can settle, another powerful force cuts through the air toward him. This time, it is Faye, whose fighting spirit never holds back. Even during friendly sparring, she charges in with full intensity, her spear techniques driven by pure momentum and strength. Yet, just like before, Louis reacts at the exact moment the attack nears him. A wall of ice forms instantly in front of him, stopping her strike in its tracks. Dust rises around them as the combined assault seems to finally corner him, and the others watch closely, believing this time they have succeeded. For a brief moment, it looks like Louis might have missed something, but Miliana narrows her eyes, quickly realizing that he has already seen through everything they planned. And just as she suspects, Louis calmly steps out from the fading dust cloud, completely unharmed. Instead of criticizing them, he begins to praise each of them sincerely. He acknowledges Cain's improvement, noting how much faster and sharper his movements have become, and how well he has begun to master their hit-and-run tactics. He turns to Faye next, complimenting the increased power in her spear techniques and how effectively she has adapted them from her unarmed combat style. Finally, he praises Miliana, recognizing her clever strategy of hiding Karara's item within the mud to complete their coordinated attack. There is genuine pride in his voice as he admits how happy he is to see everyone growing stronger so quickly. He even confesses that if he had failed to notice the slight abnormality through his cold sense, their combined attack might have overwhelmed him in an instant. Despite the praise, Cain cannot hide his frustration. To him, the outcome still proves that even their combined efforts are not enough to reach Louis. The fact that Louis escapes completely unscathed only deepens his irritation. Meanwhile, Faye's curiosity grows stronger. She becomes fascinated by Louis's mysterious ability, this cold sense that allows him to perceive everything without sight. She admits she has never heard of anything like it before. Lewis explains that the technique is built upon the circulation of both mind and mana together, though he is still in the process of understanding and refining it himself. Even so, he promises that once he fully grasps its principles, he will share it with her during their future training sessions. As their conversation continues, Miliana hands Lewis a recovery potion, but the moment he begins to relax, Faye suddenly attempts another sneak attack, throwing a punch at him without warning. Once again, she fails completely, unable to land even a single hit. Watching this, Miliana remarks that sometimes Lewis feels almost unnatural, as if he does not truly belong in this world. Her words catch him completely off guard, and he nearly spits out his potion in shock. Quickly wiping his mouth, he asks nervously why she would say something like that. Miliana explains, casually, that it is because of how freely he shares his knowledge and techniques. In this world, such knowledge is usually guarded closely within families, rarely shared with outsiders. Because of that, she jokingly suggests that perhaps Lewis learned these values from another life entirely. Lewis laughs awkwardly at her comment, scratching the back of his head as he tries to brush it off. He explains that it is probably just because he grew up as a commoner, which gave him a different perspective compared to nobles. Besides, he points out that everyone in their group constantly helps each other improve. To him, growing stronger together as a united team is far more meaningful than keeping secrets. Eventually, Faye reminds everyone that they should head back, as they still have martial arts classes waiting the next day. Before leaving, she warns Kane and Lewis not to sneak off and cause trouble again. Kane immediately teases her, and soon the group walks off together, laughing and joking as they leave the training grounds behind. However, Lewis remains behind alone. As the quiet returns, he glances down at his bag and realizes he is nearly out of recovery potions once again. Just as he prepares to drink another one, Kylie suddenly appears and stops him. Without hesitation, she questions why he is about to take another potion when he had already consumed a mental recovery potion just the day before. She reminds him of her earlier warning that excessive use of such potions could eventually damage his mind. Her words make Lewis pause, and his thoughts drift to the heavy responsibilities he carries. He recalls the promise he made to his mother to become a grandmaster one day, to take control of the orphanage from the association, and to protect those he cares about. Now, with powerful enemies beginning to target him, his determination only grows stronger. He insists quietly that he is being careful and that he will be fine. In his mind, these potions are simply a way to push his limits and train twice as hard as anyone else. He does not believe he has the luxury of taking things slowly. Kylie studies him closely, her expression serious as she asks if he truly believes that. Then, as the potion begins to take effect, she suddenly stiffens. She can sense something unusual, a powerful aura beginning to surge from within him. Confused, Lewis asks if something is wrong, mentioning that his mana has started flowing more smoothly than ever before. Kylie struggles to explain, as even she cannot fully understand what she is sensing. But before she can respond, her eyes fall on the numerous empty potion bottles scattered around. Instantly, her expression shifts to irritation as she realizes just how many he has consumed. Embarrassment crosses Lewis's face as Kylie angrily reveals that she checked the exchange records. This is already the 8th time this month he has restocked potions, meaning he is consuming at least 2 every single day. Lewis tries to justify himself, arguing that if he truly wants to become a grandmaster quickly, this is the only path available to him. After all, his body has not shown any serious side effects so far. But Kylie firmly rejects his reasoning. She explains that becoming a grandmaster is not something that can be rushed through shortcuts. What he needs most is a solid foundation, not reliance on substances that push him beyond his limits. She warns him that even if the damage is not visible yet, it could eventually destroy him from the inside. Without giving him a chance to argue further, she grabs his hand and insists that they immediately conduct an aura and potion examination to ensure nothing has already gone wrong. Soon after, Lewis finds himself undergoing a detailed test, where his blood is placed into a special potion for analysis. The principal personally oversees the examination, carefully observing the results. To everyone's surprise, what he discovers is highly unusual. There are no signs of the expected mental erosion caused by excessive potion use. Instead, the opposite appears to be happening. Lewis's brain activity is more active and stimulated than ever before. Kylie immediately protests, unable to accept the results so easily, especially when everything she has observed suggests that something about Lewis is far from normal. Kylie continues explaining her concerns with a serious tone, pointing out that Lewis has been showing increasingly abnormal behavior lately. At times, he suddenly becomes absent-minded, as if his thoughts drift far beyond the present moment. More disturbingly, just earlier, an overwhelming surge of energy burst out from his body, something so intense that it felt almost monstrous in nature. She adds that the killing intent he releases in those moments is so heavy and terrifying that even she, someone experienced in battle, finds herself unsettled by it. The principal listens carefully without interrupting, acknowledging that her concerns are both valid and troubling. However, instead of immediate alarm, he focuses on the unusual contradiction in Lewis's condition rather than deteriorating from excessive potion use. His magical power is actually increasing. This leads him to wonder whether what they are witnessing might be a rare form of enlightenment, something unique that only someone like Lewis could experience. At the same time, another thought quietly crosses his mind, something far more mysterious. He considers whether this phenomenon could be connected to the strange traits often associated with those known as cursed children. That possibility sparks a deeper curiosity within him, prompting him to ask Lewis to describe everything he has been feeling and experiencing in as much detail as possible. As the conversation deepens, the principal shifts toward a broader perspective, speaking about the nature of enlightenment itself and the origins of magical power. He reflects on how magic is said to be governed by the will of the goddess and questions whether humans and even monsters were ever truly meant to wield such power in the first place. His words carry both curiosity and uncertainty, as if he himself is searching for answers that no one fully understands. After a long moment of thought, he finally concludes that the world is already filled with countless mysteries that remain unexplained. Because of that, he believes it would be unwise to rush toward conclusions about Lewis's condition. Instead, he suggests that this phenomenon should simply be categorized among those unknown mysteries for now. Kylie, however, refuses to accept such an uncertain answer. She insists that something must be wrong inside Lewis's body, that ignoring it could lead to serious consequences. The principal remains firm, turning away as if to end the discussion. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly stops, without looking back immediately. He explains that the study of alchemy and magical potions is still incomplete and constantly evolving. No one truly understands how these substances affect the human body in every detail. And with Lewis's unique condition added into the equation, the situation becomes even more complicated. Kylie counters by suggesting that perhaps Lewis is hiding something from them as well. Unable to shake her suspicion, meanwhile, Lewis listens quietly to everything being said, his mind working through the problem from a completely different angle. He begins analyzing the nature of alchemy in this world, realizing that most potion-making methods simply combine natural materials as they are, without fully understanding how their properties interact. This likely causes certain components to clash with each other, leading to unintended side effects. From this realization, a new idea forms in his mind. If each ingredient could be purified and separated, removing unnecessary elements, then it should become possible to identify exactly which component is responsible for harmful effects. The next day, the principal gathers both Kylie and Lewis once again, this time providing a wide array of materials and equipment. Lewis cannot hide his excitement, impressed by how quickly everything has been prepared. Kylie, on the other hand, looks at the countless bottles and ingredients with confusion, questioning what exactly he intends to do with all of them. Since the principal rarely approaches potion making in such an unconventional way, Lewis simply asks her to wait and watch, assuring her that everything will become clear soon enough. Without delay, he begins his work. Time passes as he carefully experiments, refining and separating each material with patience and precision. His focus never wavers, and eventually, after a long period of effort, he completes the process. Standing back, he reveals 3 distinct potions, declaring his experiment a success. The principal stares at the result in complete disbelief, quickly realizing what Lewis has accomplished. He has not merely created a new potion, he has successfully extracted and isolated every individual component that existed within the original mixture. At that moment, the principal becomes fully convinced that Lewis possesses an extraordinary, almost divine level of talent. His excitement becomes impossible to hide as he asks Lewis if he would ever consider studying magical potions under his guidance. He explains that with such ability, Lewis could one day become a leading authority in potion research, perhaps even surpassing someone as renowned as Lady Million. To him, this is not an exaggeration, but a genuine possibility. Lewis responds with respect and humility, saying that learning under the principal would be a great honor and that he would gladly accept the opportunity. Hearing this fills the principal with pride, and from that moment on, the two begin to bond over their shared passion for knowledge and discovery. Kylie watches this interaction with visible discomfort, clearly displeased with how quickly their connection is growing. Later that night, Lewis continues his studies alone, deeply immersed in magical theory. As he reflects on the nature of potions, he begins to trace their power back to their origins. The magical energy they contain must come from the ingredients themselves. And since those ingredients are often plants, they must draw their essence from the earth and water that sustain them. Slowly, these ideas begin to connect in his mind. Earth and water are not just elements, but symbols of life itself. Then, in a sudden flash of understanding, everything comes together. At that exact moment, a violent reaction erupts across the table in front of him. Kylie, who is nearby, stares in shock as the phenomenon unfolds once again. It becomes clear that Lewis has entered another state of enlightenment. Almost instantly, vines and roots begin spreading rapidly throughout the room, growing with unnatural speed and force. The principal watches in astonishment as massive trees and dense forests seem to emerge within the chamber itself, something that should be completely impossible through ordinary magic. Yet Lewis remains calm amidst the chaos, explaining that the true power behind creation is not something destructive or overwhelming. Instead, it lies in something simple: the act of nourishing life, of giving moisture to the soil and allowing growth to occur naturally. From this understanding, he introduces a new concept, declaring that this power should be known as the wood element. Kylie looks utterly confused, having never heard of such an element before. In response, Lewis casually raises a finger, causing a delicate flower to bloom before her eyes. Drawn by curiosity, she reaches out to touch it, only for the flower to suddenly release dangerous pollen. Caught off guard, she fails to react in time, and the pollen causes irritation to spread across her skin. Almost immediately, the surrounding vines twist and transform into aggressive, monstrous plants that launch an attack against her. Angered by the sudden assault, Kylie unleashes her fire element, burning through the attacking vines and destroying them. Though she manages to defend herself, she cannot ignore the deeper realization forming in her mind. Lewis is not only capable of creating entirely new forms of plant life through magic, but he can also weaponize and control them with terrifying efficiency. More than that, the speed at which his abilities are evolving defies all logic. Yet Lewis calmly explains that this is not even the true strength of the wood element. According to him, its greatest power lies not in creation or destruction, but in healing. Hearing this, the principal suddenly understands something profound. If Lewis's theory is correct, then the foundation of recovery potions and healing bombs may actually originate from this very element. Lewis agrees, stating that the likelihood is extremely high. He further explains that the key difference between ordinary plants and magical potions lies in the presence of elemental properties. This realization excites the principal even more, as he begins to see how composite elements, alchemy, and potion making might all be deeply interconnected. Driven by this discovery, he immediately promises to provide Lewis with all the materials he needs for future research and experimentation. Lewis thanks him sincerely, but the principal simply laughs, brushing off the gratitude. He remarks that if Lewis continues making discoveries at this pace, he himself might end up overwhelmed with work trying to keep up. However, before their conversation comes to an end, the principal grows serious once more. He tells Lewis that in the human world, strength alone is never enough. If someone truly wishes to gain the power to change fate itself, then they must understand that there are far deeper and more complex truths waiting beyond simple strength alone. The principal later brings Lewis deep into the forest, away from prying eyes, where he encouraged him to demonstrate the full extent of his newly developed wood element. Standing quietly for a moment, Lewis focuses his mana, and then, almost instantly, life begins to surge from the ground beneath them. Vines twist upward, roots spread rapidly, and fresh plants bloom as if the earth itself has awakened at his command. Even after witnessing this phenomenon multiple times, the principal cannot hide his astonishment. To him, it still feels unnatural that such valuable plants resources that normally take months or years to cultivate can be produced so quickly and effortlessly. What amazes him even more is that Lewis is not just creating ordinary vegetation. He is capable of generating edible and useful resources within moments, something that could change the balance of supply and survival entirely. Despite this, Lewis calmly explains the limitation behind the ability. He admits that the process consumes far more magical power than he initially expected, and the more valuable or complex the plant, the greater the strain on his mana becomes. Because of this, what he is currently showing already represents the upper limit of what he can manage for now. Even so, the principal remains deeply satisfied. He reflects that everything in the world comes at a cost, and what truly matters is how that cost compares to the results. In Lewis's case, the price he pays is remarkably small compared to the immense value he produces. The principal then speaks with clear admiration, pointing out that Lewis's ability to purify potions, reduce their harmful side effects, and even create entirely new ones through the wood element is nothing short of extraordinary. He emphasizes that such achievements are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals and can only be accomplished by someone with Lewis's unique talent and perspective. Not long after, the two of them leave the forest together, and it is revealed that they have secretly established a laboratory beneath the Candria Arcanist Academy, hidden within an underground cave system. Inside this concealed facility, they begin producing a wide range of potions: recovery potions, mana restoration potions, body enhancement mixtures, and mental recovery elixirs, all carefully developed and refined through their ongoing research. As they stand among their creations, the principal picks up one of the newly formed potions and decides it is time to test it directly. He explains that if Lewis truly wants to grow stronger at a rapid pace, then facing powerful opponents is the most effective method of training. With that in mind, he suggests that they test the potions through combat against each other. This idea immediately excites Lewis, who sees it as the perfect opportunity to push his limits. Without hesitation, he tells the principal not to hold back in the slightest. After drinking the potion, he steadies himself and prepares for battle. The fight that follows is intense, pushing both of them to their limits. From the sidelines, Kylie watches everything unfold with a stunned expression as she observes Lewis keeping up with the principal. A realization settles in her mind. Lewis is, in his own way, a monster. Not because of malice or cruelty, but because of the overwhelming speed at which he grows and adapts. His abilities are evolving far beyond what should be possible. Later that night, Lewis returns to his room, exhausted but thoughtful. As he takes a shower, he reflects on the battle, realizing that the principal had not held back at all. In fact, if not for the enhanced potions he had developed, he would likely have been bedridden for weeks from the damage alone. Even as he rests, his mind continues to race with ideas, considering what new potions he could create next and how he might refine his abilities even further. However, when he finally enters his room, he is surprised to find Kara already there, quietly examining an empty potion bottle. The sight immediately makes him tense. Kara calmly asks about the bottle, and Lewis quickly fabricates an explanation, claiming that it was given to him by the principal as part of an approved method for potion development. But Kara is not convinced. Without hesitation, he steps closer, causing Lewis's unease to grow as he wonders if he has been exposed. Then, unexpectedly, Kara admits that he already knows the truth. He is the one who identified the potion's origin. Lewis instinctively tries to deny it, but his attempt quickly falls apart, as it becomes painfully clear that he is not skilled at lying. Realizing there is no point in continuing, he finally admits the truth and asks how Kara managed to figure it out. Kara explains that he simply observes carefully, paying attention to subtle reactions and behaviors, and drawing conclusions from them. This explanation leaves Lewis slightly unsettled, realizing just how perceptive Kara truly is. Even so, he asks him to keep the secret, wanting to avoid unnecessary attention and trouble. In response, Kara produces a written contract and hands it to him. As Lewis reads through it, he is surprised to find that the terms are not only reasonable, but highly beneficial. The agreement proposes diluting the potions before distributing them, ensuring that their true strength remains hidden and does not attract unwanted attention. Kara explains that the trading company will handle all distribution, allowing Lewis to remain anonymous. In return, Lewis will receive a share of the profits, making the arrangement mutually advantageous. After carefully considering everything, Lewis realizes that with Kara's support, he can gain both resources and protection while continuing his research freely. He agrees to the deal, but adds two conditions of his own. First, the potion effects must always be weakened before being sold to prevent complications. Second, the trading company must provide support to the orphanage where he grew up. Kara accepts both conditions without hesitation, adds them to the contract, and hands it back. The two of them sign it, officially forming a partnership. As Lewis leaves, mentioning that he will prepare more potions the next day and should get some rest, Kara quietly watches him go before returning to his own dorm room. However, not long after they part ways, two shadowy figures disguised as pigeons slip silently into the dormitory area and attempt to approach Kara from behind. Despite their stealth, Kara reacts instantly, blocking their approach with ease. One of the intruders grows frustrated, unable to understand how she was detected despite entering undetected. The other quickly apologizes, explaining that they came only to deliver urgent information before leaving. It is at this moment that the truth is revealed. Kara is actually a girl, disguising her identity in order to attend the academy. She hands the contract to her two apprentices, who react with confusion. They cannot understand why such an important agreement has been made, specifically for someone like Lewis. One of them points out that if this plan succeeds, their trading company could rise to become one of the most influential forces in the eastern regions. The other agrees, but questions how someone as young as Lewis could have devised such a strategy. Kara quietly acknowledges that Lewis possesses extraordinary potential. When her apprentices ask what will happen if he betrays them or supports another heir to the throne, Kara calmly explains that she has already considered that possibility. That is precisely why she intends to secure control over the orphanage, because she believes Lewis is fundamentally kind and worth protecting. After issuing her instructions, she dismisses both apprentices. They transform back into pigeons and disappear into the night sky. Left alone, Kara looks up at the moon, her thoughts turning toward the approaching midterm period. She realizes that time is limited, and their plans must move forward more quickly. At this stage, her greatest hope is that Lewis will eventually reveal his true identity to the heir to the throne, setting the stage for what lies ahead. After that, we are shown the Candria Arcanist Academy Exam Center, where the mid-year exam is about to take place. This exam is an important test held before the prayer break, and it is divided into two parts: technique and live combat. A large number of students can be seen gathered at the location, creating an intense and competitive atmosphere. The fighting class teacher looks at them with satisfaction and says, "Very good. Show me how much you've grown this semester." Soon after, our attention shifts to a ranking board where the scores of all the students are displayed. At the same time, we are introduced to a particular challenge, known as the technical exam nightmare. This test is extremely difficult, requiring students to overcome numerous traps and monsters using only martial skills, as arcane magic is completely forbidden. Ever since the foundation of the academy, not a single student has managed to complete this exam perfectly. The results of several students are then revealed. Faye failed the conquest with 300 points. Kane scored 320 points. Miliana earned 250 points. Kara achieved 289 points. And Neil reached 325 points, all of them failing to fully conquer the challenge. Seeing these results, the fighting class teacher becomes visibly disappointed and says, "What's happening to you? Your results are worse than I expected. Get ready, because next semester I'm going to demand much more from you." At that moment, another instructor approaches and asks, "How are the new students doing?" The teacher replies, "Not bad. Their foundations are being securely consolidated. But what interests me the most is over there." Hearing this, the second instructor becomes curious and asks, "Over there?" The teacher points toward a particular student and says, "That boy Louis Kirill. His name was Louis Kirill, right? I heard even the principal has taken a liking to him." The second instructor nods and responds thoughtfully, "Well, if he gets 500 points, that would already be outstanding. He's still just an apprentice after all." However, the first teacher shakes his head slightly and says with confidence, "In terms of skill, he's far beyond that. I'm sure he'll score over 600 points." Then with a slight grin he adds, "Since we're talking about it, how about placing a bet?" The loser buys a 10-year-old aged spirit. The second teacher sighs but smirks in return, replying, "Another bet. Fine. But this time, I won't lose. Very well. I'm eager to see what happens." Meanwhile, some of the students begin whispering among themselves, their eyes fixed on one particular figure. "Look, it's that commoner they were talking about. Even those from noble families failed. I don't think he'll be able to overcome it." Their voices carry doubt and quiet mockery, underestimating what's about to unfold. The scene then shifts to Louis Kirill, who calmly steps forward into the trial. As he advances, a hidden mechanism suddenly activates. Countless arrows are triggered at once, shooting toward him in overwhelming numbers. In that instant, his eyes begin to glow, and everything around him seems to slow down. With incredible precision, he predicts the trajectory of each arrow, reading their paths almost effortlessly. Moving with sharp, controlled speed, he dodges them one after another, slipping through the deadly barrage as explosions erupt behind him. Despite the chaos, Louis successfully counters the first trap without taking a single hit. Without pause, he moves on to the second trap. Ahead of him lies a massive pit, and from within it, purple tentacle-like structures begin to emerge, reaching out to grab anything that comes close. But before they can even touch him, Louis leaps forward with perfect timing, clearing the danger zone in a single, clean motion and landing safely on the other side. As he progresses, he soon encounters a slime-like creature. A brief fight breaks out between them, but it doesn't last long. The creature, along with the rest of its kind, suddenly retreats, moving deeper into the area as if guiding him towards something even more dangerous. Moments later, Louis faces another deadly mechanism, a massive cannon trap. Multiple projectiles are fired at him simultaneously, blasting toward him with destructive force. But Louis has already understood the pattern. At the same time, attacks begin coming from the opposite side as well, leaving him caught between the directions. Realizing this, he calmly thinks, so now it's coming from both sides. As both attacks close in, he makes his move. With a powerful jump, he launches himself upward, just as the projectiles collide with each other beneath him, creating a massive explosion. Suspended in that brief moment, he analyzes everything with a cold, calculating mind. It's a considerable amount of data. It seems the calculations will also require quite a bit of effort. No matter how difficult the situation, I can still perceive the essence. Through his sharp observation and precise reasoning, he explains how he was able to predict every movement and outcome. By the time the dust settles and the smoke fills the air, Louis descends back to the ground from above. Standing firmly, he looks ahead and says calmly, "That was the only solution I had." However, the danger was far from over. At any moment, another attack could come, and Louis Kirill was fully aware of that. Instead of rushing forward blindly, he carefully observed everything around him, predicting a safe path by analyzing the attack patterns. As the next wave of attacks was triggered, he was already prepared. This time, he had understood the rhythm behind the traps. Using that knowledge, he moved with precision, slipping through every strike while following the pattern he had decoded. As he advanced, something remarkable happened. The cannon projectiles, which had been aimed at him, instead collided along the same line due to his positioning. This caused massive damage to the traps themselves, and a huge explosion erupted behind him. Amidst the chaos, Louis moved forward in a truly and controlled manner, leaving everyone watching completely stunned. One of the teachers, unable to hide his amazement, said, "Is there even a known way to beat him? Not only has he not received a single attack, but he's also neutralizing both the monsters and the traps at the same time. What incredible observational skills." Hearing this, the fighting class teacher calmly responded, "Are you surprised? It's still too early for that. That kid will probably break the record." Without slowing down, Louis continued deeper into the trial. But suddenly, another attack was launched toward him. This time, he tried to catch it, but failed. What appeared before him were strange purple bats, moving at incredible speed while almost mockingly circling around him. Their erratic movements made them difficult to track, and for the first time, a hint of frustration appeared on Louis's face. Standing there in the present moment, facing these creatures, Louis prepared himself. Meanwhile, the other teacher explained, the Bat-Lake Echo is the fastest monster on the continent. No matter how talented he is, I don't think he can break the record relying on physical ability alone. But Louis didn't hesitate. In the very next instant, he slammed his foot hard against the ground, creating a powerful shock. This was the beginning of a technique he had prepared. The air around him shifted as he launched a coordinated attack toward all the bats in the sky at once. The creatures tried to evade, darting rapidly in different directions, but Louis was even faster, closing the distance in a flash. He began striking them one after another with relentless precision. Watching this, even the teachers were left completely stunned. Louis continued defeating the monsters one by one without pause, and with each victory, his points kept rising 500, 550, 650, 750, climbing higher and higher at an astonishing rate. The teacher, now visibly shaken, could barely contain his reaction as he said, that judgment, that ability to detect even the smallest opportunity, and his incredible analytical skill. The instructor continued, his tone filled with growing interest. If that boy were to join the army, his words trailed off, but the implication was clear. At the same time, we see Louis Curl steadily advancing, overcoming every single stage without slowing down. One by one, he clears all the remaining challenges, and in the end, his final score appears, 999. The number flashes brightly across the screen, leaving no room for doubt. The moment the result is revealed, the reaction among the students is intense. Many of them are visibly frustrated, even angry. They can't accept what they've just witnessed. How did that commoner become the top scorer again? Some of them whisper among themselves, unable to hide their resentment. Meanwhile, another teacher stares at the result in disbelief and says, did he really break the record? And with a perfect score? Hearing this, the fighting class teacher responds calmly, almost as if he had expected it all along. Make sure you have the liquor ready before the holidays start, alright? He says with a faint smile. The other teacher, clearly annoyed, snaps back. That's exactly why I hate gambling. The scene then shifts as Kane Aranka approaches Louis and asks directly, how did you overcome all those traps without using magic? Was that some kind of new technique? At the same time, Miliana steps forward and says warmly, congratulations on setting a new record. Amid all this, Neil is shown glancing at Louis for a brief moment. There's something unreadable in his expression, but without saying a word, he simply walks past him. Shortly after, Louis exchanges a few words with his friends, though the details remain casual compared to everything that just happened. Then, the focus returns to the fighting class teacher, who makes an announcement. That concludes the technical test. Next is the actual combat test. Participants will take their turns in order during the live combat phase. It's fine even if things get a little out of control. Many of you have been waiting for this, haven't you? As those words echo, a noble student steps forward confidently and says, just as the professor said, I'm really looking forward to seeing who I'll be facing. After all, this is a rare opportunity to personally educate the younger students. There's a clear arrogance in his tone. He appears to be using a special kind of ring meant for a specific purpose. Taking out his card, he looks at it and silently thinks to himself, Louis Curl is a troublesome student. I'll attack him when he's weakened. At the same time, Louis also takes out his own card. Nearby, Kane Aranka looks at his and says, are Louis and I in different blocks? Then I guess our fight will be postponed until the finals. Standing beside him, Faye Durahan adds with determination, if you can't beat me, you won't even make it to the finals. As these conversations unfold, everyone is focused on their respective opponents. Neil, after checking the name of his opponent, suddenly looks pleased, as if things have gone exactly the way he wanted. Meanwhile, some of the nobles continue mocking the commoners, clearly looking down on them, and it's obvious that a few of them already have their own plans in mind. Finally, the teacher gives the order. Alright, now that everything is set, head to your assigned blocks immediately. With that, all the participants begin moving to their designated areas. One by one, the matchups are revealed, setting the stage for the upcoming battles as everyone prepares to face their chosen opponents.